in Akwatia and Buedia, but other places as well. And so far, a very exercise so that the decision will be made. We know, New Patriotic Party, that looking at the caliber of our candidate, his demeanor, nature, his engagement with the constituent and all that, they have confidence in him to give him the nod to represent the constituency.
Your friend Tanko says that you rather, are not committed to the peace process. Reasons why you've been raising some concerns concerning security, concerning the whole process.
It can be the case. We are very much concerned. And the New Patriotic Party, if you've known us, we've been very law-abiding party. We believe in the tenets of democracy. We engage National Peace Council. They visited us in our office. We've engaged them on other platforms. They sent us invitation for a meeting, a follow-up meeting here in Akwatia, and invited national officers, leadership. At the meeting of yesterday, our national organizer, lawyer Henry Nanabuachi, our Eastern Regional Chairman, Jeff Kunedu, who is the chair of the committee put together by the National Council to organize this exercise. We went into the meeting, NDC brought their constituency officers. At that point, how can you commit your party to the decision that will be taken at the National Peace Council level?
So that decision wasn't taken? The pact wasn't signed?
No. So Peace Council's intervention, very necessary. Here today, what we expect is that the EC and the police must ensure that the rules of the game are complied with by all stakeholders. I think if we get that done, there will be no issues because we don't see it. If you've written to the national leadership of the party and NDC decide to come with constituency executive, how can constituency executive commit the party to a very serious peace process? We have been, and you've known MPP. We don't go with arms in hand. We don't. So this is the position of the New Patriotic Party.
I mean, ahead of these elections, your national organizer has said that even though you trust in the Ghana Police Service, you will also be providing some self-protection. You will be, protecting yourself. Is this something that the party endorses? Is this something that we're going to be seeing on the ground today?
Don't take him out of context. Here I am. I must protect myself. I saw a vehicle approaching. Should I stand there for it to be knocked down? No. So individuals must first ensure that security is done. If you have any concern, you raise the security. That's what I'm saying, that we must all ensure that no individual or group of people take the law into their own hands, but ensure that the security apparatus are allowed to operate. Yes, we express concern, we've engaged them, and we know that they will let professionalism take the order of the day.
Right. What would be the trigger any concerns for conflict?
There will be no conflict in terms of fiscal exchanges. There can be disagreement over certain processes. So when those ones arose, what we'll do is to approach the EC if it has to do with an electoral-related issue. If it has to do with security issue, we approach the security command, and we know that it will have to be resolved by people and not by any other means. But don't entertain too much from people who are raising unnecessary tension. That will not serve the purpose. For instance, Rashid Tanko's misunderstanding of party leadership to have observer status accreditation and collation status accreditation. You need to engage the EC and find out from them what were the modalities. And so then the world gets to know that there hasn't been any facial arrangements.
Finally, before I let you go, what would be the benefits to the people of Akwatia if they vote for your candidate today? Why should they do that?
They are voting for someone they have confidence in to be a good member of parliament, to discuss parliamentary programs, ensure legislations are made that will bring development so that Akwatia will also be a beneficiary. The young man has employed a lot of people in Akwatia in his own small enterprise. That shows the confidence they have in him. The process by which we selected our candidate tells you how united we are as a party. And anytime the New Patriotic Party had not won was because we were not united. And so the other side, they know that this is an election they've lost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans Nemako is the Director of Elections of the MPP. We are still here at the Buedria Lorry Park. It houses 2 polling stations. In some few minutes from now, voting proper will begin here at this particular polling station. The euphoria, the excitement that usually characterizes elections, not too much present at this particular station. You don't see people queuing. You don't see people lining up to come and vote, really. Akwatia, very much calm as we await voting to start, the collation in the evening, and then the declaration.
Right, Maurice, I was just curious about why we are not in the center proper to get a sense of whether or not voting has started, because I see you in that little area where you had the conversation, but what's happening really at the station itself? I want to see queues. What are the people walking in talking about as they walk into those polling stations, 2 of them at your current location? But
all right, so Thelma, so Thelma, quickly, we'll take you to this polling station where the first voter is being readied to cast his vote. The verification process has started with him. He will do the manual verification and the digital registration you see in your shot there. So that's officially the first voter who is going to be casting his ballot here at the Buedria Lorry Station. As I said, you don't see the numbers, you don't see the queues. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 people in that short queue getting ready to vote. So, Thelma, I can say officially that voting has started in the Akwatia constituency. Voting has started in this particular polling station that you see in your shot. As I said, this area is a stronghold of the NDC, but also interests you to know that the parliamentary candidate of the MPP hails from this particular area, which is the Buedria area. It's a battle for this particular space in the Akwatia constituency. We'll be seeing what really the numbers will be in this area when voting is done. Some 52,000 plus voters are expected to cast their ballot across the 119 polling stations which are dotted across on hand, making sure that nothing untoward happen. Both parties, verbally have said that they are committed to when the election begin to hit crescendo and when elections begin to get to the zenith, we see what the event will be. The Akwatia constituency, the diamond hub of Ghana, they say they have not received the commensurate and appropriate development when it comes to their place in the economy of Ghana. So this election really is about who would represent them, who will be the voice, who will be that candidate that is able to bring development to the people of Akwatia. Unemployment high on the scheme of things. Unemployment number 1 on the priority list of the many voters who will be casting their ballot. So you look at the demographics. We have between the ages of 15 to 30, they constitute a majority of the voters who are going to be deciding who becomes their next parliamentary candidate. Is it going to be the NDC's lawyer Bernard Bediako or the MPP's Solomon Asumedu, who is a miner, who is a businessman? He is the constituency treasurer, the Akwatia constituency. And then on the other side, the NDC's Bernard Bediako is also the constituency secretary of the NDC here in the constituency. Both of them have crisscrossed this constituency. They've engaged. They've spoken to many of the electorates. They are very familiar people who are known in the Akwatia constituency, and so we wait to see really what becomes of this particular election. Right there in your shot, let's try and speak to this particular woman who just cast a ballot. Let's see exactly what her decision was. Good morning, mommy. Pacho GTV ne watu abewie e dem painting na ne anope we decide say obeja wedwuma ho na abeto abe.
Say ye benya asumdwe e wo ye man mu. Enti ase Bible ni hwesopa. Eno ntina mbae. Say benya onipa ose no fata. Nyamesuru wo ne mu. Obetumi edi oman nanim. Ama dwumadie nyina ye beye no akoso wano. Amen.
Okay. Now inti Akwatia ha no mu issues no e bi ne saying nyama ben na ham ewa ha.
Enyoma eta hia ye no. Ye school nsem. Ye mofra no bi ho awofo no omo ni dia ye behwe mofra no so. Na sanke se enya oboafo bi otayechi. Nka bofra no nyanka omeko school. So sense ye ni mwanti. Omo nko school omo titifie. Me kura me obi o me fie sesi am pese omo ko kire ni college. Nanso me ni scanty omo tumi nyeden enko. Me so me nya papa asem kan se omo pese bofra bi abetra ni fie a onko school. Ti me so me bia me two youth no for say omo training college. Forms no ba omo ko to nurse training form. Teachers training form no mo enter course no.
Now one out to aba na man.
And I mean to me kan wa ha.
Bache Frozen.
Bache from Jisa Christiana. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Auntie Christiana. She just voted not too long ago. She will not tell us who she voted for, really, but she's voting because of the unemployment situation here. She's voting because she has young people in her family, in her house, who are looking for employment. And so reason why she had to leave whatever she was doing early this morning to come and cast her ballot. We are still here at the Buedia lorry station. Security very much high. The Ghana Police Service is on hand to ensure the safety and security of the many electorates who will be coming to vote at this particular constituency. Let's quickly also speak to this woman who not too long ago did her vote. Good morning to you, Hajia. And pe obeto aba edem pa ne da wakoma so ntia obeto aba ya no.
Me de ya kwan no. Ya kwan ni ntina me beto aba.
Okay. Ma kwan ni nye.
Ya kwan ni nye.
Apart from akwan nso so no ahanso edwuma ni ha eno nso ade a how.
Ha me edwuma ni ha.
Be odi enuma
edwuma beba puntu beba.
And I say Hajia. So that's Hajia. Not too long ago she cast her ballot. She's also talking about the bad roads in the Akwatia constituency. Let's also speak to this electorate. Not too long ago she did say good morning. Bache Frozen.
Bache Femi Fati Rashid.
Okay. Nti anope oto aba ede na da wakoma so.
The dem akoma no say ya kwan no na enye topama o ko topama ya. Bachan.
Na ejuma sem so tsen.
O ejuma sem so de ye. Ejuma sem de ye na kwan na ha ye.
O anka so ye ejuma be.
Isua de pam.
All right, now why na oto aba na man?
Oh. And the meet me nka.
Okay. All right, yeah, that's it. So we are still here at the Buedia lorry station, polling station. There are actually two separate polling stations. There is this one here and the other one at the other side, where voting has started already, as we showed you in the pictures. We still have representatives of the NDC and the MPP here monitoring the whole space. In your shots, you can still see Evans Nemako, who is the Director of Elections of the MPP, trying to understand what the situation is on the ground and making sure that nothing slips, when it comes to the election machinery of the MPP. By close of poll, we get to know who becomes the next MP of the people of Akwatia. We'll hand over to you in the studio at this point, Thelma.
Okay, Maurice, thank you for getting at that very first vote at that polling station. We know that you'll be moving around quite swiftly within the constituency, bringing us all the sights and sounds. Maurice and the team reporting live from Akwatia. This is our running coverage of the by-election happening in that part of the country. 119 polling stations have been opened. Nearly 500 EC officials in that constituency, making sure that every registered voter gets a say in the decision of who next comes to represent them in Parliament after the sudden passing of the former MP at just a ripe old age. Not a ripe old age, a young age of 40. Two 40-year-olds in contention. George will be getting to know the guests who will tell us more about the candidates later. Solomon Kwame Asumedu is a businessman and a miner. Bernard Bediakon, a lawyer and a former constituency secretary. So both of them quite well known within the constituency because of their local positions that they hold. But it's the want of the people that is driving this particular election. Unemployment, just as in other parts of the country, very key. A diamond hub that feels very little of the proceeds of the diamond, and you hear that thought reiterated over and over again. People just want to connect and to benefit from what the land, the soil, has blessed them with, and it does not appear in Akwatia's case that has happened.
An interesting thing about elections in Ghana, people rarely vote on some of these lines. Now, the dynamics, even when you go to Akwatia, is that there are two things in there. Is it going to be incumbency or sympathy? So are people going to vote because, listen, the NDC is in power, and the NDC won the general election. They have the majority in power. So just as you heard the director of elections for the NDC
you are hearing the parties wielding it
say
strongly.
that, listen, you have somebody who can
walk to any ministry,
push for your development and all that. And then they all have various strategies to see how best they can get people to vote for their various candidates. The interesting thing is to get to know who's going to win at the end of the day. Because
no one party holds an unchallenged dominance in Akwatia.
Yes.
It is a beloved swing constituency, able to change its mind. And at any one time, we are told that turnout is usually very high. So we usually get it closer to the 70s and early 70%. So it remains to be seen if this will continue in this particular by-election or if we'll see slightly higher. I don't think so. Or maybe slightly lower. I don't hope so. I just expect that perhaps it should be around the same time. So we know that it's been competitive. So we know that it has been, up to the hype that it has been hyped to be. But perhaps my question would be, should this be seen as a judgment, a measure of the government's popularity, or as a yardstick to measure the public sentiments around the government in power's performance? And that, perhaps that's a question you can put to some of your guests throughout the day when we engage them.
Akwatia, after 2024, became very interesting. Various court cases. The NDC thought that they won that constituency. The MPP also thought that they won that. Then finally, the NPP was declared winner of that seat. Maybe this election is to tell us exactly who won that seat that was on in 2024 general election. Because, I mean, it's just a clear one for all of us to see how the outcome is going to be.
It's like a restart has been pressed. It cost us the life of a young MP. And today we remember his family because no doubt that today will be quite triggering for them, but we continue to keep them in our thoughts and prayers. But stay with GBC News. Across our platforms, we'll be bringing you all the sights and sounds from Akwatia in that by-election, even as we eye another by-election in just some 2 short weeks in Tamale Central. So this is round 1, and perhaps Tamale will become round 2. Let's see who gets the pick. GBC will be continuing to bring you up to speed on everything that's happening. George, I'll hand it over to you now. I know you have some guests to engage.
We have guests to engage, yes. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Thelma. Now, if you go into the data, in 1992, so far, the MPP is holding dominance in Akwatia with a 5-4 victory, if I put it as such, in terms of the parliamentary seats there and who's won the parliamentary election there. It started from 1992 The NDC's Gilbert Kwesi J won the Akwatia seat unopposed as the NPP boycotted that particular parliamentary election. And if you remember the 1992 election itself, the general one itself. Now, specific vote counts are really unavailable due to the boycotts, and this reflects that the NDC's national dominance under Jerry John Rawlings was secured at 57.3% at the presidential vote established during that time in 1992. Now, in 1996, the NDC, Alhaji Mohammed Isras Siam, defeated the NPP's Dr. Kwame Boafo with approximately 17,900 votes. And Boafo, that's of the NPP, had 8,575 votes. With a margin of 9,325 votes, the NDC won that particular election in 1996 in terms of the parliamentary seat. And then came the year 2000. In 2000, the NPP's Kingston Komen Kisi captured the seat against that of the NDC Alhaji Amankwa. And you had the NPP winning 53.6%, and then the NDC 44.3%. And that was in the 2000 parliamentary election in Akwatia. And then in 2004, Kingston Akum Kisi retained the seat for the NPP in 2004 with 50.8%, and then Baba Jamal 47.6%. Now, if you look at the votes for the NPP in 2000, which was 53.6%, that vote dropped to 50.8% in 2004. And then for the NDC in 2000, they had 44.3%. And then the candidate was Alhaji Amankwa. But in 2004, the NDC changed their candidate, which was Baba Jamal, and he had 47.6% in the 2004 parliamentary election, which of course was the general election there in Akwatia. And then in 2008, Baba Jamal won that seat against the NPP's Kofi Asare. Now, the interesting thing in 2008, there are some challenges in Akwatia in the 2008 election, specifically in the parliamentary election. So they had to have a rerun of 6 polling stations, and this happened on August 18, 2009. And this rerun was due to irregularities. And at the end of the day, Baba Jamal won with 17,777 votes, which was 50.9%. And then Asare Kofi won with 17,160 votes, which represented 49.1%. And that was what happened in 2008. It was quite interesting because of those developments there. Then came 2012. And then in 2012, the Baba Jamal also held the seat for the NDC against Kofi Asare of the NPP in a major tie race. Now, Baba Jamal won that particular constituency with 50.4%, and Kofi Asare with 49.6%. And then in 2016, the NPP won the seat again, this time with Mercy Edujane-Fi defeating Baba Jamal. And Mercy had 60.6%, a very telling result there for the NPP there, and then the NPP. And then came the 2020 election. Now, the 2020 election, the NDC Henry Yadom Boakye recaptured the Akwatia seat, defeating the NPP Ernest Yaokumi Boakye. Now, with 51.5% for the NDC and then 48.5% for the NPP in the 2020 election. And then the recently held one in 2024, we saw Ernest Yaokumi of the NPP winning that particular seat with 52.83%. That was against that of the NDC, Henry Boakye. And the interesting thing about that, when this whole thing went to court, as I was talking to Thelma about it, the lawyer for Henry is the current candidate who's contesting for NDC. That's Bernard Bediakun. All right, so, and then after the 2024 election, Ernest Yaokumi became the Member of Parliament for Akwatia, not after the entire challenges that court cases here and there. And finally, the Electoral Commission declared NSC Alkumi to be the winner of that particular constituency. Unfortunately, after the entire exercise and he was declared the winner, on July 7, 2025, we had reports that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Akwatia, NSC Alkumi, was reported dead, as I stated earlier. And subsequently, the Electoral Commission announced that a by-election is going to be held. This is according to provision in the Constitution. That's the Article 1125 of the 1992 Constitution. I'll be talking to our guests who's joined us here in the studio, but let's quickly go over to the phone lines. I'm going to talk to our Eastern Regional correspondent, that's Stephen Ampemdako Kranche, who is on the standby for us. Stephen, good morning to you.
Hello, good morning.
And thank you for joining us. I hope you're well this morning, Stephen.
By the grace of God, I am good. Yourself?
I'm well, thank you. Tell us, which polling station are you in and what can you report for us?
As of now, I am at Akwatia Lorry Station. There are two polling stations here. They are expecting 624 voters to come and then cast their vote. And as at 7:24 a.m., 16 people have already done their voting. And going to the second center, when you look at the queue there, they are all ready and they are really prepared to cast their vote. It's just that it's drizzling a little at Akwatia and Akwatia here, but people are still ready to come and then cast their vote.
Voters and some residents there, what have they been telling you? What's the mood like in that Akwatia polling station?
Sometimes they will tell you that when you are outside of this community, you'll be hearing different things that people are even scared to come and then cast their vote. But when you are here, it tells you a different story altogether. People here, they say they are really ready to cast their vote. So they are even here, those who have done their casting, some have gone to their various homes, and others who are still waiting to do theirs are standing by. For security too is a very... Excuse me?
I mean, from Bwedu, which other police stations will you be visiting?
I'll be going to Akwatia itself, and then we have Wenchi and other communities. I'll be going around, and if I get anything, I will let you know.
All right. And what's the whole mood like in terms between the polling agents there for the various political parties? That's mainly for the NDC and the NPP.
In fact, they are here, they are coordinating very well. When you look at them, when somebody casts the vote, they all check together and then they verify and they understand that everything is in order. So all of them, they are all together, sir.
Okay, all right. Stephen, we'll leave it here. Just early in the morning now. We'll get back later in the day and pick other reports too, or else we'll go to various polling stations within the Akwatia constituency. We have 119 polling stations. We're expecting 52,328 registered voters to cast their vote out there to elect a member of parliament for the Akwatia constituency in this by-election. We have 5,000 police personnel deployed in that particular constituency to ensure that nothing untoward's happened, learning from what happened in Ablekuma North. I'm going to talk to a guest who's joined us here in the studio, Kojo Addo, who is a political analyst. He's also with the Social Watch Africa. We're going to talk about by-elections, we'll talk about Akwatia, we'll talk about the dynamics in there. And then subsequently, as we move on with the program, other guests will also join us. And this time around, when they do, we'll go into the numbers and the figures they want to look out for. Kojo, good morning.
Good morning, George.
Charlie, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I did give you. I
did
did
so.
give you.
Sharp,
Give you.
sharp.
Let's start off. I mean, from when the member of parliament's death was announced to now, the various developments in there, what do you make of them?
I believe that, and good morning to our viewers, and then also condolences to the former member of parliament's family, especially immediate, the wife, and then also the kids, and then also to his mates. I learned that he was writing for his law degree, and interestingly,
He's passed.
He's passed.
Yeah.
He's passed the law degree, but he's passed on to eternity, which is very, very sad. So our condolences to the bereaved family, to the NPP as a party, and to everyone who was associated with Ernest Kumi, who benefited immensely from him, and also to Parliament as an institution as well. This was a young guy who would have come to contribute meaningfully to the parliamentary proceedings of Ghana, and by extension, bring development to the people of Akwatia. Having said that, George, I would say that we should be very careful.
Okay.
Sometimes when you are going into any sort of contest and the odds are sometimes against you, you sometimes have to take a back seat a little bit, reflect, and probably come back again. When you look at the life trajectory, political life trajectory of our brother Ernest Kumi the late, you realize that he has really contested. This was almost about his third time of going. Luckily, he won. And even when he won, the legal battles that happened and the day of swearing in Parliament, you could see the embarrassment that was caused to him, especially when a writ of summons was served to the Clerk of Parliament, and then the minority leader stood his grounds and said that he would take the bullet and anything that happens should happen. And it made him quail back a little bit. He couldn't discharge his duties as a member of Parliament until the Supreme Court quashed all the legal issues and said that, yes, indeed, you are the one who has won. And just when we thought that he has taken his seat comfortably to bring development to the people of Akwatia, the unfortunate happened. It is sad. But to the political parties, it was a fortune to some people to also advance their political careers. And when you look at events as to how many people really were interested in the seat, how many people, and even look at the NDC's candidate, you look at the one who was his legal representative in court, and now that he didn't win the issue, he said that the seat is now vacant. The one who was representing you went in to say that, and indeed he is the one. Listen, everything is vanity. Everything is vanity. What you are fighting for today, you might not be part of to also fight for the same seat that you are occupying. The Electoral Commission has made us aware about the preparations, the press conferences, the press releases that they brought out, gave us confidence that indeed they are on the ground and then they are in touch. The IGP, the Ghana Police Service, I have to commend them greatly. The visibility, you could see that when they went in for their training, the videos that came out, the pictures that came out, the commentaries that came out really put confidence in us as Ghanaians that what happened in Ayawaso West Wuogon and then recently in Ablekuma North will not repeat itself, and that they are not really taking anything lightly. They are really on the grounds and they are going to tackle each and every aspect of the constituency. And for me, I have confidence in the Ghana Police Service with what I have seen so far, and with the pictures that we are seeing on our television set, with the demeanor, especially the atmosphere in Akwatia. Akwatia is more a traditional constituency. And unlike Ayawaso West Wuogon or even Ablekuma North, Akwatia is more, and I always say that any part of the eastern region, you know that there is a level of calmness, peace. So when you look at some of electoral violences that have occurred in the past with regards to regions, eastern region at least is least per se, yes, at least.
But Akwatia, I mean, for Akwatia in 2008, it was also an interesting event.
Yes, I remember Baba Jama's issues and the rest of them. And sometimes, George, it goes back to tell the persons and personalities who are involved. Sometimes it's clear indication of who is involved, how visible they are, their personalities, whether they are really calm in nature or they are outgoing in nature, and then also their words, what they say, their conduct on radio and television, and even on the grounds at the constituency also tells a lot. For me, I feel that what happened in 2008 with Baba Jama has to do because it was Baba Jama. And you know, Baba Jama is a big man. Baba Jama wouldn't let things just go like that. But you know, he wants to state his grounds. But
he won.
He won, indeed. He won.
After they had to rerun 6 polling stations. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So this is a clear indication and a litmus test for the media, for the Electoral Commission, to the political parties, and the Ghana Police Service and other security institutions, and know that let us restore confidence back into the Ghanaian populace that whenever there is a by-election, we should know that whatever incidents and violent incidents that have occurred associated with previous by-elections
of thoughts, 2 of such. One thinks that, you know what, let's continue with what's in the Constitution, 1125, electing a member of parliament in case there's an unfortunate incident or other incidents that will happen in that constituency. But the other school of thought says that, you know what, because of the challenges we've been having with by-elections in this country, why don't we just move away from electing them and allow the party that was already occupying the seat to just elect or select someone to represent the party in parliament? Within these 2 school of thoughts, which of these will actually stand the test of time and work within the scope of democratic practice?
I believe that if we want to keep democracy and sustain it, reap the benefits thereof, and then for people to know that indeed you are elected to represent them and for development to come to them. George, I belong to the school of thought that whichever political party was holding that seat, whatever happens, that political party should just nominate someone else, and the person should just be sworn into in parliament straight
without going through
that. You see, look at us. This morning we are here. This morning we've dispatched a team of journalists, camera guys, everybody. It's a 21-piece production to Akwatia. Look at the cost involved in it. Look at the political enterprise that people have made out of by-elections. And look at the uncertainties and people sitting on tenterhooks and asking, what will become of it? Who will be maimed? Who will be otherwise? Which political party will win? I mean, Judge, there are a whole lot of issues associated with it, with security, and even today is the first day that school is reopening, Judge.
Yes.
You can see the educational activities. I bet you to say some students will not go to school because probably they are scared to go out there, whatever will happen.
But with the cost and all the things associated with it, is that not the price we need to pay when it comes to democracy? Because democracy itself is expensive.
Then let us, when we are gone for the first round, elected on an official electoral process, what do you call it? An electoral cycle has come to an end. We've all gone to the polls, cast our vote for parliamentary candidates and also president. When that is done, anything thereafter, I believe that should be an appointment. George, that is me.
Would that be democratic?
Then comes to what is democracy? What is democracy? Voice of the people, indeed casting their vote in whoever that they have confidence in.
Okay.
Forget, when this incident happened, the NPP is democracy or autocracy or otherwise.
Okay, now the dynamics here is this. The people would want to select who they want to lead them. Are we arguing that, or is the argument that for the fact that the people selected Kofi in political or in party A, the people would like to select Kwame again in party A? Is that the assumption? Maybe the people like Kofi, but might not like Kwame.
Indeed.
Because that's another argument.
Indeed.
Because if you're going to base it on, let's just select someone from that party that was holding the seat to represent them, would the people like that person? Wouldn't it defeat the whole concept of the representation of the people? Because the people did not. Yes, but the majority did.
That's it.
But the majority did.
But the other day, when they come, whatever they say, the people move with it. Must it
but the
always
majority
be,
did.
Indeed. But must it always be the fact that it is when someone has gone to the polls and we know that your face is on the ballot paper, we cast, that is where the confidence is high in that.
Shouldn't that be?
Probably we should amend the law.
Okay.
So that what has given credence to this school of thought is that democracy, people, the voice of the people must count and everybody is supposed to go to the polls and vote for them based on the legal framework that we have that has initiated this conversation. So if we sit back and over all these years that we came into the Republic and then the 1992 Constitution came into force, and we sit back and do a critical analysis, 1, the security, 2, the political implications, 3, the social issues that will arise out of it, and 4, also the development benefits to the constituencies, and ask ourselves, is it worth it that when we vote for someone and within 1 year, the person passes away, we should still go back, state machinery, everybody going back to a constituency, moving everything there to just vote for another person within the same year, just 1 year.
Yeah.
It is not, for me, I think that it is not worth it. Listen, I was talking to someone yesterday, George, and the person was supposed to process certain document for me. The person said that, Kojo, I went to this ministry. I was told that SMSC is not there. Why? The person is in Akwatia. This person is a political appointee and then holding party position as well too. And the person who is supposed to give the final authorization to that document is in Akwatia. So you see the implication, government business has come to a halt partially because group of people just want to go there and then go and campaign for their political parties so that they can eventually look at what transpired in the previous, parliament. But should the numerical strength not give birth to the development that the people truly need? For me, if it is within 1 year after election, someone else or someone passes away, George, I am of the strongest opinion that let the party that won that seat just handpick someone and say that this is the one that we are going. Mind you, these political parties also have their constitutions.
Yes.
They have their bylaws. And then it's going to be in accordance with the Electoral Commission as to who qualifies to even to be an MP. So it's not a matter of just going to just handpick just anybody at all to just go and represent the people within that constituency. I believe that when they go according to the constitution of the political party, and the person meets the criteria, and even the person has no criminal records, the person is of sound mind, is a Ghanaian, has been in the constituency for a number of years, has participated in political activities, and the person really qualifies. George, I feel that let us push all these tensions where we suspend all, government activities just to focus on one constituency.
That's democracy.
Democracy comes with a cost, and I feel that
exactly.
when I say that, the cost that we are incurring now is too much, George.
So we should rather select rather than elect. Yes, in Parliament, the Clerk of Parliament shall notify the Electoral Commission in writing within 7 days after becoming aware that the vacancy has occurred, and a by-election shall be held within 30 days after the vacancy occurred, except that's where the vacancy occurred through the death of the Member of Parliament. By-election shall be held within 60 days after the occurrence of the vacancy. So something needs to be done here. If you read 6, it says that notwithstanding 5 of this article, a by-election shall not be held within 3 months before the holding of a general election. That's only for a general election there. So we should do something here about this provision.
And that is why the Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh's committee for constitutional review, I feel that they've gone round. I think that they've closed their files with the consultation act. And there are civil society organizations that came out to say that let us try and take a critical look at this. And it is important that they take key interest in it. And if we suggest or there's going to be amendment, it wouldn't hurt, George. It wouldn't hurt. Looking at the issues that have been associated with by-elections. There is one pending now. If this, and I pray that it goes throughout the day, results are declared without any incident at all. There is one pending in Tamale North, right? Tamale Central. This Akwatia will also be a case study for us to how we conduct ourselves in Tamale Central. For me, let us amend so that we can save ourselves all this wahala, political wahala. People are cashing in And it is a time for people's cocoa season. It's a time for people to go head to head. We don't need this. I'm a person. I don't really like tension around me. It gives some sort of energy, and the energy, there must always be positivity. And I feel that if we're able to amend this, we are good to go, George.
All right. And that will be democratic.
And you are still standing to say that if we are able to do the amendment,
yes.
If we're able to do the amendment,
Yes.
what is democracy? Democracy is what is underpinned by the law. And what the law says is what we are going to go up by. And if the law, we have amended the law to suit our current situation, George, I believe that in all fairness, it will be democracy. Mind you, I give you an indication.
How would that be democratic where the system we are operating says that we need to elect representation to go to parliament?
And that is why I say that.
And in a particular case, that representation has not been elected, but selected.
And that is why I'm saying that if we do an amendment and we add a clause to it that in the case of a by-election, right, a political party that is holding on to that seat is supposed to nominate someone, go through their constitution, and if the person passes through, the Electoral Commission vets the person, or the Electoral Commission says that the laws and bylaws, you have been able to go through all these things. Let's handpick the person and just go through. That is a democracy. Because we have looked at the constitution, we have looked at the legal framework, and we feel that there are issues that are associated with it. So let us amend. So after amendment, George, it will be democracy. After amendment, there will be. Unless we say that, let us leave it as it is now. However, we will use certain powers to just say, let it be as it is. Then it will be undemocratic. But as it stands now, and if the Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh committee is able to also make proposals for such amendment to take place, George, I believe that in all fairness, we will go according to the democratic standards.
All right, we'll be talking about violence in by-elections, but let me quickly take you over to a correspondent again in the Eastern region. I'm going to talk to Michael Amate, who is our correspondent, and he is at Wenchi. Michael, good morning to you.
Good morning.
And thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're well this morning.
Very well. By the grace of God, I'm well.
Good. All right. What can you report for us this morning? Has voting started?
Well, yes. Thank you very much. Voting is underway at Akwatia Constituency, and currently I am at Wenchi reporting from that place. We are having about 119 police stations across the Akwatia Constituency today, where we are exercising the vote. People are voting. The voting is taking place at 119 polling centers. Now, after now, I've visited about 4 police stations, and this is how it goes. New Wenchi Police Station A, 445 eligible voters are expected to exercise their franchise. And after 7-3 that have visited the center, only 3 people turned out so far. I proceeded to New Wenchi Police Station B. That place to 444 eligible voters are expected to exercise their franchise. And after that time, 2 people have turned out so far. I came down to New Wenchi Palace Square A. That place too, we are expecting 484 eligible voters to exercise their franchise. And that's at 7:30, only 10 people have turned out so far to vote. Palace Square B, we are expecting 484 voters, and that's at 8 a.m. Only 15 people have turned out so far. So that's how it's going on peacefully. Every police station, for about 40 policemen have assigned to every police station in the constituency. And so far, we are having about over 5,500 policemen to ensure that the exercise goes on smoothly. So everything is going on smoothly. The polling agents who are at the various centers that I've visited, and we hope and believe that by the end of the exercise, the turnout will be encouraged.
So you looked at the 4 polling stations within that Wenchi.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So within that space there, you only have 4 polling stations?
Yes, we only have 4 police stations. So far, I've visited 4 police, so I'm yet to go to the other centers to
All right, okay.
see what is happening at that place.
All right, so, I mean, it's just about 5 minutes to 8, and as you stated, the turnout, it's a bit low. Maybe it's just too early yet. But what can you tell us? What can you tell us in terms of the mood in these 4 polling stations you've visited so far?
Oh, as I said earlier, the mood is peaceful. You know, everybody, they are going about their normal business. And so we are expecting that how it started, it should end like that, so that everything will end peacefully. So for now, there's nothing like commotion here. Everybody is calm, and we are expecting that this should continue to the end of the process.
Okay.
So the mood over here is peaceful.
Okay. All right. So that's our correspondent, Michael Amate, who reported from Achim Winchi. He's been to 4 polling stations so far within that particular area. That's the New Winchi polling station A and the New Winchi polling station B. For New Winchi polling station A, we're expecting 445 registered voters, 3 voted so far. And then New Winchi polling station B, 444 registered voters are expected to cast their ballot 2. That's that so far. And then the New Winchi Palace Square A and B, for that of Palace Square A within New Winchi, 484 voters are expected to cast their ballot. 10 have done that so far. And then New Winchi Palace Square B, 484 and 15 also done that so far. Early days yet, just some minutes more to hit the hour 8. And hopefully, as the day unfolds, we'll get the true picture of the turnout for this particular by-election in Akwatia. Now, we're going to talk about violence in by-elections in this country. Now, so far, we've heard about 30 by-elections and a number of reruns since the return to constitutional rule in 1992. Whilst most of them have been peaceful, we've had a number of them turning that violent, particularly those held in constituencies perceived to be politically strategic for the various political parties. In 2009, I talked about that earlier, what happened in 2008 election with the Baba Jamal's case, and there was some unfortunate incidents that went on there. And then in 2009, I had to have a rerun of 6 polling stations, which finally saw Baba Jamal winning that particular seat. There have been various violence recorded in our by-elections. We can talk about the recent one in Ablikman North. We can talk about Ayawaso West Wogon. We can talk about Akwatia. We can talk about Chiripone, among others too. Kujo, what's the big deal in there for you to go out there to elect a member of parliament and that should turn into some violent activity?
Political capital.
Okay.
As I indicated earlier on, for numerical strength in parliament and to also stamp an authority that indeed a political party is popular than the other. Popularity, when you draw down with certain layers, has to do with the policies of that political party, whether it is in government or previously has been in government, especially social intervention programs that that political party brings about. 2, has to do with the even distribution of appointments, how many people were appointed within this region. What sort of development did they bring to that political, to that constituency or even region or metropolitan? 3, also had to do with the personality of the candidate. How will this person be able to bring development to us? The popularity of that person is also very critical. And, George, other factors, one key factor has to do with, within a by-election period, the government, the party in parliament and in government, where we go to the general elections, you realize that it's an open for all. Now, after the general election, now we know who is in opposition, who is in government. So when there is a vacant seat, then it tells you that that party in government would like to have more numbers to themselves or to their side. And so they will go in to you. But the key thing is, George, you ask yourself, whether a party is in government and then a vacant seat within a constituency, how do the needs and wants of that constituency fit into the national plan of that political party or that government? If the government says that 24-hour economy, and you look at the demographics of the constituency, and you find out that indeed you will not in any way even benefit from the 24-hour economy because of your local economic development pillars that you have do not support the 24-hour economy, then it means that you are shooting yourself in the foot. So people will go in and know that they want to snatch the seat for power and then also for political gains. And that is all. And then also, George, knowing that, oh, I know George. If God blesses George and he goes into a power of authority, he'll remember me, Kojo. So anything that I have to do within my powers, my resources, to make sure that George wins a political seat, especially when he has declared his intention to contest, I will do it. Because the long run is that, George, I will benefit from your candidacy. I'll benefit from your ministry. I'll benefit from your presidency. I'll benefit from your ambassadorial appointment. So people look at all these factors and then they go like, then let me go all out for my candidate. And that is why sometimes you go all out, other person also want to go all out, then it becomes head to head. And that is when violence always is characterized by by-elections.
By-elections,
Yes.
okay. We'll still stay within violence and then by-elections. So far, at least 10 people have died and over 60 have been injured in various by-election violence we've recorded so far. We'll be talking more about this. And the interesting thing about some of these things is that the people usually involved in some of these things are rarely punished. And even if they are, the punishment is not punitive enough. Let's go back to Akwatia. And this time around, we're going over to Maurice to pick some reports from him. When we return, we'll continue with this leg of the conversation. Maurice, over to you.
Their businesses and then come to cast their ballot, really. So Thelma, will hand over to you in the studio.
All right, welcome back. Some bit of challenges there with Maurice's line. When we work on that and we'll get back to you and take you back to Maurice, who is in Akwatia. But our guest is still here with us. Kojado, he's a political analyst. He's also with the Social Watch Africa. And we are talking about the Akwatia by-election. We started the whole conversation from what happened when the Member of Parliament and the Skumi's death was announced and subsequent activities involved in that whole process that has led us to this particular day. We're talking about violence in by-elections that we've recorded so far. So far, we've had about 30 by-elections and reruns. We've recorded some bit of violence in these 30 by-elections. Some have been successful, but some also turn out to be as expected. We can talk about Akwatia, somewhere in 2009. We can talk about Tripoli. We can talk about Ablekuma North. We can talk about Ayawaso West Wogon. We can also talk about Etiwa. Also talk about somewhere, I think Kumewu, somewhere in May 2000, that's 2023. And yes, among some of these things. And as I stated earlier before we moved over to talk to Maurice, so far about 10 people, at least 10 people have died and over 60 injured in violence by-election and rerun incidents in this country. Journalists have also not been spared in this particular exercise though. So yes, I mean, looking at the data and the figures that we have so far, losing 10 lives in the by-elections and reruns we've had so
just
far.
a by-election for somebody to become an MP, just one. And George, so now you understand me, that the cost is too expensive.
But
the cost is expensive.
It is expensive.
It is.
But selection shouldn't be the solution.
It is very expensive.
Why do we solve
how
the
do we,
challenges?
so George, how do we position ourselves for a violent-free by-election or other associated issues with by-election?
So if it's because of violence,
yes,
right? If it's because of violence, and usually in our general election, the presidential election, we do...
You've not had, since 1992, we've not had more than 10 people dying in a general election before. And it is by-elections rather that people are maimed for life.
The Chiman South.
Yes.
We saw a number of people die within that particular constituency.
Was during that election. But George, I mean, the bottom line, nobody should die in the quest for somebody to become an MP or a president.
Agreed. Yeah.
Even if your finger is cut off, it is bad. So meaningfully to the development of their various communities. But because somebody wants to be an MP, these persons have died. And I feel that it is not what we want to be associated with as a country when it has to do with by-elections. The president, in the run-up to the general election 2024, visited Ayawaso West Wogon victims. And there are others who are maimed. There are others who are in wheelchair now for the rest of their lives, and because of by-elections. So if the next level has to do with sensitization, education, telling the people, indeed, letting them know their roles and responsibilities, especially at the polling station, retooling the Ghana Police Service, and probably at an extent too, when we say that, just like Akwatia is happening right now, let us deploy more security officers. Akwatia has, 119 polling stations, and we are deploying 5,000 security persons on the grounds at Akwatia. Days before the election also sends a very strong signal to them. Then, one of the things that also determines these violence also has to do whether it is a safe seat for one political party or it is a swing constituency. So the tensions are high, more seats, five out of that.
It makes it much more swing.
Swing, very, very swing. Yeah. And it even tells you internally within the party itself, sometimes when there is a certain member of parliament, key persons go to contest these people, and it's only few people. I think that it is Kingston Akomi Kisi, who has been able to go two times within the MPP and even the general constituency as well too. So it tells you that even within internally, people really fight for this seat. And when it comes to the constituency level as well too, people are also going to fight just because they want to increase their numbers in parliament, and people get maimed. 10 people, George, it's a lot.
And sometimes those who engage in such acts, some of them are arrested. But unfortunately, the punishment given to them, it's a bit on the low side. I was reading something coming from Franklin Kujo of Imani, complaining bitterly about the punishments given out to the 8. That's Ablikman North. Yeah, that's that.
Was it 6,000 or 8,000?
6,000 Ghana cedis each, you know. And one would argue that can be done about our laws so that we can punish those who engage in electoral violence, punish them very well.
I think that the Vigilante Act, the punitive measures that are outlined, I do not have it up now, but if we really want to nip this in the bud, I feel that let us activate the Vigilante Act if there is a possibility of amending and then including certain severe punitive measures within the act, it will serve as a deterrent to other people. I mean, how people, party persons also celebrate. When I was watching and reading social media commentary, George, as to the means and way that young man flew with his cap, with his cat, towards Howard Kumsin, people started using it as meme. People started using it to trend and all that. So you see, it's a way of also emboldening it. His political party members were also excited. Yeah, this is a woman. You see, the celebratory aspect of it, and it goes to the long run that yes, you do me, I do you.
I do you.
It is time for you to pay back. And it is time for us to shut an individual up for talking for so long. It is time for us to deal with you. I think that this vindictiveness within our political space doesn't augur well. And the celebrations, especially party leaders, are supposed to condemn. Saw pictures. GTV showed some of these videos, some of these things. And somebody could charge on a woman in this manner and then grab a man. The deputy national organizer of the NPP beat this man to this extent. And the court sits down and says that 6,000 cedis. George, I feel that somebody will say, yes, I have the money. Let me look at use the same template. George has never been on my side. The next time I get George at a police station, let me go and dish out some slabs to George, because at the end of the day, I have the money, I have 10,000 sitting down. I'll be giving, 8,000 to pay. I think that it is not deterrent enough. If we are able to put these persons behind bar, if we are able to use these persons to do community services, and I feel that this is going to be a guide for people at the celebrations. We have disbanded political parties, clad, all dressed up. You don't even see their faces, only their eyes. Yeah. And you have the police standing, just watching them engage in any activity that they want to do. Now, I pray that any person who comes to Akwatia dressed in that manner, in that militia manner, with the mask on, with helmets that they can't be identified, at least within a certain perimeter, we shouldn't allow such person or such group of persons to even cross into a certain perimeter to foment any violence at all. Let us also look at such dress code, because people hide their identities under these marks and under this camouflage military uniforms and the rest of them, and helmets. In recent times, people have started wearing helmets so that, Charlie, you no go see me. I do it, then, pum, they just run away. I feel that when we are able to do this, and the security, the Ghana Police Service, it's able to build these perimeters and push these persons out of these areas, especially volatile areas, it will do us some good.
All right, we'll get back. Let's go to the phone lines. I'm going to talk to Gloria Atiase, who is, again, correspondent in the Eastern region. She is going to report to us from Takrowase, again in Akwatia. Gloria, good morning to you.
Good morning, George.
And thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're well this morning, Gloria.
Oh, I'm fine.
All right. You're reaching out from Takrowase, right?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I'm currently at Takrowase.
Okay. What can you share with us in terms of the report you have for us in that particular polling station?
Okay. Thank you very much. George, I'm currently at the SDA Basic School. Well, we got here. What was observed is that there are no queues. There are no queues at all. People are coming in to cast their votes and then go back. The police presence here is also very heavy. All political party agents are also represented here. The atmosphere is one of the calm one, and so the voting is going on smoothly. According to the presiding officer, Mr. Samuel Obin, is expecting 674 registered voters at this polling station to cast their ballot. And that's at 7:35 a.m. 21 persons have voted. As the OP said, 153 registered voters are expected to cast their ballots, and as at 7:40 a.m., 13 people had voted. We are still going round. will not want to say that maybe people are scared of the police, but they are coming in to cast their ballot and then go back. And no incidents have been recorded at any of these polling stations that we have been to. We are still going around, and we are praying that just as the voting process is going smoothly, it will continue and end successfully.
Let's go back to the SDA Basic School. The number of people expected to cast their ballot, what's the number again?
At the SDA Basic School at Takrasi, 674 are expected to cast their ballots, and only 21 had voted as at 7:35 a.m.
I mean...
And at the OPRI Square polling station at Kusi, it's 153 registered voters, but 13 had voted as at 7:40.
All right, okay. I mean...
No, it does not look so. It does not look so. You will not see the constituents outside. It's like they are in their homes and going about their normal duties. But we are hoping that as the day go by, they would come out in their numbers and vote.
All right, and what can you tell us about the police presence there? Is it very much visible?
Yes, it is. The police are very visible. They are not there. What I've noticed is that they are not there to intimidate anybody. They received us nicely. We spoke to them. They are there to protect law and order. And so whoever would want to go and cast the ballot should know that she is protected. You go, you cast your ballot, and then you go back home.
Okay, all right. We'll leave it here for now, Gloria. We'll get back to you when we have other reports and when we move to further polling stations too. So that's Gloria Atiasi, who reported from Takoradi in the Akwatia constituency. She reported from 2 polling stations, SDA Basic School, where 674 registered voters are expected to cast their ballot. 21 have done that so far. And then OPRC Square in Kusi, 153 registered voters are expected to cast their ballots. 13 of them have done that so far. If you compare that to other figures reported by Michael and other correspondents in various polling stations, the turnouts have not been that encouraging so far. But of course, it's safe to say that it's just early days, just 20 minutes past 8, and that's the time. And we're doing this all the way to 5, where ballots and polling will come to an end, hopefully. So by that time, the expectation is that we'll have a lot of people come out to cast their ballots. We're expecting 52,328 registered voters. 52,328 registered voters. And they're expected to vote in 119 polling stations. 119 polling stations. And we are taking you across all these polling stations to get to know what's happening there. We've taken you to Wenchi and then to Takoradi. Our correspondent also will be moving around to various polling stations and get further reports there. But I guess he's still here. Kojo Ado, who is a political analyst, he's also he's also with Social Watch Africa. Kojo Ado sounds like some footballer's name.
But I mean, in all, when you take a casual look at what our reporters are bringing to us, it means that everywhere is calm. People are so relaxed, and mind you, there are people who would like to go and partake in their early economic activities. So some people go to the farms. The Kenke seller would like to go and serve breakfast to some construction workers before, when everything settles, they will come back home. Others would like to come and cast their votes earlier, because especially when we are within the corporate setting, you know that if you're able to do or cast your vote early within the constituency is also influencing the turn-up of how electors are coming out to vote. But security presence over there is not deterring people, or shouldn't deter people.
I'll actually come to that.
Yes,
to 5,000 police personnel. Will you say that this number is too much for a single constituency? We're saying there's having but 5,000.
5,000
in a constituency.
You see, George, Ayawaso West Wuogon has 137 polling stations. Ayawaso West Wuogon, 137.
Yes.
Ablekuma, 281. And then Akwatia, 119.
Yeah.
We do not. But when you look at these 2 constituencies, or these 3 constituencies, Akwatia is the least polling station number that we have, 119.
Yeah.
And for you to be...
To that, let me take you over to the Presbyterian Model Series High School, Presbyterian Model Senior High School. Morris is standing by for us. Morris.
Here at Buedia, it's polling station A and B. The process here really a very calm one. The electorates coming one after the other. The euphoria, the excitement that usually characterizes elections is not what we're seeing on the grounds. The numbers at the moment not too encouraging. We spoke not too long ago to the Eastern Regional Minister, and she has attributed that to the fact that today is a working day, and so many of the electorate would like to go do their businesses and then come back later in the day to vote. But then, if what I am seeing is going to continue till the end of voting day, then I can confidently tell you that we are likely to record some, low turnout in the Akwatia by-election. The Ghana Police Service is on standby. As a matter of fact, at any point, you see more police officers at the polling station than the electorates themselves. As we speak, if you look at this particular polling station, which is just ahead of me, there are just two of the electorates who are casting their ballots. There's no queue at all. You look at the other side also, there's no queue at all. We are hoping that the numbers begin to improve as we go into the day, and then we can see some encouraged turnout. The rains are also threatening to come down. We also pray and hope that the rains do not come to disrupt this whole process, especially because a lot of the polling stations are in open spaces. And so when the rains come in, that's going to be a little bit disturbing. Not too long ago, I spoke to a leading member of the NDC, Sofo Azoka. Sofo Azoka, very popular and very known for his Azoka boys. I asked him whether he's brought the men to town. He says no, because of the heavy security presence. He is very much encouraged about the heavy security presence here at Akwatia. 5,500 police officers. In fact, I spoke to one police officer who said they have had to add on to the numbers. So we should be doing very, very peaceful, really.
Okay. All right, Morris. Thank you, Morris. We'll get back to you. So that's Morris in, I think, in Buedu, specifically Presbyterian Model Senior High School, for that update. He talked about the weather in there. And now, coming from the Ghana Meteorological Agency, now the updates this morning focusing within the middle part of this country, which is the southern part of the country. It says that we should expect a few cases of drizzle or breaks that are expected to prevail during the afternoon hours. Thunderstorms or rains are anticipated for parts of the northern and then the late afternoon stretch there, which is made up of Koforidua, which is in the eastern region, and that's exactly what we are talking about. Of course, Akwatia is in the eastern region. Achimna, Kumasi, Obuasi, Takwasa, Shibekwa, Ketekrache, Kintampo, Goso, Sunyani, and Tachiman. This morning, some misty conditions and some areas will experience slight rains, and this will move into the afternoon, especially in Koforidua, that will experience some bit of slight rains and cloudy conditions too. So that explains why the weather might not be that favorable, and hopefully we hope that as we move on and as the day unfolds, we can have the sun that will smile at them, which can encourage more people to turn out to vote. Yeah, we're talking about the numbers, the police presence.
It's For me,
you're doing the math there before I had to go tomorrow. Yes.
As I indicated, I also West Wogon police station. We have 137.
Yes.
And then Ablekuma 281, Akwatia 119. So when you look at these three constituencies, Ablekuma is the least.
Yes.
We do not have the numbers of the police deployment in Ayawaso West Wogon, and neither do we have it for Ablekuma North. But if 119 constituencies could attract more than 5,000 police officers, George, it's intimidating.
Oh, really?
Yes, it is.
All right.
It is.
Even,
it is.
Well, Maurice said it could be more than 5,000, but let's just work with 5,000 for now.
Yes.
We have 5,000, and then about 1 person to 10.
For me, I feel it is intimidating. And you see, when you look at the caliber of the constituency Akwatia is, I mean, not the elite society as we will put it in Accra or Takrade or even Tema and the rest of them. There are people who hold on to certain beliefs, and there are certain people who are going to see an armored police vehicle, and the person who is going to ask themselves, hey, what is happening here? That alone, and even there were Koforidia somewhere in a village in Koforidia, whenever you see the Ghana police service, even just a person without a gun alone, it is scary. How much more? The person is well armed with side pistol, has some AK-47 by his side with a helmet, and with all these tankers moving within the towns thereabout. We in Accra, we see it quite often. So it is part of our daily activity. But these people are not used to the kind of policing that has been deployed over there. I pray and hope that those who are eligible to vote will not be intimidated by the present what happened in Ablekuma North, and say that, hey, I'm scared though. I don't know at what point in time would a group of people come there to foment any form of violence. So then if that be the case, Pamo Chamo, let me just sit in my home and just relax. That is also going to be an indication. Times here and there, why would I go and vote for somebody to sit in a V8 and whilst me still the road? When Maurice was talking to someone, most of 3 women indicated that the road network in Akwatia. The road network in Akwatia.
It's interesting.
For how long?
It's interesting the way roads happen to play a key role.
Factor.
Yes, in almost every election period, every campaigning season, and even in a government's tenure. Because we in this country, almost all the governments we've had under the Fourth Republic can boast of the number of roads they have either constructed, rehabilitated, or whatever shape they put that in. Yet, people still complain about bad roads. Yet, people still complain about having roads that are unmotorable and all that. So you ask yourself, with what the government talk about when in power, and the number of roads they've constructed, and what is seen when they are out of power, or what the citizens even experience, which one stands tall? Because everybody's talking about roads, especially now.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about roads.
Exactly.
But then we're told that a lot has been done when it comes to road. And this has been our bane within this Fourth Republic when it comes to the conversation around roads. Are we being told what is happening, or who should we listen to? The authorities down there, the citizens down there, or the authorities that are in charge to construct these roads?
George, I'm laughing because and this is a government just left government barely a year ago. And you touted yourself as a year of roads, right? And within the belly of a constituency, you've not been able, just less than 9 months ago, 8 months, that they should do well to fix the roads in Akwatia. It tells you that, George, sometimes we just want to tell what the people want to hear. And it's a failure on the side also of the MMDCs. Stipulated their roles and responsibilities as being the primary source of development within districts, metropolitans, and then municipals. They are not able to do that, and they have left all this developmental agenda because the MP is the one who came to me to seek for my vote. So go and attack the MP. And 2, because we have also centralized mobilization of funds, especially taxes and the rest of them, to the central government. Then 3 is the central government takes and national to each day the constituency's needs and demands. So yes, indeed, we might say that, oh, we have done this at the national level. But when you go to the grounds and you ask what has been done, we've not had our share.
Exactly.
It has not come to us.
Exactly.
We don't know what is going on.
Everybody keeps talking about roads.
Everybody keeps talking about roads.
And yes, we've been told that there's been a lot of construction that has happened when it comes to roads.
Where are the roads? Or is it that when the government is leaving, they carry the roads away? And you see, the next thing also has to do with the structural integrity of these roads. The lifespan of these roads. How long would they be able to last? Some roads are constructed and they last the lifespan of a political regime. Thereafter, you go in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you see patches of potholes, a lot of them, and gradually they kind of deteriorate over a period of time. So it also has to do with the structural integrity. The roads will be constructed, but at the end of the day, how long would they be able to serve the good people of that community? Some roads, 20 years, other roads. The other day, I was in Atebubu. And George, when you see the caliber of road connecting Atebubu to the northern belt, and I was just making an inquiry, and I was told that it was built during the Rawlings administration.
Still in good shape?
In good shape! Solid shape. And I asked myself, even then, that we didn't have technology, development, advanced ones, we were able to build such roads. Now that we said we have advanced in technology-wise, we have trained more people, these days them away. And they ask what sort of material. So it's kind of dishonesty on the part of road contractors, dishonesty on the part of those who award the contract, and then also the inspection, the certificate of completion. You don't inspect, you don't give it a period of time, then you award a certificate in every election. And it will continue to do so until we are able to situate what each district needs as a form of development.
Okay, all right, let's get back to, again, the numbers here. 52,328 registered voters. So far, the turnout has not been that encouraging. Our solace is that it's too early for us to draw certain conclusions. But by midday, we can know exactly how the trends will be by the close of poll at 5 p.m. today. The number of policemen there, 5,000. A policeman to 10 voters there. And if per the polling station, we have about 42 policemen per polling station. So 42 policemen per polling station. So per the reports we've gotten so far, where there are no queues, people are coming as and when they wish to. Some we've recorded about 13 people that have cast their ballots. Somewhere around the early hours, between 6 and 7 thereabout. As we speak now, we just have about 23 minutes to hit the hour 9. Some of those who have even cast their ballots, the policemen are even more than those who have gone there to cast their ballots in the various polling stations. And just as Kojo said, it comes across as a bit intimidating. I'm just wondering how that could be intimidating when the police is supposed to be our friend.
That is the general term. The reality is the police your friend indeed. The police is your friend when you're a law-abiding citizen. Indeed. When you're a law-abiding citizen, the police is going to be your friend. But in our everyday economic architecture, George, we are not used to seeing security persons all around. We are not a war-torn country. Militia groups have not taken part of our country, so we don't see such persons often. So if because of political activity, we are able to see such persons ordinarily, then it means that somebody will say that something is happening. And what will necessitate the state to deploy such numbers? And as indicated, 1 is to 10. 1 police officer is to 10 persons, according to the figures the Electoral Commission has given us with the voters, those who qualify to vote. How about those who have not even registered, who are within the constituency? People who have traveled there for the past 1 week, who are still domiciled within that constituency. It's scary. Let me put it that way. As I told you, if it is in Accra, if it is in Tema, if it is in Kumasi, if it is in Obuasi, fair enough, we would understand. We have seen it before. We have seen the full gear of the Ghana Police Service, even the Ghana Army. But this Akwatia, the normal thing they see is the police officer, the MTTD officer, directing traffic, which they don't even have guns with them. the highest they've seen probably might be the fact that, oh, there are certain incidents that police will call for reinforcement, come in and they are within their pickup trucks, thereabout. But to see these tanks there, George, I believe, and I know, I have lived in such places with such demographics before, and I know how intimidating this could be to the people over there. Yeah.
So because of that, they find it difficult to come out to this.
People, and you see, George, I mean, people are watching, people are on social media, information reaches people. People saw what happened in Ablekuma North. Very fresh, very recent in their minds. So you ask yourself, just because I'm going to vote, should I put myself in harm's way? Because you cannot predict what is happening, regardless of the presence of the police on the grounds. You do not know the intents and purposes of someone coming to the grounds. And people have died. George, you know what happened in Techiman. People died because of stray bullets. People were not the target of those bullets. They were just going to cast their vote, and then they were just hit by those stray bullets. So it is possible. So people are taking all these things into account. They are doing their analysis, and they are looking at themselves and going like, hey, I'm the breadwinner here. So please, if I have to stay longer to live, to take care of my family, rather than just to go and cast a vote, and then anything can happen and I will lose my life. These are bad. We need to go on further deepening the sensitization and let people know that at every electoral process, the police is part of the architecture. They are your friend. Only when you are law-abiding, they become otherwise when you go against the law, George.
Okay. All right, at least now we've been able to set the tone. We've talked about by-elections. We've talked about violence in by-elections. We've talked about what started and what has led us to this particular position. Now, let's move into the cases itself. Now, the real meat of our conversation, looking at the two political parties, the NDC and then the NPP. They both have selected and they have candidates that, well, the NPP selected a candidate, the NDC elected a candidate, and they are the ones taking part in this by-election. For the NDC is Bernard Bediako. Bernard Bediako went in with two others to contest during the primaries. And at the end of the day, it's Bernard that won that particular primaries. And it's a private legal practitioner and then the NDC Constituency Secretary. And he won the NDC parliamentary primaries on August 4, 2025. He pulled 380 votes, defeating Erasmus Ali Koni, who got 336 votes. And then the former member of parliament that contested, Ernest, also had 226 votes. Bediako previously served as a legal counsel to Henry Yadomboache during the election petition. And then he calls for grassroots unity and active campaign to reclaim the seat. He also emphasized supporting President Mahama's development agenda and the good news of the NDC. And all right, so that's Bernard there for you. That's Bernard there. All right, and let's talk about Bernard and how he came on. I was listening to Baba Jamal, who said that he had wished that the NDC would have gone for a primaries, but just maintained that same candidate who contested Ernest Kumi. But again, democratically, the party thought that, you know what, let's open nominations again, and those who would like to go. Interestingly, during the whole court case that Ernest Kumi experienced and went through, it was this particular candidate, that's Bernard Bediako, who was a lawyer to Henry. Now, when they went for the primaries, Bernard decided to contest, and then he won. How would this play out for Bernard in any other way, good, bad, or even in the middle for him? But in seeing this, the other two that contested Bernard in the primaries, they've been seen since then campaigning with Bernard in the constituency. So maybe showing a shine of unity, though. But how would this play out for Bernard?
In when you look at the pillars, all indicators, clearly it is for Bernard. Now, one, this is a constituency secretary, George. I have done research and gone to the grounds and gotten to know how constituencies, especially traditional constituencies, revere constituency secretaries, as opposed to even the constituency chairman or women. Constituency secretaries are very powerful. Now, they hold enough database. They do a lot of analysis and they do a lot of projections. And especially when the secretary is a right-hand man to the MP, George, they are very powerful. 2, he's a lawyer. We know that we go to the House of Parliament, it's more of lawmaking.
Lawmaking, yeah.
You understand
But
the law. Does it matter? But to some people, it does.
Oh, really?
Especially when you go on the background that, you understand, we are going to make laws. So for that matter, somebody who has studied the law, understands the law, will be able to position us within the legal framework well and argue our case for us as a constituency well. So with these two, being a lawyer, being a constituency secretary, he's a grassroots person. He knows the ins and outs of the constituency very well. Don't joke with the constituency secretary, unless the constituency secretary decides that I'll not work. But if it's a person who is really on the grounds, really has the party's interest at heart, then what will go otherwise for him, George, is that to be the counsel for the previous person. Now, you wanted this person to become the MP in court, arguing your case out. Then the Supreme Court says, oh, otherwise. Then within a twinkle of an eye, an issue happens. And they say, hey, the seat that you were fighting for, that I was your lawyer. I am also interested in that seat across. When you are standing in for someone for the seat and you are arguing the person's case out for him in court, and the unfortunate happened. Oh, George, no. You shouldn't even think of, even you are even the one to encourage him that, oh, fine, this is the time, opportune time has come. Now, let me also support you and campaign for you, even if the party was supposed to go for primaries, so you can even win. Because I've been on your side all this while. Throughout the elections, I've been on your side. And even proud to the court case, this was a secretary who has always been on the grounds, also campaigning for Henry to become the MP. You get it? But if he went with the numbers that he got, and because of unfortunate circumstances, the sitting member of parliament dies, and you come out to declare your intentions to go and contest, I don't know, but did Henry also contest?
Yes, he did.
He did?
He did.
I mean, Charlie.
Henry did.
It's not cool, as we put it in Ghana. It is not so cool. But hey, as I indicated earlier on, he being a lawyer, he being a constituency secretary, gives him an upper hand. Probably the delegate for the NDC during the primaries saw that Bernard, has an upper hand. And maybe during his time, during the legal tussle thereabout, they got to know that indeed this guy is knowledgeable, he's well loaded. Just as some people saw some people's worth during the 2012 election petition case and go like, hey, so all this while that we know that you are a lawyer, indeed you are a lawyer, and then you are what you are here with. They didn't know that indeed he is that strong. And also, George,
yes,
he has access to power. They all belong to the same party.
Yes.
He will listen. And imagine now that he is a legislator, he becomes a legislator. He will listen.
Still within even that constituency. It was 3 of them that contested. It was Bernard Bediako. It was Erasmus Ali Connie, and then Henry Iyadon Boache. Now, Henry was the former parliamentary candidate who Bernard had to represent to the court when the whole case started. Now, at the end of the day, Bernard had 380 votes. Erasmus Ali had 366 votes. And then Henry Iyadon Boache, 226 votes in this process.
You could know that even if you get
but obviously,
possibility.
he even didn't feature second.
Exactly.
He featured third.
So that clearly tells you that the people are not more interested in him.
Well, sort of.
If they were 2, the numbers could have also changed. You know that people want to, as they say, because they vote, so they put somebody in just to split the vote, and then so somebody else gets it. But for me, looking at him, I've not read much about him, but with what we know and then how he has conducted himself on the grounds as a constituency general secretary, he's likely to come up and be the parliamentary person.
Well, let's talk about that of the NPP candidates. That's Solomon Kwame Asumedu. Now, he is the chief executive officer of Constituency Treasure. He's known for his financial support and grassroots work within the party. Now, he was born and raised in Bwedu within Akwatia. That's where Maurice reported earlier from this morning when we started this entire broadcast. He enjoys a strong local bond and high community trust. Now, he didn't go through primaries. He was selected, endorsed by the constituency leaders unanimously, and his strength has got to do with his roots in there, because he's a very strong community member. Because of his activities in mining, he's employed a lot of people. And I was watching some interviews with people within his constituency who were saying that, well, they support him because, but for him, some members within Akwatia would not be driving a car or even having a house. Because the primaries, he was selected by the party, subsequently endorsed unanimously by the executives within that constituency, and he's representing the NPP in there. Kojo, the NPP candidate, Solomon Asumedu.
Businessman.
Businessman. Yes.
When you look at,
he's a miner.
He's a miner.
Yeah,
and
he got cash,
and when you look at the constituency, the Akwatia is a mining.
Yeah, it's a mining community.
Then Chambo.
Yeah.
What do we call what? Diamond.
Diamond.
Yes. So he's somebody who lives the legacy of the constituency as to the economic treasure of his party. I've listened to sound bites of Solomon.
Okay.
I wasn't impressed. I mean,
again, does it matter?
It does. It does. It does.
Okay.
It does.
How?
Coming from the back of the fact that, George.
Yes, sir.
2016 to 2020, the NPP presented Mercy Edujemfi, aka Amase.
Amase. It's a very strong candidate, eh? Very strong candidate. Unfortunately, didn't along the line had some challenges and was not able to contest again. Though.
When you look at the profile of Amase, when you go to Parliament portal, what does it say? It's a beautician, a hairdresser. And I know. I didn't hear. It does.
Well,
George, it does.
Okay, tell us.
I am here with you.
Yes.
Because I can read and write. Okay. I'm here with you because I can analyze.
Okay.
I'm here with you because I am educated.
Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here.
Okay.
I'm here with you because I can make cases. I didn't make any impact. Though the constituency wanted the people want you.
Popular with the people,
you are people. You are popular with the people. MPs. Where does the person fall? Where does the person lie? That is the question we must be asking ourselves. And the contribution of such a person in the House of Parliament. It is not just about representation. It's about impact.
You see,
impact.
Kojo, I can understand this argument coming from you, but the person in Akwatia doesn't consider some of these things.
But this is where we are elevating the standard. We need to elevate the standard where people go and vote based on certain criteria, knowing that indeed you are well positioned to argue out our case for us, not just because we love you, you are there, and then you can just represent us, or when you come and visit us, you can go to the funeral grounds and donate 2,000 cedis, 3,000 cedis, naming ceremony, and be present thereabout. No, it is not enough. It is not enough. People's MPs are on committees, and their member of parliament is on ECOWAS parliament alone. It's a pride to hold. I'm saying this. to say that Solomon Asumedu, he might be popular on the grounds.
Yes.
He's very rich.
Yes. He's employed a lot of people.
Employed a lot of people.
That's what the people care.
That's you go and represent the people in the House of Legislature. The same importance that you are playing in the constituency will be equated to what you are playing in Parliament. It wouldn't be. It's not like that at all. So, for me, being a treasurer, he served the party true and true. As he said, he was born there. He has established himself over there, unlike other people who migrate but probably go to the constituency once in a while. He is a true person. It is okay.
But here's the case where it was the party that selected him and then endorsed by the executives.
Exactly.
If you should use Amasei's example in here, there might be some bit of a contrast in there, but I've seen some similarities there. We are thinking of a person who can get us the vote and who's popular there.
George.
Yes, sir.
I beg you.
Okay, sir.
You see, we need to move. We need to make progress.
I agree to but
that it's not just the votes. I'm a development-oriented person. That as I am on this show, by the time I leave here, somebody somewhere should be educated. Somebody somewhere should change the opinions that they've been holding onto for years. Just because probably I have thrown light on something. I'm not just here because we want to occupy the seat over here. No. So let us elevate the standard of our politics and let us be able to have persons who we know, not because they are popular, but because they can contribute meaningfully. When you look at other jurisdictions, the last time that I was reading, there was this senator, America, been there for almost 35 years. When the person decided that, I wouldn't go again, they're like, no, this person is living with rich experience. When the NDC made Duajahu the Speaker of Parliament, I said, no, we need him in Parliament because he's rich. When Oseche Mensah decided that he won't go again, I said, no, we need such people like you in Parliament. When Kenjrasa decided that he wouldn't go again, I said, no. You see, you can't let people just go like that because you feel that the constituency people, they feel that, he has not brought development.
If we can't let people just go, what happens to others who also want to come up? Because if we don't create the opportunity for others to also come in the space, for all you know, we might have more Kendrasses, more Duajahos, more of such experienced members of parliament. Because we don't know them because we've not given them that opportunity. So the best way is to give others the opportunity.
So I have said, and I'm saying it on your platform, that let us give MPs term limit.
Yes, so haven't we given them term limit?
Term limit, not the one term. You can say that, yes, indeed, you can go 1 term, 2 terms, but to this level, beyond this level, you can't go again.
Okay.
Do you get it? You served in the House of Parliament. Thereafter, you become a consultant to Parliament. Because we need such people to help us build our strong institutions.
Okay.
Someone said that, we do not need strong personalities, but we need indeed strong personalities to be able to build a foundation and nurture strong institutions. And these are the people. So, coming back to Solomon, we wish him the very best.
Okay.
But it's not always about money. I listen to NPP top guns, and they're like, Owoska, Pabua Patinu, Wamayenska. And today, do you know that we are having rippling effect of that Owoska, Wabua Patinu? Oh no, this is come on. Do you know do you want us to go there? Today we're having the rippling effect.
I get it.
And it's going to the national level. You get me? And it's going to the national level to the extent that people based on Owosika, Wabua Patinu feel that they have the entitlement to become the flag bearers of political parties. George.
All right. So just for us to wrap it up, and there have been a lot of projections. The latest one coming from Musa Dankwa.
Yeah.
For you as a political analyst and of course someone also involved in this social activity, what are your lenses telling you?
Because listen, what the people are saying is anything that we go by, development, road, employment, then it means that you look at who has the power to be able to pull those things to the constituency. We did not, being a first-time MP in opposition, it's one of the most traumatic experience anybody could ever have. To be a first-time MP and to be in opposition is the most traumatic experience any young politician would ever have.
Okay.
And so the constituents would gauge and know that the NDC met and can be able to attract and pull resources and development to the constituency. I believe that Bernard Bediakon stands tall amongst the rest of them.
All right. Kojo Ado is a political analyst. He's also with the Social Watch Africa. We've been talking about this entire by-election. We've looked into details, what to expect, what not to expect. We've given you the whole history behind this by-election. We've talked about by-elections in Ghana and the unfortunate incidents that have happened. We've looked at the two candidates representing the NDC and then the NPP. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we'll move into another leg of this conversation. And this time around, we're moving deep into politicking itself, the partisan aspect of it. But Musa Dankwa will also join us and get the data. As I told Kojo earlier, he's come out with the latest poll. He's put the NDC candidate ahead. Why? And what are the dynamics playing in there? Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Not just any Kwame, he's Kwame the TV license legend. Kwame knows that by paying his TV license, he's supporting GBC, our public service broadcaster, and he's making a real difference. Kwame's contribution helps bring our communities closer together. Because of Kwame and others like him, we will all have access to amazing TV programs, educational content, plus broadcasting infrastructures are maintained and our culture is beautifully promoted. So GBC is asking all to respond to this civic obligation and pay your TV license fee. For individuals, it's 3 CDs per month or 36 CDs per year. If you have multiple sets, meaning 2 or more in your household, it's 60 CDs per year. For commercial institutions, it's your number of TV sets by 36 CDs per year, and you pay the invoiced amount directly to GBC. So let's all take a moment to appreciate Kwame, the TV license legend. Wherever you are, just dial *447 *333# and follow the prompt. It's your civic duty, so pay your TV license today. GBC, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
We shall tell our own stories, narrate our own details, watch the continent with our own spectacles and through our own lenses. We shall tell our stories better, the ups and downs, the pleasant and unpleasant without a slant. Stories from Africa, by Africans, told by Africans, understood by the world. All this and more within Africa on Tuesdays and Fridays at 4:05 p.m. on GBC News. Within Africa with Multiti.
Some individuals and business operators continue to find their way out to smuggle in some products into the country.
This is Agona Yakrum, and behind me is a bridge, of course, on the river Akwatia, which is one of the major rivers within this area.
We'll be in the Savannah region, we'll go to the northeast region, and we will be telling you a lot more about the people's expectation ahead of election 2024.
Get to know more about Bono and Ahafo regions.
Residents of Kambali and Dobile can now heave a sigh of relief following the construction of these culverts, even during the raining season. Reporting for Real Time, Salah Abdul Wahab. Wow.
It is also anticipated that within the next 10 years, Okwasi and its enclave will become self-sustaining, self-reliant, economically, socially, with or without gold mining activities.
These children are looking up to God, they are looking up to central government, they are looking up to you and I to have a convenient learning environment for them to be able to rise up to be responsible citizens in this country.
Real time, your eyes to the regions. Showing on your screens from Monday to Thursday at 11 a.m. and on Fridays at 1 p.m.
By-elections always start. We are hopeful that with a heavy security presence in and within the Akwatia constituency, it should be orderly as we expected. Okay. We also hope that the police will play their role as protectors of the process and not to become instruments of intimidation. We've had various allegations of vote buying and all, but it's very difficult.
And people have to go to work to sign and come back to vote. And going through the areas, the polling stations, the numbers are between 30, 35, 40. And it's not bad for this. I believe by 11, 12, a lot of people are coming out to vote. So when you get to every polling station, people have queued up and are ready to vote. I like the enthusiasm and I want to encourage more of the people to come out to vote. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry?
He's on.
So he just finished and
As I indicated, we just started the process. It's going on for now. So let's see how they.
By-election in Akwatia. We started this whole coverage about 3 hours ago, and voting has already started. It started at 7, but we also took you to various polling stations to know what's happening in there. But before we went for the break, and about 2 hours into the entire voting exercise, the turnout is not that encouraging, but expectation is that we should have more people come out by close of day. And by midday, the numbers remain same, which we don't know, but let's see how things will pan out. And this whole by-election is happening because the member of parliament in that particular constituency, Ernest Kumi, was reported dead on July 7th this year, and then subsequently the Electoral Commission announced that there's going to be a by-election in accordance with the provision in Article 1125 of the 1992 Constitution that talks about what should happen in case of incidents that's going to take place in these or any of this constituency. Subsequently, the NPP selected their candidate, that's Solomon Asumidu, who is representing the NPP there, and then Bernard Beliaku is representing the NDC. He went through primaries, including 2 others, and then he came out top. He contested the member of parliament, or the parliamentary candidate who contested Ernest Kumi in the 2024 election. Bernard was his lawyer, but when they went for the primaries, he beat Henry to it, and Bernard is representing the NDC. If you look at the data available to us concerning Akwatia and its whole seat and who goes in for that seat. Earlier, I was talking to my guest about it. From 1992, 1992 was a seat for the NDC. That's Gilbert Kwesi. The NPP did not contest in that particular election. They had to boycott the parliamentary election, and they did that nationwide, alleging irregularities in the presidential polls. And then in 1996, this time around the NPP contested, and then the NDC, Alhaji Mohammed Izwa Siam, won that particular seat. He contested against the NPP, Dr. Kwame Che Bafo. In 2000, the NPP Kingston Akomin Kisi took the seat away from the NDC. He contested the NDC's Alhaji Y.A. Amankwa, and then the NPP won that seat. And then in 2004, Kingston retained the seat again. This time around, he defeated Baba Jamal in 2004. And then in 2008, Baba Jamal won the seat for the NDC. Baba Jamal contested Kofi Asari. That was in 2008. And then in 2012, Baba Jamal again held the seat against Kofi Asari. That was in 2012. And then came 2016. The interesting thing about 2008 was that 2008 had some challenges. They had to take the rerun constituency. And then in 2016, Mercy Edu Jimfi, I must say, the lady that Kojo was talking about earlier, beats Baba Jamal to it. And then the NPP won that seat in 2016. And then in 2020, the NDC's Henry Akwatia recaptured the Akwatia seat by beating Ernest Yaokumi. And then in 2024, we have Ernest Yaokumi, who won the seat against. But after he won that seat, there have been lots of issues that have come on, court cases. Is the rightful owner of that seat. Unfortunately, he died after this whole exercise and after the court cases and all that. That's the reason for this by-election. So if you look at the numbers there, it's like a 5-4 in there, 5 going in for the NPP and then 4 going in for the NDC. I have my guest who've joined us in the studio. Seated next to me is Issa Fuseni. Issa is the Western Regional Communication Director for the NPP. And then next to Issa is Musa Dankwa. Musa Dankwa he's a poster. He's also a researcher. He heads the Global Info Analytics. Next to Musa is Roger Wills. Roger is a member of the NDC communication team. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
And I hope you're all doing well.
Yeah.
Dankwa, how are you?
I'm okay.
How are you managing the stress?
Not stressful, but just
It's not stressful?
No.
Oh, really?
No.
Why is it not? Because I see you've moved from here to there.
That's not stress.
That's not stress?
No, that's not stress.
Okay.
But it doesn't affect my mental.
It doesn't affect your mental?
No.
Okay. But what does it affect you?
Your physical demand. Exhaustion, yes, but not stressed. No.
Okay, all right. Let me start. I'm going to spend some time with you. Data Collation. I mean, I've given some data out, but the dynamics in the past and things that would tell for which party or who. Okay. Whilst we wait for you on that, was that
Sorry.
Yes.
Well,
yes. What are the dynamics there in Akwatia?
You know, the dynamics in Akwatia is certainly going to be the demography of Akwatia voters, and also what issues are they prioritizing today among the many issues that they have in the constituency, and what Neskumi and Esumedu of the MPP side. In terms of demography, look, we...
You mean voters of Ernest Kumi?
Yeah, people who voted for Ernest Kumi in the last election,
okay.
How they behave today will be very crucial for what happened.
Doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter.
Because the expectation is that at least they will just...
That expecting a sign that a good number of them said they would vote an issue for MPP in the constituency.
A good number of
people who voted for Ernest Kumi in the last election, if they don't fall in line and vote for MPP's candidate, then we're going to see a problem for MPP in Akwatia. That's the first line.
Okay.
And then also the party affiliation, whether they stick with the party or they split away and go and vote elsewhere. Those are the things that I'll be watching this morning. And then also, we look at the demography of Akwatia. Akwatia is known to be a mining town, but the demography of Akwatia voters differ from what a typical mining town look like.
Okay.
If you look at the polls we've done in the area so far, majority of voters there have senior high and degree and above level qualifications in Akwatia, close to 60%, plus and minus. Then you have those with junior high or the old science 7 group, and then the people without formal education making up the minority group. So the minors are normally people in the junior high school category and no education category. Those who are senior high and tertiary who find themselves into mining, it's not very big. I don't know what I'm trying to arrive at. So,
in other words, we can also be safe to say that those majority of them who find themselves in the mining space necessarily don't vote.
No, I'm thinking about the constituency. I'm not talking about constituency.
Okay. All right.
But on the face of it, you see a large influx of people in the Akwatia doing mining. Most of them don't come from the constituency. They don't vote there.
Okay.
But in terms of those who actually vote there and we've engaged them, this is the structure. So that structure will be very important. As to whether those with the high level qualification will go with MPP or go with NDC will decide who wins Akwatia in the end.
Oh, wow. And that's the demography. But what are some of the things that people are also looking out for that will determine?
No, we've engaged them in the past 4 weeks, and nearly 42% of the respondents or the voters in Akwatia have mentioned developmental projects. And you have about 15% saying they yes.
Wow.
And 8% saying Galamsey.
Okay.
For those who say sympathy is 4%, I'm voting for my party's candidate is 4%, health is 2%. Developmental projects have been prioritized by the people.
And this time I'm referring to roads.
Yes, those kind of infrastructure, yes. Roads. And the roads are in the Akwatia is very, very bad.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. From Bodua.
You come from Akwatia?
I come from Akwatia Constituency. My mother lives in Apnamine. Okay. So my electoral area is Apnamine. Moving from Bodua to Apnamine and to Junase, gracious me.
Oh.
And guys in the field who were around the area, but they've driven across the whole constituency, and they responded that the roads are very bad.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. All right. There are 119 polling stations in there. I mean, in the previous elections we've had, which of these polling stations, and quite a number of them belong to any of them?
Normally, we group them as electoral areas.
Okay. All right.
So out of these 191 polling stations, they are grouped into 21 electoral areas. The key ones, the critical ones, you have Wenchi.
Yes.
You have Bodua West, Bodua East. You have Takrasi. You have Kusi. You have Apnamine. You have Kumeni. You have Amanfrom, Saddams. These are the top 10 electoral areas in Akwatia. If you do well in these areas, you are more likely to carry the day.
Out of this 10?
Yes.
Out of the 119?
No, the 21. The 119. See,
okay.
we put them into electoral areas.
Electoral areas.
Yeah,
okay.
So if you look at the big ones, you have New Wenchi. You have Bodua West. You have Bodua East. You have Apinaman.
Yes.
You have Takrasi. You have also Topramine. These are the areas that really, and Apinaman, yeah. These are the areas that really account for the big size of the vote that comes from Akwatia.
Oh, okay. And historically, who or which of the parties?
MPP does very well in Wenchi, New Wenchi. That's the World Bank. That's where Honorable Neskumi comes from.
Oh, okay.
And in Bodua West and Bodua West belongs to NDC. They will do well there. Bodua East is MPP. I don't know how much they will do there today. That will be very critical. If they underperform their usual levels, that could be a problem for them.
Why? What do you think would affect
because somebody come from Bodua. If he doesn't overperform Bodua, it means he will be underperforming.
He needs to overperform
Neskumi. He needs to do more than what Neskumi did. Remember, Neskumi won with 2,000 votes. So if you underperform him, it means the 2,000 is coming down. So he must seek to overperform and also probably maintain the same level of performance in Wenchi. where in the school look like at the end of the day. We are doing exit poll there. So by 5 o'clock, we'll know how the areas have voted. But those areas are very critical. And Apinamai too is very, very critical. MPP has never won election without Apinamai. Apinamai must be a win. And the win must be very comfortable. If Apinamai flips, Akwatia will flip.
And a comfortable win is within what margin?
Normally, MPP should win around 60-something% in Apinamai.
Okay. I mean, and again, looking at the two candidates, Asumwedu and then Bernard Bediako, we all know these are new candidates coming in. You've talked about how Asumwedu is supposed to outperform Kumi. What about Bernard? Has he got anything to also prove in there?
No, his is to overperform Wachiyado.
Wachiyado, yes.
Yes, that's his own his task. He comes from Takorasi. So he needs to, and Takorasi seems to be like a swing in terms of who wins there. Now that he is the candidate from that place, as to how he wins that by the margin there could bolster him. And how he is competitive even in Wenchi, in Apramine, and Bodua East will be also crucial. For him to have a chance of winning or win the seat, he needs to overperform Wachiyadom in these areas.
Okay, all right. The town is Buidua, right?
Buidua, yes.
Buidua, all right. I'm going to talk to Morris. Morris is standing by at Buidua. So let's quickly move over to join Morris Obite to pick some reports from him at Buidua. We'll get back and continue our conversation with our guests in the studio. Stay with us.
It's election day here in the Akwatia constituency. You know, many electorates coming out in their numbers to cast their ballots. It is a voting process to elect a new MP for the people of Akwatia. We'll speak to the National Peace Council. They've been monitoring the whole process. Let's understand exactly what they've been picking on the ground. Dr. Sheikh Armaya
will not take me on. In fact, I don't hold a doctorate.
Thank you very much. So, what are you picking from the ground? From the few polling stations I've been, the turnout not too encouraging. Is that what you see?
It's early in the day. It's early in the day to say the turnout is encouraging. But at least for Bodua here, the twin polling stations have been able to cross, hundreds, and the total is around 600 for each of the twin. Yeah, so I think that it's early in the day to say it's not encouraging, but we are hoping that as the day, gets older, I think that enthusiasm is there and people want to vote and get their MP. And I think they are conscious that the MP must be in the parliament to talk for them. So hopefully they will come. But what is very commendable for me, I would put on record, the police arrangement for me has been the couple of polling stations we've been to, in anticipation of any untoward thing that could happen. The arrangement has been perfect. In fact, of electorates, the safety of election staff, safety of the process, safety of election materials by over-enthusiastic, parties of supporters, and learning from the lessons before, hoping that we see a build-up of the voters coming up so that we will see. So we only want to encourage voters and party supporters alike that there's no need for violence. I want to emphasize that. In this election, there's no need for violence. We will be able to complete this election and this constituency without a single person being beaten, without a single person being shot, without a single person being assaulted. All this, there's no need for it. And I'm sure that the electors have been well educated. And we should be able
that MPP and NDC are like a family. I've been told that certain parliament, that's what I hear. They have a certain parliament which is inclusive, where the young people use it as a platform to be engaging themselves. And I think it's something we must encourage.
So you're very confident the processes will lead us to a very peaceful election?
I'm confident.
Counting and coalition is in the evening. Usually that's where
the excitement, the euphoria comes. And I think that we've spoken with the EC, and the EC has given us all the arrangements put in place. People ensure that even in tabulation, and once people are as transparent as possible, and they feel inside them the process is credible, credible process will lead to credible results, and I think that we should be able to reach that. So we are confident that the EC will do its work well, as long as the process is well protected.
So that by the time when we are finishing, as a nation, we are all confident that we've learnt our lessons and we are improving our electoral processes. And come the next even election season, the lessons of the by-elections will lead us to improving all the other processes, and there will be no need for, I will quickly add that when you tell me that you bring 5,000, strong police, in one constituency, and it comes with cost and all those things. Why we should improve and go beyond this, so that when we are doing election, I come without looking over my shoulders, and we're able to do to.
There was supposed to be a peace pact that was supposed to be signed between the NDC and the NPP. Should you also get to a point where we go beyond signing peace pact?
Oh yes. It's something. It has to do with the consciousness and the conscious people. I will not go on inside anybody from my supporting side, to hurt somebody. We want to reach that state where presidential candidates, parliamentary, it's not for themselves. I think gradually we will reach there. We will go ahead with our peace education. That's our mandate, to facilitate peace and to develop mechanism to ensure that we sustain the peace of the country. And so it's a long term and it's a work in progress. We have not achieved it, and we will not rest on our oars. It will continue and across electoral cycles, and to ensure a point where we'll say, look, Ghanaians are giving proof to the whole of the world that we are a peaceful country.
What really happened to that arrangement? Was a peace pact signed in the end?
Oh, it wasn't for a peace pact. It was just an engagement. But I will tell you that there was a meeting. There was a meeting. It was consensus building. So when one is not comfortable, we say, okay, can we negotiate? And so that all of us are on the same page. So at least we were able to give a certain message and give a rundown about engagements that separate meetings, the NDC and MPP at their headquarters, a meeting with the IGP, our meeting with the EC, and we give them a rundown of all this and our expectations, learning from the lessons of Abilikuma, what we expect, and then this message went. So for us, that is the ultimate. The other things were just to say, okay, are there some little concerns we can address? Yeah, so we are hoping that we'll end up very well.
Finally, before I let you go, so far we've recorded one incident of chaos. Some party faithful went to pull down posters belonging to the other political party.
One political party.
And that's resulted in an arrest. Has that come to your notice?
No, it has not come to our notice. We just got that information. So we are unable to comment on that. We'll find out because our work is part of peace. So we'll find out, and it will be taken on board in the education that we can give, or an instance of what we can consider as provocation that can break the peace. So we will pick on that.
All right, thank you very much, Sheikh. They are here to ensure that the whole process is peaceful. We can report for now that we're having a very peaceful process. We wait to see how events pan out when the counting begins and the collation starts later in the evening. Voting will end 5 p.m. Sorting, counting starts thereafter. And then the collation will be at the Collation Center, which also has the police command center. Let's see how things really pan out. So here at the Buedia Lorry Station, as you heard from Sheikh Arimeyao, the voter turnout pretty much encouraging. 100 voters so far from each side. If you compare to the number of electorates who are supposed to vote, 600 on both sides, that's encouraging considering the time that we've done that particular record. So the process pretty much peaceful, apart from that incident where some allegedly some MPP faithful went to pull down posters around the NDC headquarters here in Akwatia. We've not really recorded any major incident of chaos. The police, we saw not too long ago, arrest some guys, who were involved in that particular incident. But quite apart from that, the hope right till we're being assigned to monitor the process from both sides come around. They move from one polling station to the other to ensure that they are not shortchanged. The whole process is safe. Not too long ago, we came across the Eastern Regional Minister. She's very much confident of a win for her candidate. She's also confident that the whole process would culminate into a very peaceful process. And then in the end, Akwatia will win, Ghana will win, and then there will be peace, really.
All right. Thank you very much. That was Morris Obete there from Akwatia, specifically in Budia. And he was giving us a report there, speaking to some members of the polling. We hope that it will reflect and have that rippling effect in other polling stations too. But let's just continue our conversation here in the studio. Musa Dankwa is still here with us together with Issa and then Roger. So Dankwa is still with you.
Yes.
Tell us about Budia. I hope I got that right.
Budia. Budia is a town you get to before you go to Akwatia. It's the junction.
Okay.
You turn left to go to Akwatia. And when you turn right, you go to Pramine, Sechikrum, Pramine, and Junasi. The towns follow like that, and they are all electoral areas.
Okay.
And it's quite big. Budia is where you have a lot of minority ethnic groups in Akwatia. A lot of areas that are part of Akwatia. And it seems to be fiercely contested.
All right. Let's just quickly pick this. The IGP together with the Peace Council, and then we'll get back. Let's quickly pick this.
Abstraction is human action that incarnates it. So don't incarnate violence. Keep the peace. And here, IGP is here, ready. I mean, in our service, protect our lives, protect our property. So let us not make the work difficult for him and his staff. And when we do so, the peace of Ghana will be maintained, and we shall all be blessed.
I'm surprised. We met in Accra. You gave us assurance. You also make sure that you talk to the people, you know, both all the political parties, and you did. And you didn't stay in Accra, but you have also come to the ground. You were there. You had meetings with them in terms of this new management of the Peace Council. I think we'll continue to work. And when we work together, I think from here, I'm sure Tamale will come. And we shall meet there to continue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support. This is really a wonderful Peace Council. And I'm happy working with you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
IGP, how is the process so far from your monitoring?
So far, so good. Everything is going well. The people are comporting themselves. And then the attention they have to give. The day is still young. We hope that just as we start, it will go through the process like that to the end. At the end of the day, we all smile, having a peaceful election. Thank you
The
very
people
much.
at Akwatia were concerned that the numbers of police personnel.
Our issue is that anywhere people don't have police, they say, bring police, we need police, we need police. Now we have brought police. So be peaceful and come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the IGP himself, together with his men, monitoring the whole process. Yesterday, he told his men that anybody that attempts any assault should be arrested. And he says that the Black Maria must be full. I can say that so far we've only had one victim, who has been, carried into the Black Maria. We see, how the whole process goes. But the IGP himself, very much committed to this whole process. He says that this by-election tonight, he gave them his final marching orders. He told them to be, accommodating, accommodates the media. We are partners. We, the media, bring to the fore the good work that they do on the ground. So he's told them not to harm us, not to disturb the media. The IGP, touring one polling station after the other himself to understand really what the situation is like. So George, we'll hand over to you in the studio.
Morris, just a quick one. Should it even take the IGP to tell the police not to harm the media or do anything wrong to the media? Should it take the IGP to do that?
Come again.
I'm asking that should it take the IGP to tell to tell the policemen not to do anything untoward to the media? Should he take the IGP to even do that? Shouldn't just this come to them because, I mean, obviously you're not supposed to do anything to the media. We're just doing our job. Did you get that, Maurice?
He was speaking, sure. He was speaking in relation to what happened in Ablekuma North and also following that meeting that the GJ had with the police command. So following communications officer of the NDC, he is here himself monitoring the whole process. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
And welcome to GTV. What have you picked up so far?
So far, it's been peaceful, and this is my third electoral area, and people are just going about their business. Those who are interested in voting are in the queues. And unlike previous predictions, people thought that Akwatia is not going to be safe and all that. But it's almost 10. And we've not heard of any incident anywhere. So I know that this is the pattern that is going to follow. And the one who is able to mobilize more, pull their people out, is going to have the day, you know.
Are you okay with the turnout so far? Yes. What I've monitored really is not encouraging. Of course, it's early days yet, but are you satisfied with the turnout?
I'm satisfied with the rate at which people are coming out. And you see, when it comes to by-elections, it's not like the normal elections where you see people standing even throughout the night at dawn, people even play stones there and all that. You wouldn't get that in a by-election. People will take their time, others will go to the farm, come back and come and vote. But all the places I've been to, proud to backing or protecting the agent, we recorded, I think, 85 votes within just an hour. So you realize that it's beyond some expectations of many. Yes, obviously there are some places too that you will go and you see that the place is very quiet and people, like 30 people or less. It's also because of the community, how their setup is and all that. So I know that by 5 o'clock we'll see one of the highest percentage in by-elections.
The police not too long ago made an arrest around your party headquarters here in Akwatia. Has that come to your notice?
It hasn't gotten to me yet. And then for me, let's allow the police also to do what they are expected to do. And maybe our strong room may get that feed. So I'll find out and see what caused it and all that.
You are very confident of a win?
In fact, but for me, I don't deal with margins. It is the seat that we want. Even if we win with even a difference of 500, I don't mind. But we'll go beyond 1,000. That will definitely come.
If you lose this particular seat,
we are not losing this seat. We are winning. Yes, we are winning.
The MPP is also confident of winning this seat.
It's a mirage for them. Yes, everybody can see what plans we have put in place and how it is working perfectly, how people are voluntarily coming out to vote amongst others. We'll tell you.
Coming disappointed in the whole political process. They feel both political parties have not really served them well. What will your party, do for the people of Akwatia in the very short term, in case you win this seat?
You see, it's not just about winning this seat for everybody, not just because of the parliamentary seat. Even now, maybe you say because of for years, I've seen facelift. But you see, my main thing is, if somebody tells you that, we've compared two parties, the same, the person is likely to vote against the MPP. And let me explain to you. 8 months of the NDC's administration, Ghanaians have appreciated our 8 months. 8 years of the MPP, Ghanaians have not spoken kindly towards them. So that one alone should tell you that they indirectly are referring to somebody. But it's just fair to say that both NDC and MPP, so that you don't tag the person either to your left or to your right. You understand? So anytime they say, both parties, they are just against the MPP.
All right, thank you very much. Akogan is a Deputy National Communications Officer of the NDC, himself monitoring the process together with other party executives. The chairman of the NDC himself is in town, plus the top hierarchy of the NDC. They are here monitoring.
Morris, that was Morris was basically there in Budia. He just spoke to Akogan, who's a Deputy Communication Officer for the NDC. Interesting thing that he talked about is that he knew the NDC, or actually he knew the NDC was going to win when it was 8 o'clock, some hours ago, and what to also look out for.
Yeah, so you have to look at Budia as a whole, both East and West put together, Budia.
Okay.
We know they normally vote for the NDC candidates, ethnic minority groups. The polls in the recent poll shows confirm that they are doing that. But the number among the ever group is a bit smaller than normal. So that would also, I would like to see how that group is behaving in today's election and how the two accounts will slug it out in Budia. Bedu is from Takrasi, but Asumedu is from Budia, it's a Budia boy. So if he's able to use his local presence to make it felt on the constituency, and is able to drag NDC down, then he has a good chance. But if he can't do that, then there will be a problem. Now, NDC is going to win Budia West.
Okay.
No doubt about that.
Because it's their stronghold.
Yes. MPP will win Budia East. The question is by how margin they win Budia East. And by what margin...
Why not the same question for NDC?
And by what margin NDC wins Budia, Budia West. What I have seen so far, I think, is in line with what we have come to know in the last few days. We're waiting for maybe around 2 o'clock, then we can see really what the trend is. But so far, Budia will be key. But that's where somebody comes from. If he overperforms, great.
And does it look like we'll have quite a good voter turnout?
Maybe Akwatia could be different. Maybe it could be different. I stand to be correct, but it will not be at the same level of national elections. Normally, you don't have the national election and the by-election having the same level of turnout. It will be slightly lower than that because the euphoria and the enthusiasm is not there. So we expect that to play out a bit. But I will be surprised if it is worse than normal. Because let
me just get my other two guests in here, then I'll just ask you a final question that we can let you go. Roger, good morning.
Good morning.
How have you been?
Oh,
You've already been to Akwatia?
Yes.
When did you go to Akwatia?
I was at Akwatia over the weekend.
Okay.
And then
to campaign?
Yeah, I joined our chairman, Honorable Johnson Asidun Ketia, and then we moved across some of the areas or communities to let the people know the goodwill of the president for them and what the president intends to do for them as a community. But before that, let me take the opportunity to extend my greetings and gratitude to the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and then the vice president, the first female who has assumed such a high greetings to all government appointee and the chief of staff. And also to extend my greetings to our chairman, popularly known as General Mosquito, whose name is Honorable Johnson Asidun Ketia. Yeah, and then the lovely people of Ghana and everyone listening to us and the people of Akwatia.
Yes. I've not been there. It's better I stay back and allow my seniors to, those who have role to play over there to do their job. Going there would not add anything, it will not subtract anything. So I feel I should stay back and do the communication.
Okay, but how's it been so far?
Oh,
I'm sure you're monitoring for you.
I'm monitoring.
Yes,
of course. I'm monitoring what is going on. It's going well. A lot of interview has been granted, and our election director of research and election, Nimaku, is there.
Yes.
So he's giving a feedback. The turnout, definitely, the turnout will be very low. So we are expecting that the vote that we had in the last election, definitely will garner those votes and then win the election in Akwatia.
Okay.
So for us,
you're confident of winning?
Very, very confident, because what I'm hearing and what our General Secretary is also saying gives me courage that the seat will be maintained.
And we were all talking. And you also heard Akogan, right?
Yeah, I heard him.
He said that he got to know about they winning at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, well, that's how it is. But nobody goes to election predicting that he's going to lose.
Oh, okay.
So the results at the end of the day will confirm. You understand?
Okay. All right. Okay. Zangwa.
Yes.
For this by-election, Bernard Bediako, Solomon Asumedu, is it more about the candidates individually, or it's about the party, as in NDC MPP, or it's about Bernard Bediako and Solomon Asumedu?
Look, if you look at those who say they vote based on development, those can't be candidate-based. It has to be a party or government-based. And those people outnumber everybody by almost 3 to 1. So it's more or less like development-oriented voting decision than personalities. But you don't discount personalities, because you also have a situation where people who say they're going to use personality to vote, which is very small though, most of them are opting for Bedu. Now, if you look at the graduate and highly educated.
Okay, Akwatia.
Yes, Akwatia.
That's interesting.
I think people may have misunderstood the demography of Akwatia and thought it was mostly dominated by non-educated junior high kind of blocks. And probably that may have influenced why MPP went for Sumedu.
Based on that assumption?
Yeah, because they thought it was mining town, and mining town high and tertiary by almost 10 points margin, at least. In the polls, they were opting for Bernard Bedu. That shows that those who are very educated are looking for something different than what the others are looking out for.
Okay, all right. Let's look at Bernard too and Henry Yadom-Boakye. You know, he beat Henry Yadom-Boakye to the primaries. And the interesting thing is that Bernard was Henry's lawyer during this whole court issue after the 2024 general election. Will Henry's supporters support Bernard?
The poll so far hasn't indicated any problem. In the last poll we did, 96% of Yadom's voters are still voting for Bernard Bedu. Only 2 or 3% have defected. Not much.
To the MPP?
To the MPP. In reverse, the MPP candidate is losing quite a number of NS Committee voters. Yes, so that hypothesis is not true for Bernard Bedu.
Because there's the whole moral conversation that's being played in there. That you're the person's legal representation, and now you've decided to, you know.
Look, we've seen the 3 contenders for that primary join each other on the campaign platform.
Yes.
For voters, that's what matters. If they have shown sign of division, that would have fed into the numbers. But as a government in power, they will be foolish not to get these guys to join the train. We have the means to let them join the train. But probably if they were in a position, that wouldn't be the case.
Doing exit polls.
Yes.
When we talk about exit polls, what?
And they are going home, or they've gone home. You meet them in the community and ask them, have you voted? Yes, then we engage you. We engage.
You ask them who they voted for.
We ask you, what do you think the country is headed, direction of the country? Do you approve the performance of the president? In today's by-election, which item is the most important thing to you that you took into account before you voted? And who did you vote for? And then we ask you, in the last election, who did you vote for? We want to see whether the NDC candidate is overperforming the previous candidate or underperforming the candidate. And for those voting for MPP candidate, is he doing better or the same as NS Kumi? That will give us a fair idea of who is winning and who is losing.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, and you can tell when someone is not being honest?
Oh, yes.
You can tell?
By triangulating, yeah, you can triangulate.
Okay, all right.
And what we are doing is that we don't let them tell us. When it gets to who did you vote for, we give them the device. It's a punch the picture of the person you voted for. And when you punch, the question grows out so that nobody can see the option you have made. So the officer in charge in front of you will not see your choices. And then again, who did you vote for in the last election? The same thing. Point the picture. So people are given a bit of privacy in what they do the devices.
Okay, all right. At least with your work is already out there, your final work on Akwatia, you still stand by it?
I stand by it.
100%. Thing will change.
I'm confident about it.
Okay, all right. Dodongwa, thank you very much. And let me move to Isaiah. Isaiah, the development so his chances in there.
Yeah, first of all, let me put this thing on record.
Okay.
I on social media, I was on social media. I've seen something that is not palatable
what have you
at
seen?
all. The NDC first vice called Azuka.
Okay.
You saw the video.
I've seen the story to that effect.
They were talking.
I've seen the video to that effect.
The language was in the Gomba, which I heard what the man was saying.
Okay. You heard the Gomba?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a Mampurse by tribe, so the Gomba is the same as Mampurse.
Oh, good.
So I listened to the conversation, and it's not palatable at all because Masauda
if it's the same thing, then
Yes.
I would advise that you don't repeat it.
Oh, no. What he said is not something that is
Yes,
bad.
that's
What he said, he approaches the first vice of the NDC to tell him that he's a brother.
Who approached the first vice?
What do you call him? Masahudu. That's our second or the third vice president, vice chairman.
National.
Yes, when they met face to face, he said, "Oh, that's my brother." He wanted to greet Azuka. Azuka refused their greetings and said, "You are not my brother."
Oh, okay.
And the guy said, "Oh, we are the same." He said, "No, we are not the same." Then the words that he used, I cannot use it on radio
that's what I'm
station
saying,
on TV
because
it's not palatable at all. So he started pointing his finger on the face, touching him, even hold his neck.
Oh, really?
So the police people have to intervene, and it now turns chaos between the NDC and the NPP supporters. That is not good at all.
Wasn't it because of what happened at the NDC office?
I don't know. But even
because I understand that the NDC office, some people went there to go remove posters.
No. It's not NDC office. The feedback, cross-check and see that place is a polling station.
Okay.
And you know, by electoral process, what do you call it? If you have a poster at the polling station, it's illegal. You have to remove the poster from there. So it was still there. And the place is a polling station that people cast their vote. So that's the main reason why the posters were to be removed. So it's not that we went to their party office, started tearing their posters away or something. It's not, that one is not good. But I feel that a place where there is a polling station, you don't have the image of any of the contestants around that particular place. Even wearing a T-shirt which bears the name of the person and a picture of the person, you don't have to get closer to the polling station. And that is how it's been. All this while, you know it. So if they see a posters on a polling station and they try to remove it from that place, I don't think it's something that is a very big issue that we need to be fighting. You understand? The police people should have done even that they're needful to make sure that these things are removed before the voting even starts. So I don't think it's something that is illegal or something that is very bad. So I played that. We are all one. My brother sitting here and me sitting here, we are not enemies.
Not at all.
We have different ideas. So if the person approaches you and says, you are my brother, and I feel that we are all speaking the same language, we are brothers, and you tend to tell me that I'm not your brother, and you want to fight me, I think it's unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate. Okay. It shouldn't have happened. Our candidate,
yes,
Sumadu, is somebody I don't know much, but I've heard people talking about him. He's a miner, and he's somebody who is a philanthropist.
Yes.
Somebody who, even not being a leader of the constituency, decides to take up some responsibility upon himself. And I believe that the good people of Akwatia will reward him for that. Looking at both candidates, they all have their strength. Like Musa Dankwa said, some electoral areas are for the NDC, some electoral areas are for MPP. And the last election, the vote difference was about 2,063 votes. Even the NDC, they were challenging the vote. I don't know what they were challenging for. And the person who stood on behalf of the NDC candidate to fight the case in court, I'm talking of the client, the council, sorry, is the one contesting the election today.
Yes.
So the one who...
So you're referring to Bernard?
Bernard, yes. Okay. The one who contested the last election with NS Kumi, he felt that the man is not worth the position. So he has to come in and then lead. He went to primaries and won. So today he's expecting the person that he fought for to come and then, well, I don't know. I don't know whether it's happening now, but even if it's going to happen, it should happen before today. You understand?
I think I've seen the video you're talking about.
So you've seen it. We'll have, because they've interviewed a lot of people there, and today they are using the drip machines that the MPP brought. They are now paving the so 8 months today, they didn't see the need to make sure that Akwatia roads are being cleared with the drip machines.
So you acknowledge the roads are not good?
No.
Extremely bad.
Yeah, you said,
you know, I'll come to you.
You said?
So you acknowledge the roads are not good?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
So you mean the MPP government within the 80s? Akwatia, I think we didn't form Akwatia in 2016. Akwatia was there before 2016.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Previous government were there. And they also had, what do you call it, a member of parliament before at Akwatia. So if Akwatia is still Akwatia, and today there's a by-election and using drip machines to make sure that you clear the roofs and make it more trouble for the people of Akwatia, they will now decide. And you know, by elections, there are so many things that goes in there. Some people goes to make sure that they put certain things in the night. Even in the night, they still do construction. But the people of Akwatia are saying that even the machines that you are using, somebody brought it and you packed it in the office. You couldn't use it until today.
Within Akwatia, and you expect that something can happen within 8
but
months?
you can't tell me that MPP didn't do anything in Akwatia.
Are there any more trouble roads in Akwatia?
Yeah, of course, not all of them are bad.
Because
we have
to
terrible ones. Yeah, we have terrible ones in Akwatia, but doesn't mean that Akwatia, all the Akwatia roads are very bad. And you know, people even attributed that in the eastern region, even in a farm road is being tied. The allegation that the NDC made in 2024 elections, you remember, that Nana Akufo-Addo has channeled all the road construction to what do you call it, Eastern region. And every road in Eastern region has been tied. Today they are struggling to even say that to reconcile what they said earlier on and today. So for me, the Akwatia people knows the kind of people that they are going to vote for. And we will not sit here and dictate to them what they should do. You understand? So the good people of that place knows who is responsible, who is good for them, who can represent them well in Parliament. And I believe that they will do the needful by voting for Honorable Esuma. Then the good people of Akwatia, you've lost a very dear son, and that is Ernest Kumi. And let me say this, Ernest Kumi, you remember he was studying law.
Yes.
Then has to be called to bar in October. The results are out and he's not around. Something he has fought for almost 10 years, looking for opportunity. Wow. Yes, looking for opportunity, and he's not around. So the good people of Akwatia, it's not something, it's depression that kills the man, because the NDC people still...
But you're not a doctor, are you?
Oh, well, but the report is there, people are saying
Which report?
I think the medical report or the autopsy report.
Who has seen that report?
That's what people are saying.
Which are the people?
The people who spoke ahead
which people
are closer to him. I don't want to be mentioning their names here, but what I'm saying is that it's depression that he had, because NDC people have to drag in, even after winning the election.
Well, fine, but
if you go to the ground, I've heard so many interviews.
That's what is happening on the ground.
I've heard so many interviews.
To repeat what's happened, there are lots of things that's been said on the ground.
Oh, but that's what I'm saying. So the interviews from the ground, and the people of Akwatia are saying it. That is what I'm repeating. I'm not saying anything because
I have not seen the medical
report. You've not seen it.
I'm not talking. Seen about
I've not seen it.
Okay,
but
so
you've heard people saying it.
Well, it's dismissively. Let's just.
But you've heard people say
dismissively.
And so I'm only quoting what people are saying out there. I'm not the one.
Not on this platform.
I'm not an authority to what the people are saying.
Not on this platform.
Yes. But the people out there are saying, and them saying, I'm sorry, quoting what they are saying. You understand? So Akwatia is for us. And I believe that people will do us honor by giving the promises that they are giving to them, that they are going. Musadam caused a survey. At the end, he said the reason why they were saying they want to vote for NDC is that they've promised them a tertiary institution and then senior secondary school. They've allocated a school to them. This is just a scam.
But they have 4 years. So just take your mind. NDC has 4 years. The government has 4 years.
But you see, everything there is a saying that before you realize that something will happen, it should start from the morning. You understand? So that will even indicate, it will give a signal that in the evening, this is what is going to happen. So in the morning, if you are not seeing anything, it will tell you that institution in Akwatia, just because they want your vote, they will promise this in heaven and earth for you to give them the vote. But delivering will be a very difficult task for them to deliver. So for me, Akwatia people are well aware that they knew why they voted for Ernest Kumi. And that the reason why they voted for him, even when we were losing all the consensus across the country. And you know, we've had the less majority before, ever since MPP government came in. You know that.
You have less what?
The majority in parliament, you understand? We're now in a minority, the very least majority, you understand? So if Akwatia is part of the MPP government, and they should repeat that in this time round, and have trust that MPP can deliver. Even if we are not in government, our candidate is capable of delivering his promises to the people of Akwatia. And they will rally behind him for him to win this.
I'll come to you and spend some time with the candidate. But let me pick, Roger, your thoughts too, and of course for...
the comments that my brother here has made.
He said a lot. Which one?
Yeah, he said, starting from the video, which I haven't seen the video.
I think it's around there. I've seen it.
Yeah, but then based on the reports that I have seen or read, it wasn't a place that was closer to the voting center, and that it was the party office. And if it is the party office, then I think I don't think we have to go beyond certain boundaries to go and cause riots, because the party office is the party's own. You can't go there and do things by yourself, just like that. Because I understand it was even Afenyo Markins that went there with his guys to do that, not the brother or a northern brother going to do that.
No, there's another video of, I've seen what he's talking about between Azoka and then it's Osman, right? Yeah. Yes.
Osman. Okay.
There was a near scuffle between the two of them. I had to take the police to come in to separate.
Okay, I've not seen those videos.
What I'm reading says that it looks like Azoka was not happy with Osman because Osman mentioned his name in one interview and certain things. So,
okay. I've not seen that, so I can't make comments on that. Yeah. But with respect to the posters that were removed at the party office, I think it's uncalled for. Wait, let me.
Let's go with the.
So, when he was speaking, he spoke about the issues of we putting drip machines and then wanting to cut clear roads. I was at Akwatia. He hasn't been there. And then when you see the state of the road in that community, I think it will be so shameful. It will be so shameful for MPP to raise their heads and then claim or even speak against the government.
And it looks like the overbearing sense of security personnel is somewhat putting people off. So if the IGP is listening and we can find a way to reassure the people that the security is here to protect them and not intimidate them, I think it will go a long way to help the process so that a lot more people come out to exercise their franchise so that the desired results we want, we will achieve it, by close of day.
I think the IGP has given those assurances countless times. Not too long ago we spoke to him, but a low voter turnout, would that be of concern to you as a party?
It should be of concern to all stakeholders, because then it indicates a certain lack of interest in the process, which is not good for democracy. The democracy that we are practicing really revolves around elective, competition like we are seeing today. And I think that the more we are able to get our processes run seamlessly, it helps everybody.
But does it affect your chances?
Oh, no. I don't think at all. For us, whatever the case is, we are quite assured of victory today.
the work we have done, the campaigns, the responses of the people, is quite reassuring that they will vote for Kwame Sumedu, the MPP parliamentary candidate, because the NDC parliamentary candidate is not of any good material who can represent the good people of Akwatia. And also for the treatment meted out to Ernest Yaokumi, it is something that remains in the people, the angst and pain live with them, and they want to show their abhorrence to such behavior, and that the politics that we are doing should not degenerate into such personal, hatred, that somebody wins an election and you molest the person to an extent that he loses his life. And I think that the people remember that. The people of Akwatia remember that. And today, I'm very confident that they will vote in honor of Ernest Yaokumi.
Coming into Akwatia, your national organizer had said that your party, even though you trust in the Ghana Police Service, you are going to protect yourself. Self-protection, is it still an approach even at this hour?
Oh yeah, that is guaranteed by law. Yeah, self-protection is guaranteed by law. As much as...
What would that mean? What does self-protection mean?
It means protect yourself, okay? Life is only one. So self-preservation is the first law of nature. So as much as we are working with the police, we are not giving them any troubles, we are okay with the things they are doing, we will also ensure that our systems also work as a party. That one will not leave to chance, and we make no apology for it. We will have our systems also run. The party is the Operation Firewall, and as we speak, we are operating within the firewalls, and the firewalls will hold by close of day.
There's a global info analytic poll. Does it make any meaning to you as a national youth organizer of the party?
Musa Dankwa can do his polls, for all I care. I mean, let the voters decide. You understand? So the day of truth is here. And by close of day, the mother of all polls will come to a close. And we'll see the results. So whatever anybody has done, that's okay. I mean, we are not perturbed at all. I am confident with what I have seen, having gone to Tepremai, Jonase, Bodia, Akwatia, New Wenchi, wherever, Kusi, wherever we have gone to, the Takrasi, even which is the hometown of the candidate, the responses we have gotten for Kwame Sumedu clearly points to a victory. So if there's any other, polls that points out to the contrary, let's wait for the actual polls which is going on.
Before we let you go, because you are busy, what will a win mean to the national executive?
We are building our party. We are fighting for our seat. Whether rain or shine, any day, we will give it the best of our shot. So whatever happens today, we take it in our bosom. We will work on it. Even when the wind comes, we will still improve upon the wind. So whichever the results, we take it in our stead, and we will take it home. But I am absolutely confident of a victory. I keep saying it. And I know that I'm going back to Accra with Kwame Sumedu as Member of Parliament for Akwatia to sit in the stead of the late Ernest Yaokumi.
What will be your response to the NDC when they say that if you want development, you should vote for our candidates because we are in power? When we talk about development in the next 4 years, it's only the NDC that can bring development. What will be your response?
It's a very shameful narrative. It's a very shameful one. One, the Constitution of Ghana frowns upon such a language because when you take the preamble of the Constitution, it tells you that development is shared, okay? It's shared. And that we are all of the same creed, people. So you cannot say that if Akwatia vote for the NPP, you will not develop Akwatia. Go to the Volta region, which does not doesn't vote for the NPP and see their inner town roads, the Sokode to Hohoi routes that have been done, we didn't deny them development. So the NDC, by any stretch of the imagination, cannot say that if the people of Akwatia do not vote for the NDC, they'll be denied development. That would be totally out of order and absolutely nonsensical. And it will beat any meaningful, understanding of the democracy that we are building. And I'm praying and hoping that they run away, from such a narrative and allow the people to exercise their free will, their franchise in the manner that they want. Whether, they choose to vote for Kwame Esumedu, whom they believe in, is their absolute choice. They shouldn't come and arm twist them, bamboozle them into doing what they want. That one is unacceptable, and that cannot be, the democracy that we are all trying to build.
Are you committed to the peace process?
Of course, we are a very peaceful party, without a doubt. We came to meet a peaceful society, and we want to leave behind a peaceful society. We shouldn't come from our various destinations, come here and cause trouble and leave the people to bear the scars. Such is a poor narrative. We should live here with the people happy and joyous the way we came to meet them. So we are absolutely committed to peace. But we will not also give chance to anyone to subject us to thuggery. That one we will not. So it's a two-way thing. Let's all respect each other's boundaries. Let's cohabitate. Let's work together in sync and achieve the purpose of the day and live here peacefully. And that, I'm not sure, is too much to do.
Talking about a clash, there was an incident up in Akwatia where it is alleged that some of your supporters went to the NDC office to rip off their posters, and it degenerated into a few misunderstandings over there. Are you going to call your supporters into order not to engage in some of these activities that will mar the peaceful conduct of the election, as you rightly indicated?
I am not aware of that incident. I haven't seen, I haven't heard. You are just pointing out to me. I'm not aware of the full details. So I may not be in a good position to give, a commentary on it. But be it as it may, like I have said, let's all conduct ourselves in a manner that is peaceful and achieve the purpose of the day and leave behind a calm society for the people of Akwatia. That's all I am asking of, and I'm not sure that it is too much too.
Okay, your allegations about the NDC bringing tax to police the polling stations has been flatly rejected by the NDC. Is this something you still stand by? And have you notified the police, the IGPs around? Have you notified him about this intelligence that you picked up?
No, the police are also here. They are seeing the very things they were also seeing, so I don't need to notify them. The NDC tags are here. In fact, they've been here for days walking around. Some of them we know. So they should stop the pretense. And that's what is pretty annoying when they want to act sanctimonious. You have brought in tax. Admit it. Don't say that MPP has brought in tax and blah, blah, turn up the narrative. I've heard them, try to push down such a narrative. Their attacks are also here. So move with a team. I have a number of people who move with me all the time. So, other executives who, also are working. You understand? So, I mean, if the people following me, you want to describe them as thugs, then I don't know what to so then, that is it. 1-1. We call it a babash. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Salam Mustafa is the national youth organizer of the MPP. He says his party is committed to the peace process, but will not tolerate any thuggery. He is monitoring the whole process, very much enthused about the voter turnout as we speak now.
We'll hand over to you in the studio, George.
The entire exercise going on. Oja, we were talking before we went for that interview. Let me just...
Yeah, so as I was saying...
Yes.
As I was saying, if you look at the state of the roads in Akwatia, it's sad. And then if NPP could sit and still rant about it, I think they have not been fair to the people of Akwatia. They have not done justice to Akwatia. In fact, they have deprived Akwatia of their fair share of the national cake. You know, in their own report, they stated that they have completed roads, 13,600 kilometers of roads.
Across the country or in Akwatia?
Across the country.
Okay.
Across the country. Even if you are dividing, they should at least construct 200 or let's say 100 kilometers of road in Akwatia. They should at least construct 100 kilometers of road in Akwatia. Where is it? They have robbed Akwatia of the development they deserve. And if the time has come for the people of Akwatia to call for the kind of development they deserve and put someone there that the person would bring the kind of development that is due them and also fight for their fair share or fair part of the national cake, then MPP is nowhere close to competence for them to make that call. Now, with our candidate, it is clear that he stood in to fight for the previous candidate in court. But you know, we are in a democratic dispensation. And when we are going into an election, it is a fair play. Even if my father wants to contest me in an election, I will not... You get it? Because it is the interest of the people that we need to put first. Just like they were calling us to release the seat out of sentiment. They've forgotten that their own leaders, Brian, said that the decision of the MPP not to go for the Temali Central seat was out of sentiment. Now, when they went to our party office to meet Chairman General, they said they are not going for Temali. And then after they told us that, they were saying that out of sentiment or kind gesture, we should also retaliate by not coming to contest the Akwatia seat. That means that they do things based on emotions and sentiments without really putting it into consideration or thinking through it. But we as a party, we believe in democracy and we believe in doing things in the right manner. We don't move based on sentiment. So we opened it up for them to contest. When they contested, he came out victorious and he is not a stranger. This is someone that has been a constituency secretary. And you know what a secretary does? He has practically every record. He has data on entirely everything that goes on in the constituency. He is the one that at least liaises with every grassroots member, practically every polling station, every word, he knows about it. So he has personal relationship with these executives. And if you go into an election with this kind of a person, what do you think would happen? He will beat you hands down. And he has gone through it, and he is a man of substance. As a matter of fact, he's even the lawyer to their candidate.
To the MPP candidate?
Yes.
Who? Wachi Adon?
No, I'm talking about Bediako.
He's a lawyer to Asumedu?
Yes, he's a lawyer
really?
to Asumedu. So now, you are going into a contest with someone that when you have an issue, when your business has an issue, this is the person that speaks for you. And we need someone to go and represent the constituency in parliament. You want to go and represent the constituency. Meanwhile, when you have a case, it is the lawyer that represents you.
Okay.
Are you getting it?
Roger, just hold on for me. Let me go to the phone lines. I'm going to talk to Stephen Ampemdako, who is our correspondent again in Akwatia, to get some other reports from him from other polling stations too. Stephen, good morning once again.
Good morning, sir.
And thanks a lot. Earlier when we spoke, you spoke from about, I think, 2 or 3.
Yes, sir. From Bwedua bus terminal, I continued to Presby Church, Bwedua. There, the registered voters were 432. As at 8:50, about 65 people have cast their votes already. And then from there to Presby Primary School, Bwedua, 590 people are expected to come and cast their vote. And as at 8:54, 77 people have done their voting already. From there, I continue to Bwedua West Command. That is where Presby Junior High School Old Block and Presby Junior High School New Blocks are. So at the Old Block, expected voters are 332, and as at 9:25, 53 have cast their vote already. And then from there to the New Block, expected voters were 320, and as at 9:50, 60 have done their voting already. I was here when the IGP came around with his leadership to come and then inspect the ongoing, all the centers that he has visited. He realized everything is under control. So he's sure that the security will continue up to the end. Then from there, I also interviewed the former MP for this same constituency since we started. He prays that it will lead to the end of the election. So as we speak, I am with the presiding officer for New Javin, and Mr. Mante is here to tell us his general overview since the election started. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I hope you are good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can you tell us your general overview from the 7 o'clock that the election started?
Okay, we started exactly 7 o'clock as the time stated, and we are able to finish everything with the both party agent, so everything is moving on successfully.
Okay, so what can you tell us? Have you...
No, sir.
Okay, this is not your first time being a presiding officer. Looking at the security around you for the general elections, you see 1 or 2 security men around you, but now you are seeing around 15, 20 security men. What is your feel?
Oh, I'm okay. Just that their presence here also help us too. We are free because of their presence, so we are not expecting any problem again.
So that is what Mr. Francis Mante is saying, that his prayer is that from now till the time that is 5 o'clock that will end the voting, things will go on normally as it is. If we have any other questions too, we can ask him.
It's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. So from here, I'll move to the other places and then get back to you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. And that's our correspondent there reaching out from Akwatia, and at the police station there at Presby Church. Went to A and then B to. Still, the voter turn are not that encouraging. But hopefully, let's hope that we'll have a different song to sing the next time. Yes, Ruja, just finish up for me.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, he is the personal lawyer of their candidate. And if there is a chance for someone to represent the constituency, we should choose someone that can speak on behalf and also stand in for the whole constituency. As a matter of fact, their candidate can't even talk.
Oh, when it comes, he can't talk?
Oh, no, I've seen his videos. When it comes to even communicating what he can do, they are just campaigning on sentimental grounds, emotions, wanting and pleading for sympathy. But you know, the political space is changing. Gone are the days when you can use emotional issues or sentimental issues to attract people to vote for you. But now it has changed. Just like Mr. Dankwa said, the educational level of the people in Akwatia is not the same in other areas. People are beginning to see the need to make rational choices or make rational decisions that would transform their life. I'm telling you, people are not going to vote because someone has passed away and then they have to vote based on sentiment. Okay. No, that is far gone. But the reality on the ground is that the people of Akwatia need development. The people of Akwatia want transformation. They want a fair share of the national cake. 5 developmental projects they did in Akwatia. Even their so-called year of road, Akwatia didn't see a single kilometer of road. I dare him, he seated here, he should mention from where they constructed 1 kilometer and where it ended in Akwatia. Akwatia, the roads, I'm telling you, even using land cruisers, how we were struggling in maneuvering our way.
So
using
you
land
use
cruisers.
land cruisers to get to Akwatia?
Yes, like I mean, when we were moving from one area to the other in Akwatia. It was very difficult.
And even with that, the drip machines were cutting. Even with that. And even in your own year of roads, you were not able to give Akwatia any good road or even normal disgraded roads. You don't have them. So the people of Akwatia are going to vote for the NDC because they want development.
Okay.
And that is what we are in to offer them.
Okay. Let me talk to Michael Amate, who is at Wenchi Chiefs Palace Center, to get reports from him. Michael, good morning. Good morning, Michael.
Yeah, good morning.
Hello, Michael.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Michael. I hope you're good. And what do you have to share with us at your center now? That's the Chiefs Palace Center.
Very much. As I'm speaking to you now, voting is underway in all the 119 police stations at Akwatia Constituency. So far, I've visited 7 police stations in the Wenchi electoral area. And Amakrado, New Wenchi Amakrado, we are expecting 394 voters to exercise their franchise, and that's at 758. 35 turnout to vote. New Wenchi Deba Ground, we are expecting 706 eligible voters. As at 812 that have visited the center. 32 have exercised their franchise so far. New Wenchi Salvation Army, 488 eligible voters are expected to vote. And as at 828, 39 turnout to vote so far. New Wenchi Presby GHS, we are expecting 656 voters. As at 839, 55 turnout to vote. New Wenchi Presby Church Center, 699 eligible voters are expected to vote. As at 8:47 a.m. that have visited the center, 40 turnout to vote so far. At New Wenchi Police Station Center A, they are expecting 444 eligible voters. Police Station Center B, they are 2 have turned out so far. So this is what is going on at Achim Wenchi as I'm speaking to you now. All the materials arrive on time. The exercise started at exactly 7 a.m. and then we are expecting that by 5 p.m. poll will be closed and then counting will start. Security, all the polling stations that I've visited so far, there is a heavy security presence over there, and then each police station that I've visited, if my memory could serve me right, you could see more than 20 police officers in each police station that I've visited so far. So security is tight over here, and everything is going on smoothly at Achim Wenchi. So we expect that the peaceful atmosphere that we are
encouraging.
Yes. You know, Ghanaians with our last minute 10. So the 10 is not encouraging at all. So it's now getting to 11. So we hope that by the end of the exercise, turnout will be encouraging. And we are expecting over 53,000 eligible voters to vote in all the 119 police stations. So, you know, Ghanaians, our last minute, we like last minute 10. So under normal circumstances, you will say that the queue will be long. But so far, in all the polling stations that I visited, they are coming 1-1. There's no long queue. So we hope that the turnout will be encouraging at the end of the exercise.
Okay, all right. Michael, thank you very much. We'll get back to you when the need arises. So that's Michael Amate there, who is at the Wenchi Chief Palace.
Yeah.
If you look at the mode of how Asumudu got on the ballot, would you have preferred that he had gone in for a primary than the selection process?
Yeah, but before that, my brother made a claim that Akwatia, we have not done anything, and even he has been there. I'm not an Akwatia boy, and I've not been there before.
Yeah, I'm doubting he's an Akwatia boy, but he went there to win campaign.
Oh, okay. So he has been there before. I've not been there before, but on my phone, just you see video that I showed to you. There is another video here. Akwatia Township Rules was constructed by the MPP government.
Okay.
Dencheboa, and I said Dencheboa.
Yeah,
Township Rules was constructed by the MPP government. I'm not in the Eastern region, but by the Google of my phone, I've been able to extract videos, and then some write-up that shows that MPP government constructed the Akwatia Township Rules and then Dencheboa Township Rules. So if you are not, when you are there, if you are doing propaganda about it,
have you gone there?
where? That's what I'm saying.
So call your people there.
No, you see, I'm not asking. I'm saying that.
No, so call your people.
No, no. Listen to this. In the era of this particular time, this Google time, you have no excuse to be ignorant about the issues that happens in this country. That is what I'm saying. You have no excuse to be ignorant about it. Maybe you choose to be to do propaganda about the issue. But I know very well that the MPP government constructed Akwatia Township rules. And then this in Denchimabua, and I said Denchimabua Township rules. That is what the Google is telling me, and the videos are there. It's here on my phone, which I've shown to the producer. So you can go ahead and then Google it, and then
Before you answer the question, let me go to the phone line. Let me talk to Gloria Chase, who is in the Akwatia Township. Gloria, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, and thank you for joining us once again. What can you share with us in your new police station?
Yeah, currently I am at the St. Rose's polling station, and the presiding officer, Christian Winkelofori, told us that at the polling station, 454 people have by the end of the voting period, but that's at 10 a.m. Only 62 had done that. Security people are present there. At the Old Court, Akwatia Old Court polling station, 402 persons are registered, eligible to vote, and that's at 9:50 a.m. 71 had done that. At the Town Council polling station, 400 had cast their ballot. And it's early day yet, but it looks as if the numbers that are coming out to vote are on the who are not coming out to vote. And so we've seen some party people going around to call on the electorates to come and exercise their franchise, because they are thinking that this could translate to low turnout if people don't come out early to cast their ballots.
People to come out to come and vote. Which political party is doing that?
It's both sides. It's the NDC and the MPP. Yes, it's both sides.
Okay, all right. And I mean, in your interaction with those in the community, what reasons are they giving for really not?
Some are saying that they are seeing to their business, they'll come later to vote. And some have told us that they have already cast their votes. And so you cannot say, we cannot say what actually the problem is. It just looks like people are really not interested in coming out to vote.
We'll leave it here. We'll be getting back to you when the need arises too. So that's Gloria there, who is our correspondent reporting from 5 minutes past 10 is the time. So far, the voter turnout has not been that encouraging, picking reports from our correspondents who were scattered in Akwatia and bringing us up to date to what's happening there. We hope that as the whole day unfolds.
The candidate that we have, I strongly believe that the candidate is marketable. My brother is saying that he cannot speak. It should be to their advantage. If only what he is saying is true. We cannot go and choose a candidate that cannot speak to. And even not speaking to the public is the way of representing the good people of Akwatia. It's not about somebody who speaks like a parrot. And then the person is the best choice for, what do you call it, Akwatia.
You guys are interesting.
No, but we are talking about the ability to pull in development and then help the good people of Akwatia. Somebody who is dynamic, somebody who has shown clearly that he's for the people. Even when he has not been elected to represent them, he's doing his best to make sure that the good people of Akwatia feel it in them. He has never even dreamed that he will lead the Akwatia constituency one day. But at least when he was given opportunity, or when he was doing his private work, he was able to help a lot of people who came up or who came out to testify that the man is a very good man, he's a philanthropist, he's somebody who helps the community. So somebody who has a community dear to his heart, somebody who has a quest to help the community at a time that they need him, that he presents himself now that he wants to go in and get more support to help the community, I think the good people of Akwatia will not overlook it, and they will endorse him. They have faith in him that even if his government is not in power, but even those who are in power, what have they done so far? We have a lot of NDC MPs in parliament who can do what again? The ministerial positions that you people have shared, till date we have majority of the MPs sitting there. They don't have anything to do, and they are not even driving development to their constituencies. 8 months today, none of them can boast of driving any development to his constituency, let alone go to Akwatia to promise them that when they give you the opportunity, you will have somebody who will come and then give them development. So for me, the Akwatia people knows what they are doing, and they know the scam that they're in the other. Today, 8 months, and they have their own...
It's just 8 months.
Don't say it's just 8 months.
What could we achieve within 8 months?
Their own, to give you the clear example. You remember the statement made by the President Mahama in 2012 or 2013?
Which one?
When he said, if not because we drag him in court for 8 months, with that particular time, 8 months would have been used for a particular purpose, to drive development to the good people of Ghana. You remember that?
I do.
So he recognized that 8 months can do something better. So today you cannot tell me because the government is in 8 months, in their 8th month, they cannot do anything for Ghanaians. So he himself said it in 2013. So I believe that 8 months is enough for us to hold this government accountable. And the good people should mark them. They should take the promises that the government has made to them. The job creation that they said they were going to give to the good people at Akwatia. How many people have been employed today? If we are to mark them by their works, how many people have been employed in our game? And the promises that have, and they've realized it.
What will you do? Just tell us.
Good. You are asking me what I will do. I told you.
I mean, as in the party.
The party will do.
Yeah.
I told you about our candidate.
Yes.
That when he was not even selected to be the candidate of Akwatia, he was doing his best to develop Akwatia constituency. He was doing his best to help the good people of Akwatia. You understand? So it doesn't mean that finger marking and co on all the MPs who are in opposition, their constituencies, there is nothing going on there. Okay. Does it mean that they cannot do anything to help their good heart? Down to your heart, for that you will help your people. Even if you are given the opportunity and your government is in power, and you don't have it in your heart 2 years, 13 years, you go to their constituency, they cannot boast of even one borehole. You know that. So and they are in parliament. And we have people who have made effort to bring development to their constituencies whilst their government is in opposition. So it's a matter of lobbying. It's a matter of people that you know. You can bring in, even if not the government, but we have people who are, what do you call them, developmental agents who are not in government. We call them NGOs and others. If you have a good link with them, you can easily bring development to your constituency without linking to the government.
Okay.
You know that. So let's get people who are linked to powerful people, not just at the end of the day, the good people of Akwatia will be disappointed. And I believe that we have good people like Isuman in that constituency that can give them what they want. And I urge all of them, those who are coming out to vote, that he's a good man, and they themselves have lived to that expectation. And the guy there has really helped them. If they're given the opportunity, he will do more.
Okay, let's go back to Akwatia. And this time around, Maurice talking to Charity Gardner, who is the AHAV Regional Minister. Let's make some thoughts from her.
Or the performance that we are performing. So we are eagerly can do much even above their expectations. I think that is why we are here fighting for this seat.
So in the end, if you lose this seat,
possible to make sure that we get this seat.
What about voter turnout? Is it good in the areas you've monitored so far? Are the people coming out to vote?
For that, I must confirm as by elections. You see that because of the tension and all that, people don't normally come out in their numbers like that. So it's normal the way things are going.
And we are very much optimistic of a win.
Yes, for that, I'm very sure that at the end of the day, victory will be ours.
Before I let you go, let me ask you how the Bono area really is doing. 8 months into government. How are you guys performing in the Bono area?
Point of correction, they have original minister.
Original minister.
Bono, yes. Ahafo, it's a young region we are just 6 constituencies, and then we are doing our best to make sure we develop the region to match up with the other regions out there. So we are doing our best. It's developing gradually.
Any key projects? Any key projects so far?
So for now, we have a lot of projects. We are looking at getting regional hospital, because as we speak, we don't have one yet. We are also looking at getting people into the agric industry, because we have the agric minister coming from our region, and I think it's a plus for us to also go into agric businesses, so that whatever policies and advantages that is at his office will also benefit from it. So AHAFO is really growing, but in a gradual process.
Thank you very much. Madam Charity Gardner is the Minister for the AHAFO region. She is one of the party delegates monitoring the process on behalf of the ruling NDC. She says that thus far, voter turnout, she says, not too much encouraging, but that also relates to almost this center has 2 separate polling stations. I can say that the numbers are beginning to pick up as the day go by. The numbers are beginning to pick up. You can see a queue at that particular polling station. The electorate in that queue getting ready to vote for their preferred candidate. This particular polling station, on the other hand, really doesn't have the numbers. The voter turnout picking up gradually as we go along. We hope that it sustains. The momentum is sustained even into the evening, when the Electoral Commission, together with the various stakeholders in this election, will be putting together the figures and then declaring the MP-elect for the Akwatia Constituency here in the Eastern region.
All right, Maurice, thank you very much. So that's Maurice there with the conversation with the AHAFO regional.
The video, I don't know if there's a way we could have played, but because of their candidates campaigning. Okay. And you could see this is a clear depiction of someone who will not find his way out on the floor of parliament. And when it comes to lobbying, just like he said, it is so much important who is in the seat of government. When they were in government and they had an NPP MP, what development did they bring to Akwatia? Nothing. It wasn't completed. We have brought a whole lot of infrastructural development to Akwatia. We extended NPP. They have nothing good to offer when they are even in the seat of government. This time around, they are not in government. So when it comes to lobbying, he should tell me how many MPs have used NGOs to construct boreholes in their constituency. No, you know that is far-fetched. It is not the reality. When it comes to the national cake, the ability of your MP to build relationship and lobby is highly impactful with the kind of development you'll be able to get in your constituency. Yes, the common fund and all other things would come, but what is the margin? What is the percentage? How much is that amount of money? It is nothing to write home about. But when it comes to Akwatia, the president has offered that when you give him his choice, he will bring development to Akwatia. And he will make sure that he will do exactly that. He doesn't promise and fail. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I call him talk and do when he says something. Now, as I said, we have a historical track record when it comes to the health, when it comes to road and social programs. See, the district development facility, the DDF, and social investment fund projects, which focused on boreholes, classroom blocks, and rural electrification in Akwatia, was highly impacted during our tenure of office. So they cannot say that they have contributed to the infrastructural transformation of Akwatia more than the NDC. No, we are the hallmark of development in Akwatia.
Okay.
Okay.
So the people of Akwatia should give out the nod, and then they will never regret giving the seat to Bernard. In fact, he has the ability to justify the reason why he needs certain developmental activities or projects in Akwatia, and he will do exactly that. And that is what a representation in Parliament stands for.
All right. Okay.
Can I come
in? Quickly.
My brother, if you know elections very well and you've participated in elections very well, you will be talking about somebody being represented. But we have a lot of people who were represented in Parliament, and difficult for them to even construct sentence, you know that. Their videos are out there. Are they not representing people out there? So if the person, if the person you are talking about, even if the person you are talking about,
it was reported by one.
Okay, all right, no worries.
So if the person you are talking about is even there to bring in development and cannot speak in Parliament, the good people of that place can determine whether the person will be able to represent them or not. I was talking about somebody who is familiar, who is glue, who is attached, or somebody who is familiar to certain people that can drive in development. And that is what I was talking about. Okay. I'm not talking about whether the person is articulate, whether the person is very loud, whether the person is that is not what the good people of Akwatia. If you know election dynamics, you won't sit down and tell me that if George cannot even talk in Parliament, why do they vote? You remember the former MP for Akwatia? Amasi.
Yeah.
So what was that?
She beat Baba Jamal.
Well, what was their consideration?
What was whose consideration?
I'm talking of the people of Akwatia.
Oh, okay.
What was their consideration? So if you know elections very well, you wouldn't be saying that the person that they are bringing in should be more articulate, the person should be very loud in Parliament before he can bring in development to support the good people. You say President Mahama, somebody who delivers, somebody who talks. Abba, if you are to brand somebody like that, don't brand President Mahama like that.
Oh,
you know, President. If you want to, no. Listen to me. What I'm saying is that if you are to brand somebody, not the president today, you remember the statement. Just go and Google. You have your phone with you, a smartphone with you. I promise not to promise again, President Mahama, because he had made a lot of promises that he has not fulfilled, and promised not to promise again. President Mahama is the person that we are talking about.
Something wrong with that?
Of course, yes.
What is wrong with that?
He is saying that he's somebody who promises and delivers.
Yes.
And I'm telling you the records of somebody who promised not to promise again.
Okay.
In our political history, we don't have any president who has promised not to promise again except President Mahama. To me, let me finish by saying that.
Yes.
President Mahama, he has been tried and tested in 2012, from 2012 to 2016, abysmally. And he's somebody that nobody can even trust in the history of this country. Not just that, in the last election, before we come in to cast our vote, Ghanaian people were very annoyed over the MPP, and they have no choice than to bring in President Mahama. Else, President Mahama wouldn't have been the president of this country again because of the annoyance. You remember what Otunfo told him? That Ghanaians voted against him on anger. You remember? So don't brand him and bring him to be somebody that we don't know.
Okay.
Somebody who has been in the system for good 4 years.
Thank you.
2016 election.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Roger, so your final word, we can wrap it up.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
With all his analysis, I saw, you know what I saw in the statement he said President Mahama made? Integrity. Now, let's Google. Who is the liar in this country? Wait, please.
It's a publication.
No, is it? You trust in Google. You trust in Google. You trust in Google.
The guy just came to
you trust in Google.
Let's quickly finish up.
You trust in Google. You came to promise one constituency $1 million. Did you come to apologize? One village, one dam, and many more. You were full of lies, but yet still, you still put all that aside and shamelessly come to promise and lie again. Who is the father of all liars?
Okay.
Wait. Now, aside that,
quickly, let's just finish up.
Aside that,
one at a time.
Aside that, one of the media houses has published someone in Akwatia saying, since he was born, he has not seen a tarred road in Akwatia.
Okay.
So the year of roads, and then
let me admitted that Akwatia when you go there, he said the main
I told you
road
there's
was
no
the-
road. I told you there's no road in the township.
He told me.
I said it here.
The main road was the only one that was constructed.
Oh, I didn't say it's constructed. I said apart from the main road in the this thing, there's no road that you can drive on smoothly in Akwatia.
Okay.
So the main road, if you can drive there smoothly, what it means?
Gentlemen,
What does it mean?
let's for Akwatia. So,
People of Akwatia are giving the seat
okay,
to the
thank you very
NDC.
much. Roger, thank you. Isa, thank you. We're going to go for a quick break, and then when we return, Thelma will be in the seat. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
So he just finished and he get some as I indicated, we just started it's going on for now. So let's see how they
Kwame. He's not just any Kwame. He's Kwame the TV license legend. Kwame knows that by paying his TV license, he's supporting GBC, our public service broadcaster, and he's making a real difference. Kwame's contribution helps bring our communities closer together. Because of Kwame and others like him, we will all have access to amazing TV programs, educational content, plus broadcasting infrastructures are maintained, and our culture is beautifully promoted. So GBC is asking all to respond to this civic obligation and pay your TV license fee. For individuals, it's 3 CDs per month or 36 CDs per year. If you have multiple sets, meaning 2 or more in your household, it's 60 CDs per year. For commercial institutions, it's your number of TV sets by 36 CDs per year, and you pay the invoiced amount directly to GBC. So let's all take a moment to appreciate Kwame, the TV license legend. Wherever you are, just dial *447 *333# and follow the prompt. It's your civic duty, so pay your TV license today. GBC, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
We shall tell our own stories, narrate our own details, watch the continent with our own spectacles and through our own lenses. We shall tell our stories better, the ups and downs, the pleasant and unpleasant without a slant. Stories from Africa, by Africans, told by Africans, understood by the world. All this and more within Africa on Tuesdays and Fridays at 4:05 p.m. on GBC News. Within Africa with Multiti.
The country. This is Agona Yakrum, and behind me is a bridge, of course, on the river Akwatia, which is one of the major rivers within this area.
We'll be in the Savannah region, we'll go to the northeast region, and we will be telling you a lot more about the people's expectation ahead of election 2024.
Get to know more about Bono and Ahafo regions.
Residents of Kambali and Dobile can now heave a sigh of relief following the construction of this culvert, even during the raining season. Reporting for Real Time, Salah Abdul Wahab. Wow.
It is also anticipated that within the next 10 years, Okwasi and its enclave will become self-sustaining, self-reliant economically, socially, with or without gold mining activities.
These children are looking up to God, they are looking up to central government, they are looking up to you and I to have a convenient learning environment for them to be able to rise up to be responsible citizens in this country.
Real Time, your eyes to the regions. Showing on your screens from Monday to Thursday at 11 a.m.
Welcome back to our running coverage of the Akwatia by-election, which is currently underway. A number of centers have seen some between two main candidates, Solomon Kwame Asumedu from the New Patriotic Party NPP and Bernard Bediako from the National Democratic Congress NDC. The police, of course, has deployed over 5,000 officers across the constituency, setting up checkpoints and restricting access to the polling station, ensuring that a set exercise restraint in order not to intimidate voters by their presence, and calls also being made for all to adhere to strict voting rules and regulations and eschew bullying tactics also during the election. Most centers saw voting commencing at around 7 or a few minutes, about 10 or so past the hour of 7. And we saw scenes from where our correspondents have been. Maurice, Michael, and the rest have been on the ground, and they've been giving us some live updates. Both political parties remain optimistic of winning this particular election, despite the fact that the one additional seat will do very little to tilt the balance of power in Parliament, especially where the NDCM, after which the Electoral Commission will start the collation process. So counting will be underway, and then a collation is happening. For the first time, especially since the incident in the Ablikuma North constituency, a new system of sending the results to the collation center will be implemented and rolled out today to assist in the collation process. The expectation is that this will make the process faster and easier to collate. 2,000 people are casting their votes across the constituency, and GBC News has boots on the ground and ears that will be bringing you all the stories as it happens. Already one person has been arrested for tearing down the campaign posters of one of the this side of the broadcast. I am Thelma Taki. Hopefully you join us and you stay with us for the rest of the day, hopefully until a declaration is made. At the table with me, Mr. Kojo Isiama Ado, political analyst, is here, and I'll pick some insights. What are your initial thoughts? Welcome to you, first of all, to GBC News. And what are your impressions so far about the general outlook, the general happenings in this by-election?
Thank you. And as we began in the morning, when you visit social media currently, I believe that tensions are rising, videos are coming out, pictures are coming out, especially with the person, the MPP's third national chairman, as to why he's there with his boys and the rest of them. It was a friendly encounter with the police around, but I mean, within a twinkle of an eye, pushing here and there, and then the boys also, and then also pockets of issues arising from certain persons making certain commentaries. But polling stations that, I mean, the numbers were down as not expected in general election, as always. People were going about their daily activities. People came in to vote early, then went back. Others waiting for things to settle, going for their daily bread before they come back to also come and vote. And then one of the issues also has to do with Ghanaian mentality, always waiting for the last minute, because most people want to be part of the action. So let me be there around, say, 3, 4 thereabouts. So when I cast my vote, I will still be within the polling station. And when you look at the economic demographics of Akwatia, mostly, I mean, people go to their farms, people go to their shops, mechanics, weather welders, and then the masons will go, the farmers will go. There's a few, the corporate setup over there is not that much. People are doing a lot of activities, and they will question themselves, ask themselves, how is this process going to benefit me as an individual? Over all these years, probably they've voted, they've not seen any results, and then developmental, either generally or personally. So they feel that they went in the general elections, they didn't see any results. Why by election? What sort of results or benefit would it inure to them as persons? By in all, I believe that generally, across the 119 polling stations, you could see that things are going on according to the EC's plan, according to the Ghana Police Services plan. And then when you listen to the leadership of the two political parties, NDC and MPP, they are also expressing optimism. Everything is going on well. So in general, Thelma, I believe we wait to see. We wait to see. Nobody can predict what will happen in the next 1 hour or even 2 minutes. But we wait to see. And it's our prayer that how things have built up so far should be able to end us when we are collating the results.
Okay. So do you believe that security has been managed effectively? Even in the wake of, for example, the arrest, you also alluded to that situation, and the comments being made across the political divide. Considering all the voices that we are hearing speaking on the various platforms, do you think it's affecting the morale in the constituency by much in terms of security?
Yet, the charge during such moments, that counts. when you have somebody who is very, very hot-tempered, who wants to go all out to be the spokesperson for a party during this moment, even just a word could spark emotions. But the police, strong signal, one, to the political parties, two, to these vigilante groups, three, to the candidates who are in the race, and four, to the general Akwatia as a constituency or even a community on its own, that, hey, we are here for you. We are here to protect you. We are here to make sure that everything goes on smoothly as planned. However, as I indicated, persons who are present in the thick of affairs, we should be careful how we project certain personalities during such moments. And for me, Thelma, looking at the history of the NPP's third chairman, national chairman, with his personality, with his outburst, pull such a person back. Let people, I would love to see Patrick Boama, the likes of Patrick Boama, leading for the NPP. We see the personality, he speaks, and it brings some calmness. Some peace is brought forth. These are the persons we need. I don't want to see Chief Azoka in Akwatia. His presence alone, since we all got to know certain things about politics and the rest of them, one key name that has been ringing, and whenever the name comes up, it comes up with thuggery, comes up with violence, it comes up and it doesn't end well. So such persons whose names have been associated with violence shouldn't be even giving access to the inner perimeters of certain polling stations, who have certain caliber of demeanor that depicts unity, calmness, peace, to be able to lead the front for the various political parties. Whatever they say, however they conduct themselves, will also spark certain group of persons to probably come and then also retaliate.
Do you see that this may very well be deliberate? People want to appear as putting their certain person is there. You cannot have your way. They will stand their ground and they will fight it to the end. Could that be what, as you're saying, is fueling the choices of personalities who are being deployed by the parties to speak on a day like this?
Thelma, we've had templates sitting down for us to go through. I also was to work on. Look at the personality of Sam George and look at what happened to him. It was unfortunate. I don't support what happened to him. I condemned it. It wasn't good. Look at Ablekuma North. Look at Hawa Kumsin. Thelma, there is a template sitting down. And immediately that person's presence is felt, then antennas are very high. Then everybody goes like, what is this person coming to do? Then let me also sit well and prepare myself to meet this person or these group of persons equally.
Okay, I'll let us get back to that conversation. For now, let's engage with Mr. Ben Epstein, who is a pollster, joining us now on our phone lines. Mr. Epstein, thank you for making the time. Welcome to GBC's coverage of this by-election. I want to get your initial impressions, first of all, of proceedings so far from 7 a.m. when polls opened until now at almost 11:30. What are your impressions from what you are monitoring on your sources or from your sources?
Oh, I to change the strength of the parties in parliament or anything, but so far so good. And you know, when these things happen, in most of the political parties, are going to get people who cause trouble, want to deal with issues. So I'm hoping that so far so good, and security will be utmost to prevent any unnecessary violence.
Today's elections, what indicators did you observe, and what do you think is likely the direction that this election will take?
You know, basically, it's the two parties are in it for pride. You know, the NDC has got their 2/3, so they don't need it badly to get their 2/3. And they will want to have bragging rights to it. The MPP knows that if they lose, I mean, it will be more that the party is sinking because this is your seat and you win. You say, yes, we are down, but there is hope for building. So the outcome will be mainly for bragging rights. That is all, not in terms of any political value. It will be just bragging rights.
So is it the national approval ratings that will come to play here, do you think, Mr. Epson? Some are seeing this as a test of the popularity of the government in power, and others think that a sympathy factor may work in favor of the NPP. Where do your thoughts lie on this one?
You know, Akwatia, over the past 8-9 elections, Akwatia can be said to be a swing seat, you know, but none of the parties can say it is their favorite seat, it is their safe seat. I think that if the MPP wins, they are going to tease the government that it's a test, the seat from you, because so far we've done well. So it's more of political bragging rights, since the seat of bragging rights, not any constitutional or electoral advantage as such.
Changing that 5-4 dynamics, whether it's going to be 6-4 or 5-5, will depend largely on turnout today at the polls. Initially, there were reports that the numbers were quite slow in coming to the polling stations. Indications are that it is picking up with a voter population of about over 52,000, with 50,000 widely expected to participate in this exercise. Do you think that number will be met, and will the turnout, be as expected at the around 50,000 mark, do you think?
Well, I think that I'm expecting about 35,000. I'm expecting, 50,000 out of 55,000 is too high for a by-election. You see, if the result would have prevented the NDC from getting their 2/3, or if NDC wins, they will get their 2/3, then you have a massive turnout. But of a little over 50,000, I'm expecting about 35,000 turnout.
Push people to go to the polls or push people to not go to the polls from your studies?
Oh, I think that I expect that the total turnout will be about 35,000 people who vote, between 33,000 and 35,000.
What factors would account for that number if 50 plus people are expected? Is that the expectation, or is that the historical trend of voters turning out in a by-election?
Normally, voter turnout in by-election depends on the political consequences for the two parties. Obviously, if NDC needed this to get their 2/3 in parliament, and if MPP needs to win to prevent NDC getting their 2/3, I'm sure they have gotten about 40-45, because everybody would everybody to turn out. But since it is for political bragging rights, I expect that voter turnout will not be.
To what extent do you anticipate that the former MP's demise will play a key, role, if any, in the
died out of, political violence or anything of that sort that would have impacted on the swing voters? So it is more of the two parties who is able to keep their people in line to go out and vote, since it's just for bragging rights.
Mr. Epson, sorry, I missed the last part of your submission there.
I'm saying that if the two parties needed this seat badly, NDC needed it for their 2/3 in parliament, and MPP wanted to prevent NDC getting their 2/3, I'm sure the 50,000 plus, about 45, would have been shipped up to vote by the two parties. But since this is more for bragging rights, I expect about between 35,000 people to turn out to vote.
Right. And if you're able to give us a projection of where this would go, plus or minus, I'd want to hear that from you.
Okay.
You think the lawyer Bernard Bediako-Baidu will snatch the seat from the NPP's candidate Solomon Asumedu?
Yes, I think that the government, needs this seat more than the MPP, and not for to test, for example, but bragging rights that so far we've done well, that is why we snatched the seat. So the government needs it more in terms of bragging rights than the MPP. If the MPP if they win, they will say, well, it's a referendum on so far what you've done that I don't think that every constituency has swing voters, and the swing voters do determine. So anyone who would win, if NDC wins, we've done well so far. If MPP wins, they will say the NDC, you will not be able to snatch the seat, indicates that you've not done well. So it's more of bragging rights for the two parties.
So are you calling it for the NDC or the NPP at the end of the day, Mr. Epson?
Oh, I think that the NDC, with incumbency advantage, might take the seat.
And what would that mean for the national momentum? You've talked about bragging rights, but what would it mean on the national level for one extra seat to be brought onto the side of the NDC?
Well, I think that the national level, this is mainly about bragging rights. It's not of any political significance. The two parties, the party which will win with NDC, they will need it more because it will indicate that so far the people of Akwatia are seeing that we are doing well. That's why they've given it to us now. So it's more.
That's the parliamentary arithmetic, for lack of a better expression, is not likely to change much with the addition or otherwise of one seat to either side. But what would it mean for the confidence of, for example, should the NPP get this, going into the proper electioneering campaign messages ahead of 2020?
3 years towards voting. Moving forward, I think that for the MPP, the one who would have campaigned more in the run-up to this voting is likely to get advantage. I mean, for the MPP flag bearership race, it's basically between Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Japan. It's basically between the two of them. So, I mean, it could be an indicator if these two people, are seen to be there. But for the 5 people, I think that 31st is January.
You've talked about this being a close call, have you? Do you think it will be a close one or a landslide, as the NDC has been heard to be predicting ahead of this by-election?
Oh, I think it'll be close. I mean, Akwatia has always been a swing constituency, 5-4 out of 9.
Maybe thousands?
So I think it'll be close. Maybe a margin of maybe 700, 800 difference.
Okay. I think we'll get in touch with you again closer to when collation or when some figures start coming into us at our center here, and we'll have the opportunity to engage you again. Mr. Ben Epson is show up at the polling stations to cast their votes in favor of the party. Bragging rights at stake here in Akwatia. Who takes that seat? It's the NPP's Solomon Kwame Asumedu and the NDC's Bernard Bediako-Baidu, who are on the ticket today. And Akwatia is deciding who among them should represent the constituency in Parliament. We'll go back to the grounds. Our correspondents are still there. I believe that Morris is engaging some more of the people who have gathered around. Let's listen in and come back shortly.
If you could, withdraw.
No,
Alaji, withdraw so that we'll continue.
Okay, I'll withdraw it.
Okay, so Alaji, now that you've reported to the police, what do you want the police to do in this?
No, I want the police to call Azoka for an investigation for whether or not he has the mandate to come and declare somebody dead, to even threaten that he will kill a person, not a person, not just an ordinary person, but a national third vice chairman of a bigger opposition party. Barely 8 months ago, we were governing this country. So you just come and say, you will kill me, just like that? So, myself and my family, we are our hands, everything lies on this in Azoka. So I want the police to call Azoka so that what he said, it is on video. It is clear, it is on video. So whatever happened to me in Akwatia here, and I think Azoka will be held responsible.
Given the tension, don't you think that you should retire and take some rest?
No, I'm not retiring. You see?
No, I mean, go back to probably maybe your hotel and take a rest.
I will be winner of the by-election. That is the time that I will take my rest. I will not take my rest.
That was the third National Vice Chair of the MPP, Alhaji Masaudu. He's been making some allegations that the Vice Chair of the NDC, Chief Sofu Azoka, actually assaulted him, and that he released his boys to attack him and his police officer. And so he has also resolved to do same, even though he is committed to the peace process. And that's the third Vice Chair of the NDC in your shot there. He is also monitoring the whole process to ensure victory for his candidate, Mr. Solomon Asumedu, who is contesting on the ticket of the MPP here in the Akwatia constituency. The tensions gradually begin to rise, especially as we approach counting and final collation. We pray and hope that this doesn't escalate into a full-blown chaos and conflict here in the Akwatia constituency. Not too long ago in the morning, we spoke to Chief Sofu Azoka. He promised me and my team that he had not brought his boys to Akwatia, only for us to be hearing that there was that clash between himself, his boys, and the third vice chair of the MPP, who not too long ago spoke to us, complaining bitterly. He says he's made an official complaint to the Akwatia police station, and so he awaits to see some action taken. Still talking to the media. We are still here at Buedia. We are at the taxi rank polling station. There are two polling stations where the voters continue to come out to cast their ballots. As I said earlier on, somewhere early in the morning, the voter turnout really is not as you see in a major national election. The voters keep coming in one after the other to cast their ballot. But because the business center, you have all their business, we have shops, we have waiting for the final vote to be cast, and then the counting here at the Buedria lorry station will begin, and then that moves to the Collation Center, which is at Akwatia proper, for the final collation and then result declaration. We're still having some more party faithful party executives from the constituency level, from the national level, coming through to monitor the situation on the ground for themselves. The Ghana Police Service has been very much active on the ground. You see in your shot the voting booth cordoned off very tightly to ensure that it is only those who have been verified to vote that will vote. Also making sure that nobody makes an attempt to snatch the ballot box, very much protected in that space on its own, ensuring maximum security. We just hope and pray that the situation does not escalate. We just hope and pray that we do not record any more of such clashes as we've seen between the third vice chair of the MPP and Chief Sofu Azoka not too long here in the Akwatia constituency. the momentum out of their homes and offices to cast their ballots. There are some who have also taken the opportunity to do of the shared numbers to do business here in the Akwatia constituency. It's past midday, counting begins, and then the final collation. We have our men also in the Wenchi area, which is the stronghold of the MPP, monitoring the grounds, bringing you the very latest as it pertains to the Wenchi area. We'll be moving from here, from the Buedua area, to some other towns, downtown, the Buedua area, to bring you what's happening there as well. We'll hand over to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice, and the team, and to all the other teams with boots on the ground reporting for GBC News. We appreciate all the information that you have coming in towards us. Still at the table, Kojo is here with me, political analyst. Kojo, isn't it surprising that in times past, when we talked about election coverage, we'll talk about have people found their names in the register? Are the verification devices working? Those were the kind of problems we used to. Personalities showing up at polling stations and other people, in some kind of turf war case of things happening. In this particular incident, we are told that the supposed Azoka boys did it again, and many of the reports we are getting suggest that the attack may not have been physically provoked. That for me doesn't say there was no provocation. So there was no physical provocation. Could there have been a verbal provocation? Is any provocation justified as a reason for the kind of response? Slapping a key member, a national figure of the opposition party in that manner? What does it signal? Is this the turning point where the silence in Akwatia is broken, and then we are beginning to hear the worrying disturbances that will likely, hopefully not, but will likely follow?
Thelma, I indicated earlier that there are certain personalities, you don't bring them to such activities. They don't have to show their faces there, because they ignite anxiety, they ignite tensions, they ignite to a certain extent anger among certain people. Because
so are you talking to Alhaji Masaudu or Alhaji Azoka here? Which of these personalities should not have been brought here?
Both of them.
Because both are national vice chairman.
Both of them.
Of their parties.
Yes, both of them. The video that I've seen, if it had been truncated earlier, but the video that I've seen going around is that both of them were having a chatty conversation. The Alhaji Masawood and also Sofo Azoka having a conversation. But Sofo Azoka kept on pushing Masawood, indicating to him that he's told him not to come around here. But Masawood was just standing laughing and said, Alhaji, we are all here to just cast the vote and everything. But Azoka was trying to get something out of him. And there were policemen around. Their boys were standing. Initially, everybody thought it was just normal.
A banter.
Banter, like boxers going to have a fight, and I'm going to beat you, But the stretching of the hand, hitting his chest constantly, and you said, no, pushing you also back, because he kept on advancing towards him. Thelma, I've said it. And you see, when Maurice said, tensions are building up. Interest keeps on coming. Why? Had it not been these two personalities at this event, he's the same person who pushed one of your sister stations' camera and said that they have boycotted that station, they are not going to come there. And when you listen to him push his way through, even though he's not making any point, trying as much as possible to tell you that, hey, I'm around, see me. And in a very forceful, violent way. And Azoka, since we entered into the Fourth Republic some years ago, we know the track record of Sofo Azoka and his boys. They are one of the key factors and reasons why the Vigilante Act of Parliament was passed. That we do not want to, political parties should be able to disband and dissociate themselves from this group of persons who they follow and then feel that they are the ones protecting and giving security.
Has that happened?
The punitive
the law
measures
that we set in motion by this Vigilante Act, has that been achieved? Looking at what we are seeing today, Ablekuma North in the rerun and Ayawaso West Wuogon, which was the birth of all these conversations in the first place.
Exactly.
A committee report issued, a government white paper issued to counter that. And we are seeing the scenes we are seeing today. So I guess the question is, has that law helped us?
It has shaped us. It has shaped a national conversation. There is one thing putting together the law, for it to come, for people to know that there is an existing law. There is another thing to activate the punitive measures that are enshrined within that law. Many people have misconducted themselves. And if you take the Vigilante Act, you will find out that it classifies these people and they're supposed to be found wanting. Who then is supposed to activate? That's what happened over there. How Akumsin was attacked, one NPP national organizer or national executive was also, and each person is supposed to pay what? 8,000 cedis.
8,000 cedis.
How deterrent is this? How deterrent is this? So if I have 10,000 cedis sitting somewhere, Thelma, and I feel that you irritate me, for that matter, during by-elections, I can attack you. After that, the court, whatever, they will give me 8,000, 10,000. I'll Ablekuma North are in Akwatia right now. I wouldn't be surprised that they had, because those who organized them, those who contracted them, probably might be happy to draw 8,000 cedis. We have paid. So go to Akwatia and go and also do the same job over there. That is not enough. That it's not enough. Why can't we know that the next time that a woman, any person standing during an election unprovoked, as you indicated, we have grown, we have developed. Initially, election violence has to do with snatching of ballot boxes, ballot papers, people trying to, double casting their vote, and then sometimes issues administratively.
Double voting. We stopped talking about all of that.
Those things. Double voting is no more in the conversation again. And then people not tampering, the machine not verifying them, and all these things. Now,
it's almost Rambo style at polling stations. And that's quite unfortunate, if I do say so myself. But let's connect once again to the grounds.
Sure.
Let's pick some more insights into what is happening. Our correspondent at the Buedria Church of Christ polling station is joining us with an update. Stephen Ampemdako, thank you for making the time. Stephen, what's happening where you are? I hope it is calm and collected.
Yes, thank you very much. The atmosphere here is very calm. Those around in the queue, they are quietly joining the queue so they can cast their votes. Everything is in order. The security, they are all making sure that we are all protected. So I can say the environment is very, very calm. So I have the presiding officer here with me, Mr. Michael Denyo. He's here and he's ready to tell us his observation so far since we started.
We started exactly 7 a.m.
Okay. So how many people are you expecting to come and vote?
We are expecting 600. I've already cast their votes.
Have you encountered any problems?
No problem as at now.
Whether from the party agent or the electors themselves?
We haven't experienced any such problem or challenge from anywhere.
Okay, talking about the verification machine, let's say not feeling well and need to be accompanied by somebody.
About two of them, and all of them, we assisted them, so they were able to cast their vote and they've gone.
Didn't create any problem.
No problem.
Oh, okay. All right. So, your observation, you can say everything is in order.
Everything is moving on as it is expected.
Looking at the security, the numbers, what would you say?
We have more than necessary.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, you are okay. You are comfortable.
At our general elections, you see 1 or 2. Now you are seeing around 10, 15. Around
Yes,
you.
yes.
Is it okay for
it's,
you?
it's better.
Okay.
It's better.
Yeah. All right. So what will you tell listeners and the viewers?
Oh, we expect to have a peaceful elections in Akwatia this time around. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So that is the presiding officer for you, Mr. Michael Denyo. He has given us a general overview. I earlier visited Church of Christ B, where the presiding officer was named Dominic Odro. He said the number of people they are expecting to come and cast their votes are 389. 389. And as at the time I was there, 97 have been able to come and cast their votes already. Also at the Church of Christ A, the presiding officer, Mr. Norman Asari, and they've divided into two. So the two, they have these same numbers. And as at the time I was there, 146 have been able to cast their votes already. 642 to come and cast their vote. And as at the time I was there, 167 have been able to come and cast their vote. So the atmosphere at Akwatia constituency is very calm. Those of us here, that is what we are experiencing. It's just that the rain, at times it shakes itself as if it wants to rain, and then the sun also shines a little. So far, that is how the situation is at Akwatia constituency.
Stephen, I just want to find out, what are the officials saying is the contingency plan if the rain should come down in earnest?
Earlier, when it started, we confronted them. They said that is the reason why at certain centers and stations, they have the canopies around. So even where I'm standing, they've erected canopies that should it happen that way, they will send the papers and everything to the canopy. And they are also praying that it will not even rain at all. So these are the two things that we're looking at.
Okay, Stephen, keep safe and in Akwatia as possible. Our correspondents are crisscrossing the Diamond City of Ghana in this by-election. Stephen Ampimdako just giving us the report from where he is at the Church of Christ polling center at Buedua. And over 200 people out of over 400 expected to vote have already done so in that polling station. Kojo, it looks like our numbers. We'll get to my conversation with Mr. Benepson a bit in a few minutes, but I want to focus on this situation with the Azoka boys and the NPP's vice chairman. Obviously, the police was there. From the comments that were being made and then how agitated and animated the comments were becoming, do you think that the response was quick enough? Could someone have stepped in to say, you know what, that's enough, even end the interview? Because sometimes media people, then that's where the animation comes in. So what do you make of the police's response? There's all these 5,500 or so officers there. 15 from what our correspondents are saying per polling station, and still this happened. So what are we saying?
It is, with the video that I saw that is circulating, there was a police officer who was to the right-hand side of Chief Azoka. So as and when the whole incident started happening, they all thought it was a friendly engagement. That was a friendly engagement. That was what they thought.
I've seen that video.
Yeah.
There was nothing friendly about
the beginning.
Okay.
Until the fingers started touching the chest and the rest of them. So you could see that swiftly, the police officer to the right-hand side of Chivlon, they work with their boys. So as a then, I think that the boys,
we don't mean the Liverpool people, by the way. We don't mean the Liverpool people. We are talking about Akwatia by-election.
Exactly.
But you get the point Kojo is making.
So, I mean, they all started rushing in. So with the police officer, I commend the police officer who quickly came in to separate them and all that. We could have averted this by not allowing these two personalities within the same space at the same time. If you know the profile of these persons, and this is one of the things that I talk about with policing and security, ability to profile an individual, getting the history of this person in relation to a subject matter is very key. So when you brief your contingency, the persons who are on the grounds, and let them know that the key persons that could fuel any violence are A, B, C, D.
So notice.
Yes, you put them on alert and go that when you go out there
and you see this
and you
person,
see this person within your area, be careful. Walk alongside with that person. I don't know how the security briefing went, but for me, with my little that I know, I feel that these two persons shouldn't have been, maybe we thought that, oh, because there is enough security presence there, so they wouldn't be able to do anything. Yes, their boys didn't do anything, but these are persons who came together and just exchange of words in an open space, friendly environment. It turned out that one wanted to make a statement, the other wanted to just sit back. Then, hey, you are pushing, and you know, nobody wants to be a pushover. And at the end of the day, self-defense, they go like, oh, and mind you, social media. The supporters of Azoka will say, yes, indeed. Even when we push them, still give them where power lies. So the security briefing, I don't know how it went. But Thelman, on the same issue and going back to the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, I would just like to take us through to the schedule of that. And when you look at the schedule, it outlines the act was meant for. The hawks, 1, the hawks. 2, invisible forces. Very, very broad, invisible forces. 3, Amba boys. Then 6 is Kandahar boys. Now, when you look at from 1 to 6, these are very notable groups, both with the NPP and then the NDC. So why would you allow the leader of one of these groups, even within the inner perimeter, and whether indeed it was issued out to him personally or issued out to somebody and he went for it so he could have access to the inner perimeters of the polling station, that we do not know. But these persons have been named over here and the groups have been named over here. So why do we still keep on, as political parties, recognize persons who still belong to this person and whose names are linked to these groups? I believe that if we are all serious and we all put our weight behind the Vigilantism Act and our parliamentarians that we elected in the constituencies went to vote on this and we all sang from the same tune, Thelma, let us not keep on endorsing. We are emboldening them by bringing them forward and letting them lead certain activities within political parties. The more you let them lead, the more they get the energy, the more they expand, the more they are visible, and the more people are visible, the more they have power, the more they have authority, and they feel that they will be able to still canvass these boys, put them together, and go and perpetuate any sort of action at all. So, Ghana Police Service, there is a pending, what do you call it, by-election, Tamale Central, right? Let us all some of them and know that when you go into Tamale Central, try as much as possible to profile individuals who we term as probably troublemakers, and know that you do not give them access into certain polling stations, and let your men who will be on the ground also know. And the police, they are doing well with the Ghana Police, their TV station, their media handles are also doing well. And I know that whoever will be the commander will be able to have these pictures and be sharing it on WhatsApp for these persons to know. So immediately you see the person, you can connect and you can see a background of the person in relation to violence or in relation to peace building.
I mean, you're talking about things that, borderline movies, like FBI, all these sophisticated facial recognition. Someone walks into a polling station, something scans, and then the profile pops up. It sounds almost too good to be true. I don't know if we have that technology in Ghana
We should be
or if
able
we
to
can
do it.
deploy it. But I think you make a good point about, just like we have a voters register, should political parties then tell the police who they are assigning to monitor their proceedings, prepare to receive or to protect and maintain law and order at the polling station when those personalities arrive? Have we got to the point where we need to consider that?
We need that, because we have realized that people's presence, people's actions, and people's words are the pillars on which violence sometimes erupts. So it is high time that the election committee task force will tell the political parties who are key stakeholders in any electoral process that, listen, let us know who is leading the front line in a constituency election. What do you call it? Party C. So for that matter, when you see him, try and accord him with this. Even you can even assign an officer to him. It has gotten to that level that we need to assign officers to political leader, let's call them leader of delegation, whichever, that when they go onto the grounds, these are the people who are going around. We will have people moving from their constituencies far away who do not have any cause to even be within that constituency.
In an election, everybody is a stakeholder. Even if you're a regular citizen, the peace of the country is a concern to you. So if someone moves from constituency A, should there necessarily...
Personalities, key personalities within these political parties. Let us know your role, the role that you are coming to play within, especially when we have such a narrow election like a by-election, where all attention will be focused onto one constituency with the largest of, say, being 281 polling stations. And everyone has moved there. We should be careful who even be granted interview, who the media should go to and go and talk to. Everybody on behalf of Party C, then we go to the person and ask the person for accurate information. And when the person gives us wrong information, we'll be able to know that, yes, this is the person who gave us wrong information. Other than that, I mean, we wouldn't be able to solve the problems that are associated with by-elections. Thelma.
So we are seeing some of the scenes our digital platforms have just sent us those. This happened just after that altercation between the NDC and the NPP vice chairman, and the scenes that we saw right after the alleged attack, even though it was caught on camera, we have to say alleged attack because this may very well be a legal matter, and some contest may be called into the exact circumstances leading to the scenes that we are seeing. So this physical confrontation actual area during the by-election proceedings, and it involved Chief Sofo Azoka, vice chairman of the NDC, or more specifically, members of his entourage, commonly referred to as the Azoka Boys, and Alhaji Usman Masaudu, the NPP's third national vice chairman. According to someone from Alhaji Azoka's escort team, slapped him, and he described the incident as abrupt and occurring right in front of police. Reported as of now, our correspondents are still on the beat, and of course, this video is circulating, or the video, fueling concerns that there could potentially be a clash in the constituency because of this voice who are with the NDC's vice chairman on the NPP's third national vice chairman. So these are some of what is happening, and we are talking about how the political analyst is espouting the point that perhaps it's time to issue tags specifically to volatile or non-temperamental to be at the polling stations. Would the police be within its rights to make that call?
It would, because if they have the right, the Public Order Act, to tell you when to go for demonstration, when not to go for demonstration, where it's okay for you to even pass during demonstrations, what to do during demonstrations. They have the power to tell who can even be able to go there. As you say, sample activity. And for that matter, they could just ban you from coming there. It is within their right. And it is in the interest of Ghana For how long would we conduct elections just to choose persons to come and serve us? For people to be maimed and for people to die. Just because somebody wants to accomplish his political ambitions and become an MP, a president, because of that, blood should be shed. There should be chaos associated with political activity. Who even brought that? How did we arrive at that? It is a contest of ideas. I will use point A to get to destination C. Somebody says, I will use personal interest knowing that if Thelma is elected as an MP, me, Kojoado, sitting here, the end of my woes will be over. My woes will be over. I will chop for the rest of my life. So for that matter, whatever I have to do to make sure that I will push Thelma to become an MP, I will do it. So the personal interest and underpinning all these things is poverty. Money for her person to go there so that the national cake, Thelma will have the key, the knife. When she is cutting, she will have Kojoado in her mind and cut some for me. This is all. But yes, we need to get there. We need to be able to start profiling key personalities. Persons who we feel there is restraining order in Ghana here. You can restrain persons from coming to your home. You can restrain persons from coming visit you in the office. For even parents, a father can be restrained from having access to the child. A mother can be restrained. We are a place that we are going to have elections, and for knowing that the likelihood that this person's presence over there will cause mayhem is very high. Let us get to that level. Anything that we need to do to safeguard the integrity cannot be in the news for the bad reasons. And don't let violence be associated with our electoral processes, and especially on election day. I look forward to a day that we'll go for a general election, that people will be sniffing for bad news, and all around will be good news. That is the day that we are looking out for. That's the day that we will not have Azoka boys, whether Kandahar or Bamba boys or Tamale Central boys or Achimota boys coming to disrupt electoral processes. And I believe that when people, the youth who are used to be having jobs 8 to 5, you think they will leave their jobs to come and stand there and
Some
be doing
say they
thing?
do, but some people maybe time their leaves of absence, they time certain days off to coincide with some of these events so they can come and, show up, grassroots support for their parties, and then go back to their regular jobs. So some argue that they are employed elsewhere, otherwise engaged, if not gainfully, to some extent employed or in training.
When you go there, what I would love is to go and canvass for people to come and vote. Oh, please, this is our candidate. Vote for him. He can do this for you. But not to go there and cause mayhem. I don't know, but I don't like it when every now and then, every election that we need to go to in Ghana, violence is associated with it. And to this, as you indicated, historical antecedent will tell us that if issues are associated with party elections, it used to be snatching of ballot boxes, double voting, whatever, underage people coming to cast their vote and somebody reporting it, and hey, but now it has turned out to be personalities. So it is high time we change the strategy. And as I indicated, profile these persons. If we feel that this person is not fit to be within here, that person should be there. You think that if Hawa Kumsen hadn't been in Ablekuma North, would people have charged?
Not restricted your movement to go anywhere in the country without
being restricted.
Yes.
You have a freedom of
without
movement,
a fear of being
attacked. Now, you sit here, you know very well, and Ghanaians are watching, they know the political history of Hawa Kumsin, i.e. in relation to violence, in her own constituency. How has it been? When you go, a dossier of information on it was a retaliation moment.
Again, is that what it should be?
It shouldn't be.
Exactly.
It shouldn't in any way be at all. And that is what just happened right now between the two chairmen. That is what is happening. The two allergies. You think you did it in
the slap has landed already. What should be the next things we should be hearing from the police, even from the political parties at the constituency, and perhaps maybe even the national level, because all these strings are being pulled from somewhere, and it's usually at the top. So even if the national executives, the national vice chairman are the people being attacked, what should we be hearing from the two parties on this incident, and what should the police be expected to do in the coming hours, even before polls close?
I mean, for now, they can't do anything before polls close. I believe that they are all busy. The Akwatia police officers, together with the reinforcement that has gone in, they are very, very busy.
Nobody saw the one who threw the arm and
videos are there. Now the Ghana Police Service is very active on social media.
Should we be hearing that someone has been identified at least by now?
By now, a statement should have come out. If it is not already out yet, it should come out with an identification that indeed somebody has slapped this and has occurred. And then the next thing will be that persons who were involved in this incident has also been identified. The electoral process will still go on and the police is still on the grounds. And for that, they should have confidence in the electoral process and people should come out in their numbers to come and vote so that at least we will have an elected member of parliament in Akwatia. So that first statement from the Ghana Police Service should be out by now, or in the next few minutes, it should be out for them to reassure the general public that indeed this incident had happened between these two personalities and this is the station. Let's see how that also turns out, because he indicates that Chief Azoka has threatened him and then the entirety of his family, and then has also done same to the minority leader, that if he, Chief Azoka, had met minority leader in that polling station, there will be a by-election in his constituency. Chief Azoka was caught on camera saying this. Where is Afenyo Market? If I had seen him here, if I had met him here, there will be a by-election in his constituency. What would necessitate a by-election in somebody else's constituency than the demise of the person? So you see, the national executive of the NDC should as well do us good by condemning the comments.
And that's what I'm saying, that should we be seeing a statement or hearing something from a key member of the NDC condemning these acts, a key member of the NPP condemning the video, but sometimes they tell us that what we are seeing is not. Shouldn't we expect somebody from both parties to come out and say, listen, if someone has poked their hand into your eye, still...
I agree. The national chairman, General Mosquito, should come out and then condemn the act.
Should Alhaji Azoka give up his escort who
initiated the whole thing before the boys came in with a slap? With the video that we saw, he is the one who initiated all this.
So he appears to have initiated.
You get it? Okay, fine. He appears to have initiated the entire altercation between himself and... How could he give the boy who came to fly the slap?
Because let's also not forget that sometimes tempers get the better of us.
Exactly.
And I've seen mothers beat their children to the point of injury.
Yeah.
In the heat of the moment. And like the hymnist will say, can a woman's tender care cease towards the child she bear? Yes, you may be forgetful, but there will be a reminder. So if in the heat of the moment you misacted, then own up to it and then throw yourself at the mercy of the court so that some leniency may be extended to you.
I believe that if in all sincerity, the person, Alhaji Azoka, that I've come to know, read about, he's a tough man. Coming out to an apology from him would suffice. And then also, as you indicated, probably giving his boy out. But that will mean a defeat to his person and a defeat to the boys that he represents. He has built in them some level of authority, power, confidence. So nothing should defeat you. All that you need to do is to always win, 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 and win. But apologizing, it's good. From both parties, NDC, MPP, come out with a statement. Let people know that it was in the heat of the moment. It was in the heat of the moment. We are very, very sorry. It wouldn't happen again. That doesn't change the course of the by-election. Everything is ongoing very well. And with that, from the Ghana Police Service statement that will also come out, I believe that it will calm tempers down. Let this not be the highlight in that. It will go a long way to affect us as a nation.
So the slap becoming the turning point, where the calmness of this, until that point, turning into something else.
Don't forget, Probably people are sitting somewhere asking, after this incident, should be on guard. They should be on red alert, so that at least there are certain people. And having said that, you see people in mask. You wear it and you have a hood. The only place you see are your eyes. The police shouldn't allow such persons into the inner perimeters.
What if it is part of the, security team?
Remember,
maybe those who are close that way are part of.
Ayawaso West Wagon.
And that's exactly where I'm coming to, because we saw persons wearing camouflage uniforms. So we presumed that they are with the military, one of the forces or the services, and they have a mandate to enforce by being at the station. So if you're saying those people should be removed, can they simply show up to work not wearing that one?
What should you wear? In charge of the operations at Ayawaso West Wagon, when he was being questioned by the commission as to why at that day, on that day, that moment, police officers or army officers or security persons were wearing masks. You know what he said? That sometimes mosquitoes bite them, so they have to protect themselves. This was, and when videos came out and the commission's questioning the security couples that came out, it realized that most of them were not even part of the security architecture on that day. Most of these boys were a candidate to win. So we are begging. And now the next thing is the helmet. Now people don't want to be identified. So they wear the mask, the full mask, and then they also wear helmet on top of it. We should be able to let people know that your costuming, it's key, it's a concern to us. So that you wouldn't just come in there with those long overall under it. We don't know what you are hiding under it or anything. You don't come and hood yourself. You are not a police officer. You are not an army. You are not a fire service person. You are nobody. And you just hood yourself. Come in, engage in whatever you do, and you run. And you are not able to identify you. And people just go scot-free, just like that. I believe that it's high time that we try as much. Let's try. We can begin from somewhere, that when the election is ongoing and you are a security officer who has been deployed to a certain polling station, when you see such a person, try and question such a person. Go like, please, you can't come here with it. Because what is your motive for hooding yourself in a polling station? What do you want to come and do? If not, if you really have a clean mind, you want to come and vote and go, come as anybody else who has come there. Let us see your face, so that at least we'll be able to identify that when something happens, we'll be able to identify you. But immediately you see someone in helmet, in mask, wearing those full mask, camouflage, we should be very careful. And it is high time we get to that level. We can get there. Just like we have moved away from double voting and ballot box snatching and all those things. We should be able to get there, because these are emerging cultures within our political space.
And social media does not make it easier, does it? Because as soon as something happens, because someone films it and then posts it, immediately there appears to be a reaction. How do you think this will affect the tactics by the police? Does this incident add to fears that people may have to not show up, or their temptation to not show up to vote? Or what does it do in this narrative?
I believe that the police presence there has also sent some level of intimidation. I indicated this in the morning that, hey, listen, the police, the sort of policing that these community members are used to, this is not the normal police system that they are used to. Then again, the conduct of the security men, the police officers around, are they friendly? Do they guide you? Do they lead you as to what sort of information that they give to you? If they are very helpful, are they like that? Okay, fine. Then it caused some sort of peaceful atmosphere. It shouldn't take away the fact that we are there for one activity, and it's to vote. And if other adjoining issues will prevent people from coming to the polling stations to be able to vote, let us identify these things. And if you profile a polling station and you feel that, it doesn't have any issues, let's try and then call back some of these persons.
But then the current trend has also shown that the mere presence of some key actors can change the status of a polling station from a restive, sleepy willow to a barking bulldog.
Exactly. So that is why that we need to talk to the political parties. Who is coming and what will be the role of this person? Let's tag these people. Let's profile them. Immediately you see them, you know that, oh, person A is coming here to observe on behalf of the political party. Though they are observers, doving around, this person is also going to have police or security men around this person and escorting this person around. So we know. And please, the political parties, don't put such persons that we saw in this video on the front line of elections like this.
They won't like this comment because something is happening. Maybe it's a big news day, like today is Akwatia. Maybe I'm not feeling too well, but because it's a big news day and it's GBC and we have a mandate, not been assigned officially, but because I see a need, I see a place where I can go and my mere presence can mobilize that the mobilization, grassroots mobilization, you know, the bike boys, Basintali and his team just riding into town and the kind of, you know, vibe and pulsating feeling it gave to people on the grassroots to be a part of these things. I see that there needs to be a gingering of the system here. So I put myself there if I feel I have, you know, the charisma to bring that.
Understand. Even if you want to do that, get clearance. And for on record, I mean, I'm not a supporter of the Basintali mode of mobilization and all that. I'm not a fan of that.
You are?
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not at all. So at the base of the pyramid all the time, majority of the people at the base of the pyramid. Let us elevate the living standard of people so that you will not capitalize on. Sometimes you just want to go in there. You want to build a momentum. You want to go and support. I mean, during the last election, there were people, party persons who were moving from home to home stations to come and vote. When you do that in an orderly manner, there's no problem.
Okay.
But when you go there with an alternative or what kind of mindset, that is the issue.
Let's get some answers. We are going on our phone lines now. ACP, Madam Grace Ansah Krofi, the Director of the Public Relations Directorate of the Ghana Police Service, is on our phone lines. ACP, good afternoon, or is it still morning? Good afternoon to you, and welcome to our coverage. Are you able to give us any updates on what the altercation that happened at that constituency polling station that we are talking about regarding the assault on Alhaji Masaudu? Are you able to give?
Indicated earlier, the IGP is going around. He's visited a number of polling centers. So far, everything has progressed very peacefully. Any incident, minor incident that was recorded was immediately resolved and calm restored, and voting is going on peacefully.
ACP, I used to establish the contact again. Yes, ACP, I'm glad that you're still
the line is a bit funny.
Yes,
but I was saying that so far the voting is progressing very peacefully. Our officers are on the ground across all polling stations. The IGP is also going around. We encountered some of your reporters in some of the polling centers, and I believe they've reported to you that the situation on the ground is very calm.
Despite the pockets of incidents that
the voting is ongoing, so far nothing major has come on the ground, and we are determined to ensure a peaceful election.
So the concern that some may have about reprisals or retaliatory attacks or gatherings to plan or foment trouble, what is the
pressing that here? We haven't come across any such concern yet, but as we keep explaining to you, we have our rapid response teams are standing by to respond to any incident that comes. And so far, considering how peaceful the process has been so far, we are confident that we'll see it to a peaceful end.
Should we expect a statement from the police on this matter? I understand that, understandably, you may not have all the details with you right now as you speak to us, but should we expect...
Your incident was reported live, and you realized that our men went in immediately and resolved it. any fallout after that, we will be able to.
And that you're in, and I appreciate the time that you have spent with us. Is there any other information you'd like to leave us with before you hop on to the next interview? I know
the people of Akwatia Constituency that the police are here to ensure their safety. Every person who wishes to vote, go out freely and cast your vote. The stakeholders continue to cooperate with the police as we've done so to see this election to a very peaceful end.
Men and women in uniform manning the peace at the Directorate for the Ghana Police Service, and she's brought us details. So the IGP himself, the biggest police boot of the land, is on the ground, and we're told that he's going round, and we've seen, the social media pages talking about his engagement with people, moving around from polling station to polling station, engaging with the people, ensuring that the men are doing the right thing. So the police are not, innocent bystanders in this situation. The IGP is, and the police's plan is to ensure that this election is conducted in a peaceful and orderly manner with what they had hoped would be no incidents at all. But now that there are pockets of the tensions de-escalated so that the PP Grace and Sir Akrofi. Kojo, you notice how they make any public statement about what happened. Like I said earlier, we can interpret based on what we saw in the video that this perhaps may be what is happening. But through an investigator's eyes, perhaps they wear different contact lenses than the rest of us, regular spectacles than the rest of us. So they may be able to interpret things and pick up the, microscopic.
Indeed, I earlier on indicated that the policeman who was standing close to Chief Azoka came in to separate them. And after that, glad that she also indicated that it is what we saw on our screens. What we have is what at least it is also being shown. So, so it is what it is. We don't want to compromise a position, and then, but she has said its use, and I commend this police officer very well for separating the two of them. Had it not been that, I believe that probably what would have happened would have been very terrible, because these men also have their boys, and even if you separate them as individuals, don't forget that their boys are also on standby, that there could be clashes between their boys as well.
Before we go into a further analysis of what we are seeing on the screen, let's give credit to Global Watch GWTV. We do not intend any copyright breaches by the use of this video. In the interest of, sharing with the public what happened on the grounds, 119 polling stations, we have boots on the ground, but we certainly cannot be everywhere at the same time. We're trying to get to as many polling stations as possible, but we can't be we cannot. So we do not intend any copyright infringement. We don't claim ownership to this piece of the video. We got this from GWTV Global Watch, and we give due credit to the network for this piece that we are showing on your screens now. So these days we need to say that. GWTV, thank you for that.
And I like it. You see now where consumers have become producers of news. Content creators are all over. You can see the number of cameras and the number of phones around. So we're getting different angles to the incident that happened. That is very, very good, especially for the Ghana Police Service to pick different angles, the beginning of the whole issue and how it ended. So kudos to them. We thank them so much for also putting this out there for us to also feed on it. But as I indicated, this person shouldn't be able to lead certain political activities.
Okay, so we are seeing what appears to be the escalation of the situation. That's the poke that you talked about, Kojo. And this is where the police officer, came between the two men and tried to, separate them from that. We see a charge, a renewed charge towards the person appearing to be Alhaji Masaoud by Alhaji Azoka. TV, Global Watch TV, thank you. We don't mean any copyright infringements, but this is one angle of what appears to be the altercation, which happened, we are told, during an interview at one of the polling stations. We saw a police officer trying to get in between the two national vice chairmen of the NDC and the NPP. The attack appearing, or the poking appearing to have been started by Alhaji Azoka, who made a physical contact with Alhaji Masaud, and the police says that the situation is under control. Alhaji Masaud himself, after this incident, in an interview with the media, said that the matter has been or will be reported to the police. I suspect that by now it has been reported already. And so once there is a definite idea of which direction this story is able to travel, perhaps the police will have the opportunity to issue a statement, or perhaps a statement from the public there is to be made. But we continue to add our voices, the voices of peace and dialogue in the midst of extreme provocation. And we believe that as one people, we should all unite behind this red, yellow and green 2024 election, constituency by constituency, to choose another leader in the face of a devastating loss that a family is still grieving over. We want to honor the legacy by doing this peacefully and by ensuring that those of us that are left behind and will continue to make our country proud. So it appears to me that perhaps there's some little to expect. We have about 4 hours until the close of polls, if I'm not mistaken. It's almost about 1 p.m. now, so 4 more hours to go. Hopefully there will be very much smooth sailing, and then we can get the problems with, have you found your name in the register? Did the verification machine work in this case? It looks like on the EC side, I mean, we are talking a lot about the police side, but it has overshadowed the core mandate, what is, the focal point of the coverage. But it appears that it has been largely overshadowed with, comments, the glimpses of the work of the EC that you see. What are your thoughts?
I believe that they are doing well now.
No news
has happened from 1992 up to this time around. IPAC, together with civil society organizations, the various fora, the mechanisms that they use, the technologies have a free, fair, violent-free election. We have gone a long way. And also kudos to the members of parliament, especially when it has to do with the budget allocation for the Electoral Commission, knowing the itemized things within their budget and passing it. It goes a long way to strengthen the administrative mechanisms and the things that they need. When we were moving from opaque ballot boxes to transparent ballot boxes, the objections that came up, but we've gone past all these things. Then it came with people who were underage, especially during registration period and doing voting, and then double voting. Some people stashing ballot papers in their pockets. When they get to the ballot box, they try already thumb-printed. They come and put them in. Thelma, we've come a long way. And I believe the Electoral Commission has learned its lessons. And they wouldn't want to be put on the spot all the time. I mean, you always want to correct your wrongs. You learn from your past experiences and what they have done all these years. Someone will say, oh, this is just a by-election, one out of the lot. But when you take credence to previous elections, you will know that the 2024 general election, I mean, issues of, I can't find my name, my thumbprint is not being captured, open up more polling stations within electoral areas and constituencies. And they put a cap to each polling station. I've forgotten though, but there is a cap that it shouldn't go beyond a certain number per
they call it A and B. So some of the polling stations have had to be split.
Right, yes,
so
exactly.
That there's no more than a certain number. I believe it is perhaps 700 thereabouts,
yes.
plus or minus 200, and long at one polling station.
And I believe that has really helped. And that has really helped in focusing, especially your eye, the officers, employing more people, so in 1,005 electorates. Now it has been split. You have more focus and attention to be able to identify the challenges that are within these documentations and the collaboration with the political parties. IPAC has come to stay. they are playing an integral role within our political system. And I believe that when we are even able to legislate IPAC to be a body for electoral process, commission as a referee, and they air their views. Previously, it was in an office just between the electoral commission and then political parties. This one will say this, and then they will rather come and tell us how things went. But the electoral commission has opened it up now. Cameras are allowed now. People even carry it live, and whatever happens, we are able to know. So they are correcting their wrongs, and now it has shifted from the electoral commission to security, and security falls at the doorsteps of the Ghana Police Service, which I know that they are also working. A time will come that we will not talk about security and Ghana Police Service. Probably it might be technology, which I know we will get there, especially with the transmission of results. And in your opening remarks, you indicated that the Electoral Commission is adopting opinion that we should do away with this, especially within the constituencies. If we move, then we'll move to the regions. Everything transmitted directly to the region. You know why? Because most of these issues start from the constituency collation centers. Tell me who I say, Charlie, this and issues and this one. We have counted from the polling stations. If you have counted, you have your figures. Why then do you bring it to the coalition center, the constituency coalition, and start all over this whole
when they raise the
up.
pay for electronic voting?
We should.
2008 elections. Yes, I am that young. Don't come at me.
You've sold yourself out.
So when I voted in the 2008 election, we had several times voters were also going, and I followed. Clutching my voter ID card close to my chest, just so excited that I was finally going to be a part of the decision-making process. Previously, then it was Abdikma Central, so now that constituency is the Honourable Okufo-Andapoi, and that's his constituency. So that was me as a first-time voter. I miss the time of, I relish telling the story of how milk tins and Milo tins and stones
and blocks
and buckets
and tables
will
and
be
the
used
benches
to queue. But as fun as you may have thought that was, those were really difficult times because you cover by the people around the store. They moved it way before. So I'm excited, hearing the possibility of technology taking front and center. But like we saw in your analysis of the EC and how far we've come, the verification device came with its own set of challenges, and it took us a few elections to. I'm yet to hear of it being tried. The sheets that are brought from the polling stations that are added up. So Collation Center, one comes and says it has this number for NDC, it is entered constituency results. And that can be quite a long, it takes a long time.
We eat into the following day, which a banking app. If you trust mobile money interoperability, transfer money from your bank to your mobile wallet, from your mobile wallet to your bank. Why don't you trust the vote? Why are we doing this to ourselves? Sometimes, Thelma, I ask...
Would it be for peace of mind? Because in advanced countries where there's even electronic voting, so you vote and as soon as you vote, something counts it in the system.
It tallies up.
And so as soon as polls
closes, we know the number. Offhand, just then and then. Readily available.
The computer fundamentals.
It can't.
The fundamentals eliminate any, whether it is hacking, cyber security,
if you are training
scammers,
listen,
all that is eliminated. Paper in hand, 1 + 1 is always 2.
No. So you trust that your producer will transfer information through WhatsApp to you.
Producer, I trust my producers. They are solid.
But Thelma, I pray. I dread for that day that you go to your constituency, your polling station, immediately you start. And you see, when we build a system that has layers in each constituency, and I know that the Electoral Commission has something of that sort, even an Excel spreadsheet, and immediately I cast my vote, automatically, live transmission. We are training software developers in Ghana here in with technology. It's worth its salt. Then why don't we utilize these people for national benefit so that we know that the coders that we train, the hackers that we train, they protect even our Bank of Ghana vote from other people, to be able to protect the presidency from certain communications that the presidency has with other foreign nationals. Why don't we vote with the voting? Why do we put so much premium, even more than your health bio data, your health? People are able to. I don't mind. Now, when you go to Kolebu, they have the tablet. They put everything in there. It's paperless now, and you are okay with that. But when you go to the votes and they say vote, and your vote will be counted live feed. Hey, Obi where we are. Hey. Hey, Maba.
It's a computer we don't trust.
It's a computer
we don't trust. Do you remember when the computerized school placement was introduced?
Yeah.
And, you know, there were people in this country who thought we are coming to Accra to confront that computer, not think right now. Do you understand? So that, you see, there needs to be a certain level of awareness among the populace about how the system works in order to foster that confidence and that trust. But if I walk into a polling station and your first way of preventing me from double voting is by putting indelible ink on my little pinky, you've lost me. It means that my little finger in ink that I voted. If you have no way of knowing that I voted already and you need to put that ink on my finger to ensure that I don't come back to cast another vote, then I don't see how that should inspire confidence in me that 1, 2, 3, follow the same order that...
Get it? So this is the time that we are also... Remember those days? People have 3, 4, 5 multiple passports with different names, especially when somebody is coming to marry you and take you away. They will do it with the same picture. Initially, the system didn't capture your bios. So your facials, it didn't capture your eyes and all those things. It didn't. They see it, it's your name, you pass through. But now, with the sort of passport system that we have now, you can't have two passports. As an individual, such system, such data into our electoral process. Thelma, it is a gradual process. A time will come that when you go to the polls, we will not use the ink as a form of identifying that you have voted once. When you go, you plot your thumb on the verification machine. The system will flag it. You get it? And that is where we are supposed to get to way of doing things for everybody to be at peace. How beautiful will it be, Thelma, that the Electoral Commission at their office on the election day, we set up a conference room, all cameras are there, and then from all the 16 regions, you'll be seeing live feed, everything being put in there. And then, even before the commissioner will come and sit there with her people to declare the result, you see it on a screen like this. How beautiful will it be? Do we have to go through all this stress from moving from the police station after counting 1, 2, then you are done with that. And then there, if Thelma comes to challenge the figures that have been written, then will come 2, 3. Oh, Abba Minisani. What is it? Aren't we tired of doing things?
I'm tired of hearing you talk about it.
Listen, just like the days of subsistence farming where our mothers and fathers would go to the farm with, we have combined harvesters, which are harvesting. Now we have know that, when I go there, the likelihood that, violence will erupt because of this counting process here and there, I will not go. But when the person has confidence in a technology that we have deployed and all of us have tested it, let us test it with, assemblyman election. If you want to deploy that, let's tell the mistakes, just like we tested the verification machine. And this is when a lot of people are interviewed.
They snatch the pink sheet and it gets missing. So what do we know about this new technology that the EC will use?
I think that I don't know much about it, though.
It talks about something that will be used, a tablet of some sort, to scan.
So initially, the votes are counted, they sign the pink sheet, they all have their platforms, they take screenshot of it, and then they send it to their, what they call their strong rooms, and their strong rooms take cognizance of it. I don't know how this system is going to work, but if it takes the same format, sending it through WhatsApp or even email, which wouldn't be compromised. If the Electoral Commission has devised a new technology, which is known, the officers at the grounds, that if you are not an officer, you can't have access to this layer of information, then so be it. But I believe that this was an opportunity for them also to have come out to tell us and sensitize us as stakeholders that this is the technology of trust. Maybe people...
But a simulation that would tell, for example, media people and regular voters to point them out so they can be worked on, just like when they were about to implement, other government policies. I remember e-levy and all these things. GRA would come and engage media people, members of different sectors of the economy on those matters. So let us get back on the conversations about technology. But for now, let's go to Achim Wenchi, shall we? And when we talk about this Akwatia constituency, we forget that Akwatia is the name of the constituency, but there's so many areas that form that constituency. And Achim Wenchi is one of those areas. Michael Teamati has joined us now on the phone lines with an update. Michael, I'm looking at the time now. It's just about 10 minutes past 1, so less than 4 hours now to the close of polls. What can you report about what's happening where you are?
Well, I am reporting right away from Achim Wenchi, and so far I have visited 9 polling stations. And at New Wenchi police station to exercise their franchise, as at 11:23, 114 has exercised their franchise so far. The 5 eligible voters to come and vote, and as at 11:25 a.m., 111 have turned out so far. New Wenchi Pali Square A, 484 eligible voters are expected to cast their ballots, and as at 11:07, 124 have turned out so far. New Wenchi Pali Square B, 484 eligible voters are also expected to come and vote, and as at 11:11 a.m., 138 voters have turned out, and as at 7:58, 35 turned out so far. New Wenchi Deba Ground, they are also expecting 706 eligible voters to come and vote, and as at 11:30, 242 have exercised their franchise so far. New Wenchi Salvation come and vote, and as at 12:30 p.m., 204 voters have turned out so far to come and vote, and as at 12:41 p.m., 264 have turned out so far. New Wenchi Presby Church Center, New Wenchi Presby Church Center, 699 eligible voters are expected to exercise their franchise, and as at 12:43, 241 have exercised their franchise so far. So far, the PM that at New Wenchi Presby Church Center, where the minority leader Alexander Penyomaken stormed the center to observe the video or the picture, turn it to chaos. The swift intervention. So far, we would believe that by the end of the poll, that is 5 p.m., the turnout will be encouraging, and the winner will be.
Going on when that shot, that video, that picture was.
Well, that was, since the beginning of the exercise, some macho men, I don't know this particular center, I don't know, since morning, I've spotted them, but I don't know what info they've gathered before they sent some macho men. We don't know whether they are for NDC or NPP. So they are standing right from the morning. So when they are he just took a shot of them. I don't know what informed so they attacked him, but with the swift intervention of the police, they were able to come. Both New Wenchi Presby DHS Center and then New Wenchi Presby Church Center. We have 2 centers there.
New Wenchi Presby.
2 centers there, A and B.
Okay, I want to know the specific center where the Honorable Afenyomakin incident happened, as you're telling us.
New Wenchi.
Understanding you correctly, it is the Honorable.
It is not Alexander Afenyomakin himself. One of his boys. You know, Alexander Afenyomakin also came with his boys. So one of the boys took a shot of resorted to a confrontation. But the swift intervention of the police, they were able to calm the situation. So the place is now peaceful.
These people you are describing as macho men, heavily built, maybe physically heavily built men. What were they doing there?
Is that, pardon?
What were they doing there? These people you call macho men.
That is the question. That is the question. We don't know. That's why we don't know whether it's NPP that employed them to come to the police station or NDC. I don't know whether they came by themselves or some of the party people employed them to come and do that.
Were they doing anything that suggested that they were
when Alexander Penyo came with a guy. So I don't know what also informed the guy to just take the phone and took a shot of them. and they approached him that he should just delete it. I don't know. That is the conference. Just delete it. And the guy also he refused to do that. So they wanted to beat him, but the police people were there, so they were able to calm the situation.
So you're telling us that until the one member of the minority leaders team took a picture of these men you call macho men, they had not caused any problems at all at that center where you were?
No. They were standing at the center right from since the beginning of the exercise. That's 7 a.m. And I don't know whether they know the guy for long before he came here. I don't know. If actually I can't tell the reason why they approached the guy.
Okay, I presume that now the Honorable has moved on. So what has happened since then? Are these people still there? These men you call macho, are they still at that center?
Yes. That's why I said they are still there. They are still standing. Yes, monitoring the inside.
And the police has not made any attempts to send them away, to arrest them, to engage them in any conversations. Nothing like that has happened, or has that happened?
Nothing like that. So we don't know where they are from.
Okay, Michael, what has happened since then? Everything going smoothly?
Yes, everything. That's why I said with the swift intervention of the police, they thwarted the activities of the guy. So now the process has been restored, and the process is going on peacefully.
Right. Beyond where you are, I know that some of our reporters are also at other parts of the constituency, and we may have not been able to get in touch with them. Can you paint a picture of what?
Good. I'm also gathered that from the Akwatia township, that was around 10, 11 that way. I also understand there's some misunderstanding over there. I don't know where they said police they have arrested, they have affected some arrests over there. But actually, I'm here to call my colleague over there to give me a detail.
Pulling down of some of the posters of one of the candidates. I believe that your colleague has reported that to us. I'm glad that where you are, there appears to be lots of calm. That appears to be the general situation across the constituency with pockets of incident.
Yes, you are correct.
All right, Michael. I think I'll leave you now so you can head on to your next destination, next polling station, and then we'll connect with you again so we get some details of what is happening. Michael Tayamate is reporting.
Thank you very much.
Very grateful to you as well, Michael. Just reporting to us from Achimwinchi, where, Kojo, interesting. So it's like macho men, apologies in advance. If you're a macho man, it's like you catch attention even before you even do anything. From what our reporter is saying, it appears that these men may have been standing there as that they had been doing that since the start of the process, but someone felt the need, perhaps felt threatened or felt intrigued, the calmness of the center.
So you see, still pivoting everything on personalities, the nature, and who they are, what we can associate them with. So you see well-built men, you see young boys with some sort of hairstyle, with earrings, then...
Is it stereotyping?
Indeed, it is. And we have built personalities for them. We want them to fit in a certain context as society. And that is what we mean by stereotyping. So if you don't want to, if you need not to be associated or tagged as so and so, you don't even, certain aesthetics and apparels, you don't have to even put them on and be associated with that. Simple as that. There are genuine, well-built men who build their body for health reasons, not to go and engage in any violence. And I know men who are also well-built, macho, biceps, chest. They are not strong. They are just there. They can't do anything.
Those ones that can't kill cockroaches. But we won't talk about those. Okay.
So, but probably what called for that picture was because they are grouped and the setting within which they were. If you don't do it now, the possibility that you might do it later. You might undertake anything later. So if they are there just to observe, I believe that they could split themselves. If they are friends, just split yourselves so that people will not tag you that somebody has brought you here. It's a small constituency. People know each other. So especially when people see you in the constituency, in the community, they know that you are not part of us. So why have you come here? What is your reason for coming here? Let us profile Ghana. Please. I think some time ago, 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012 general elections, sometimes they come out with press statements indicating that if you want to have their services for them, they are not for violence, they can't protect you and the politics of Ghana.
There is a Macho Men Association of Ghana.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I don't think I've ever heard.
Oh, you don't know? But there is a stereotyping. Everybody sees a macho man around, biceps, muscles, and they feel like, hey, because I don't have. They start shaking, flex the muscles here and there. They go like, hey. Meanwhile, this person has no evil intention, just coming to vote and go. But the mere presence of them sparks anxiety, fear. What is it going to do? Who were the people carrying ballot boxes those days? Macho men. They grab one ballot box. You can't snatch it away from them. They take it on their heels. They put it in the vehicles and they run away with it. So their association with election has not been something good. So anytime that you see the person, even if the person has good intentions, people feel that, oh, it's possible that this person is coming to foment any form of violence. But I am happy that whatever pocket simmer tempers and things just go back to normalcy. As I indicated, Thelma, let Akwatia by-election not be headlined by any violence at all. Let us know that we went in and honor the legacy of the departed former member of parliament in a very peaceful manner, knowing the person, Ernest Kumi, who he was, very calm, very affable, sociable person, development-oriented personality, non-confrontational. Let us honor his legacy that the good Lord has called him, and that when we are electing a representative to represent him or also take his stead, it was violent-free, and what was done in an atmosphere of free and fair elections. Other than that, sometimes you know that the cause for which you fought for, it's not even worth it in any way at all. So I commend the Ghana Police Service for always coming in with this pocket of violence and coming in to just let it slide, calm tensions down, and for everybody to focus on the bigger picture. The bigger picture is we went in here to cast our vote, and we want to elect a member of parliament to represent the good people of Akwatia, and that is what we are going to do. And for me, I believe that the Ghana Police Service, with even the political parties, NDC, MPP, would have spoken to these key persons, Masawood and then also Azoka, and by now they would have taken a back seat. One of the reporters asked him that, Alaji, don't you think it's time for you to retire to your hotel room?
So that you can rest.
You can rest.
Relax.
Relax and then come back again. That will just calm you down. You reflect on the incident that has just occurred. And if you come back again, you feel that, oh, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't say this again, it would be right. They should just pull them out of the constituency, go back to their hotels, give them protection so that at least their presence wouldn't even kind of cause any sort of fear or anything within the electorate.
On X, formerly called Twitter, there's a lot of trends, and Afenyo is one of those trends. And people are a bit disappointed, some a lot disappointed at the comments made by the ND2 constituency if he had come to meet the Honorable Afenyo Makin there. A lot of the sentiment is that they find that quite unfortunate, and someone is asking a question, and I want to read some of the concerns he raised. That so a man goes on air and openly says they would have killed Afenyo Makin if they had met him, yet according to NDC National Security, this is not a threat. Imagine an NPP member making the same statement against a sitting MP on national television. He wouldn't see daylight. So a lot of conversations being had around the comments that Alhaji Azoka made. Another commentator is talking, Charlotte Nicole, saying this video shows Chief Azoka literally went to Akwatia to cause trouble, from threatening Honorable Afenyo Markin to fight, and NPP's third national vice chairman, to the extent that his boy slapped him, says it all. He should be arrested, and they are calling on the Ghana Police Service to do the needful. The Honorable Afenyo Markin is also reported to have said a bit earlier that we are mourning democracy, and that was with regards to the removal of the Chief Justice finally. Lots of people commenting on the situation in the Akwatia constituency and quoting, referencing that incident between Alhaji Azoka and, Alhaji Masaud and what happened. Meanwhile, Azoka is also on the trends on X, and obviously, for obvious reasons, we know why. Comments on social media, some of whom are, which I'll read to you on X. Onipanya says, this is the beautiful atmosphere we expect from our political leaders and not the filthy shambolic display. And in that, there is a video attached to that, and you can see some camaraderie going on there. The NPP's national vice chairman. So social media has a lot to say about all these happenings. And Trust X to be 500 people Xing, tweeting about NDC and NPP. Of course, you'll see all these things there. Remember that you can find us across social media, GTV Ghana, and also the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. We are streaming these happenings live on our social media platforms. You can leave your comments there as well. I'm here with Kojo Ado. We are talking about all the happenings on that politics. I believe that someone has joined us on our phone lines, not particularly sure who, so we'll get a few more details and then I'll connect with you. But that's...
Dauda has made a very strong statement, and it is getting tractions. He says that if I were, and I quote, if I were the president and the people of Akwatia vote against the NDC candidate, I won't fix their roads, as soon as MP Collins Dauda.
But
and
this
that is
is
getting a lot of traction.
But about the national cake earlier, and about how if I had the knife to the national cake, first of all, if the cake was red velvet cake, nobody might end up getting any.
Because you're going to take all.
I'm going to eat the whole bunch, but that's just by the way. But the national cake is national for a reason.
Exactly.
And everybody needs to have a share or a bite of it. And so if you suggest that the mere fact that people make their free will and they choose based on their free will, you will not do it. Crossing Akwatia, what can you report at this time?
When I checked at this particular police station, something involved persons had voted for the total loan 600 plus. About 600 plus
has been smooth thus far. Apart from that incident we recorded between the NDC's vice chair and the third vice chair of the MPP. So far, so good. The whole process has been smooth. The Ghana Police Service very much must be commended, because they were the ones that nipped that particular situation in the bud. It would have turned into a very chaotic situation. So any moment from now or some few hours from now, polling will close. But then we will be speaking to some of the many youth. Some of them have voted already, but they have concerns. They still want to, send some messages across. So we'll be speaking to them. But before we do that, let's speak to... Good afternoon to you, Honorable, and welcome to GTV.
Thank you.
It's past 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m. So far. What have you monitored so far? Will you say the turnout is encouraging?
Thank you very much. I must say that this, in Ghanaian setting, anytime there is by-election, the turnout is usually low. The same thing is happening today. Most of the polling stations I visited, I realized that the turnout is very slow, and it's low. But you know, sometimes too, you know, Ghanaian, we always want to do our things at last minute. So we are hoping that people will, at the dying minute, people will come out in their numbers to come and vote.
What will a win in this constituency mean to your party, the NDC? You are 8 months into power. What will it mean to you if you win this particular seat?
A win will send a very good signal to the people that John Dramani Mahama is delivering. Because he's delivering, everybody wants to join that wagon. So the Akwatia people will also want to join that very train. And we are very certain and very sure that we are taking it hands down. Yeah.
Youth unemployment is one topical issue in this constituency. You see them in the background. Certainly when I talk to them, they'll be talking about unemployment. And it's a situation across the country. In your small space, the Gan South area, what are you doing to curb this?
What I did was, apart from the various businesses in my municipality, so that they'll help us in absorbing some of the unemployed youth so that they can also get something doing. I'm also now trying to encourage some of them to also open annexes, new companies in other areas of the municipality, so that in doing that, they'll be able to.
The Greater Accra Regional Minister issued a caution to you, the MCs and the DCs. It feels some of you are not perfect. Delivery from the MCs and the DCs?
I want to tell you this. I'm a teacher. Before I became an MC, when your student is even performing and he's even getting A, you still want to urge that student to maintain that standard by telling the student that he's not performing. This is just a call to duty. She is the first female to become the regional minister of Greater Accra, and she wants to leave a mark as a female regional minister. So she is urging us to put in more effort to do better than what we are doing now. But that doesn't mean that we are not performing.
And the resources are available?
The resources are there. Yeah. And the various projects that we have been told to do, and it has never happened before. So in doing this, people should accord us on this to know that we are doing very well. And as a mother, she wants us to perform. And you need to hip your child up so that he will do better than what he's doing.
She's very much concerned about street lighting. How is the situation like in the Ga South municipality in terms of street lights?
At the press conference I delivered, and I made mention that before I took over, some street lights were fixed in some vantage points. And then as well as even the N1 from Malam to Kasua were also fixed by Ghana Highway Authority. And when I took over, we also procured 200 street lights, which we are giving to the assemblymen to fix them at vantage points where they realize that those places are dark, and giving way for these criminal activities to be carried out, so that at least those bad nuts will not have access to places to do those things. And currently, I realize that the end to Ghana Highway Authority, asking them to come and work on those things for us, so that at least that edge, part of the street will be very lightened for people.
Finally,
everyone wants to join John Dramani Mahama for better development. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was the MC for the Ga South Municipal Assembly. He is here monitoring the event. Let's quickly speak to this young man. GTV. What about it? I don't know train. Akasa na em say the edama kuma so kesepa eye ejuma. Is it also a concern for you as a young person in this constituency?
Okay, I say I'm no mining na the course so what I say. But boys no so be on momunya mining being here. Just on build a ejuma bia oni my first na manchis factory kwa ni na egu. So oni my ka on man ka boys ni be ma apply no my ejuma so what I say. In night tifi enye ejuma. So just for the bam mining so I'm near kune ade so what I say. See ejuma on my bet me jam mining na mo so where there. Want to money so want to ana me bo aha.
Wanka where there?
O you see I me ejuma.
Unko school.
O me we school.
We SHS.
We SHS.
My electrical so bet me start bibi kakra.
Oh me ye bibi kakra. Me ye bibi kakra. Ba me sheda nya active sa. Piscani more and Minko school. So I say,
Akwatia Hano, the issue of drug abuse. Say Mebuno Efa in Rubonino, Adia Ewaha Pa.
Bacho de Vianum, the Uncosusa, Uncosu.
Many are also what about it? And I say on to. But on
exactly 3 o'clock.
Yeah, a polling station or hey, Konako.
My ID card in the after I'm checking me in Beseka.
So beto abana, now beto abano. What are your concerns? What are the issues that you think will shape your decision to vote?
Okay, I want them to fix our road for us. Our roads are very bad, especially Topraman Road. Yeah. And to create jobs for us. I'm studying at this one, Don Bosco. I'm doing my attachment there.
In Accra?
Yeah, Accra. I came here last night to cast my...
On your own, paid, so you'll be paying in and out to come and vote?
Yes, please.
It should be very important.
Yes, please, because we want improvement in the country, we want improvement in the city. That's why I came here.
So talking about improvement, who then will you vote for? Who do you think is able to bring improvement?
Well, I think the NDC candidate will be much better if I vote for him. Yeah.
Why will you say that the people around Buedria support the NDC? This is a stronghold of the NDC. What are the dynamics? Why do you think you guys, tilt towards that particular?
Well, we've been promised. He promised us that he's going to fix our road for us and create jobs, but I've never gotten any policy from the MPP candidate. That's what I'm voting for. I'm going for the NDC candidate.
He's also been talking about creating jobs. He's a miner. He's into small-scale mining, so he better understands how to create jobs.
I've never seen any video of him talking.
Man, quickly. How are you? What's your name?
Streetwise.
Streetwise?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Oh, that one day I can't see. Oh, that one day.
Are you going to vote? Are you going to vote?
Yeah.
When are you voting?
Let's say by 3:30.
And why will you be voting?
Oh, sake of the MPs, they have been telling us plenty things that they want. Do what they have said is our vote. That will show what they will do. So if we don't vote, they can't do what they have promised.
Are you also looking for employment or you are in school?
Oh, I'm in school. And we are also looking for employment.
Which kind of employment?
Any type of employment. Charlie, we are fed up with that galamsey. We need that factories, like things for the town inside. Like the galamsey there is over.
But the galamsey gives you a lot of money.
Yeah, it gives, but we need like other companies. It's not everybody that can use the energy to do galamsey. Sometimes you can see a lot of children doing galamsey, but you can see that it's not their intention to do because no job, no money in the house, so they have to struggle. And that one too, it's not every day that you can go for mining and things.
Has galamsey, will you say galamsey has destroyed your water bodies, your land here in Akwatia?
Let's say in Akwatia, we don't do mining in Akwatia, but Akwatia is a mining town. We do it in other places, but Akwatia town, they don't do mining for them.
I've seen the waters, muddy. The water
under it's from other places. But for here, we don't do that mining for here. Nah.
Finally, before I let you go, how is the cost of living here in Akwatia? Coming from Accra, I thought that prices of goods and services were going to be a little bit cheap. But it's almost the same here in Akwatia. How are you guys coping?
Oh, as there, because of the galamsey, some things are not difficult for us. Yeah. Say, if I go galamsey, I go get, like, say, 3,000 within 1 week. So if I come and buy something and you tell me that it's like 300 cedis, I see it like it's normal. But you see, the cost of living is hard. But for us, we take it cool, but still it's hard for us.
As we wrap up, let me also speak to this young man. Have you voted already? What's your name?
No, I work out.
Yeah. So when are you going to cast your vote? 4:30?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, it's my habit. It's that particular time that I vote every time.
And why will you be voting and who will you vote for? Who are you likely to vote for?
Me.
I'll vote for the lawyer.
Why?
Because me, the lawyer, I like him. The lawyer will bring proper thing. So I will vote for the lawyer. Like you say, the never baby say or him and papa yede eti asinti no na metuma ba ma no or dem put weba
adena ase emebuna mo bwedua ha no mumu bebre na no mo tilt towards the NDC ususu say denti
no me say me MPP abai na was I will vote for the MPP person because NDC abai na was where by election and yep we the NDC abai na was me vote for NDC ni so kono ko fa bimbra yeah anytime person me vote for NDC
to unso wo de ne ejuma
NDC no de ejuma eba
any akwan
yeah nto mun jan so mo ti o ka say NDC ni no o free baby no buy the bi ayi nyina idea wo wini ha me loyal no so wini ha me by the who deep down we are journalists who shame ma na ka say mbra
and me to mention una obeto aba no
that's what shame so who dey so mbra
una obeto aba no
yeah that's
so owo nso e mo de share of kroma
yeah this on relax we dey papa no on relax no my lawyer no ko until lawyer na pay.
We are still in Akwatia live covering the Akwatia by-elections. We're counting down to when the Electoral Commission will begin to sort out the ballot papers, and counting will begin, and then we'll be moving to the Collation Center, and then the results will be declared, and then we're able to return to Accra. But quickly, let me finally speak to this young friend of mine. What's about it?
Oh, mento mabaye.
I don't know to aba.
Makwakoto. But me ntu ni sisia.
Adam why am I doing so many na beto aba na nwura.
Wo hu say sisia no, o man we aye wo no. Opportunity bi ba. O say won so no ye den, o use wa adwen na won so nya bibi. Because me say no, me galam say adwuma na me ye. But me face excavator me nye we. Me so no o face excavator no. O me ti na me didi na me so me sia me ne me adwuma. Enti no me so me twen say abato no mabeto. Me so me make sure say me nya bibi ansa. Me so makoto aba no.
E bit say
oh me ske bi e betimi da ide metimi da hwe me ho ende ne ochina ntem se ne be a metimi so metimi akoto maba
na no mbenya wen
oh
uchen candidates na
wo say ade de uhia ade a untimi hye won sa POP nka se obetimi ache ball enti no uhia ade o se obi ehusem se ne be ya adko ahia ne nipa benya mu gide se won ba ye mpo no o mo amu bia di dada ena be ma yenya omugide ne umu arohye mu na so ya den ahwe so akoto abade ama wo nti to me ne de obi ode sika ebe so mani be ba na me so makoto ma ba ma no because parliament no enya obi a na ya allowed so be call nti wo a wo kɔ ho no se wo so ma me a me nkɔ no se wo so ma me dey me so mani di ansa na wakodu o
na nti o twen ya na so obi am be ma wo hwen so enza on to aba no
oh sir
ana o ma ya share obo
so far as ID card ne me de me I have my right into me whole rights either say me vote and I say me vote eno nsa eno ntimi ma bibia nsa abato we ho say me vote eno ntimi ma bibi center ni bi nfi ana say eno so ntimi ma bibi ntoche ma wa abato no but me so no say won so wa me hu me am hu say me so me a part of it wa me ma me so ske bia be so many am so me there's no way I'm going to vote
galam say no say mu nso ba say no anso so na mu dididi na mbo yen say
yes aboa no so chen ni bu a petimi appoint say ahansu nipa na wa nti nipa so no be survive a edwuma na obeye obi enu obeka say wa survive a obofo na ebre na aduane ewom say nyame na hwe yen but nyame no de adwen ama yen say yen so nye de yen yusu adwen no fa nye de emfa nye de man we gold a ni kwan say Togo ni ana say China ni na betu gold na say yen Ghana fo na yen na di so mfa so
nti obeto aba na nwura
and don't see no me and say no 90 no me and in pay mu ko de na me hu say bia na obi abehu me de a and the meet to maba okay but me mom ne de en ka me side ne de ka me hu ne say all the time bia no hwema Akwatia constituency no ya to about from 1992 no NDC winning seat no 5 times and MPP winning 4 times.
NDC winning 5 times.
NDC winning 5 and MPP winning 4.
The other way around.
Huh?
The other way around.
In the NDC MPP winning 5 times. Sure. That you. Because almost sharp as 92 no NDC need be called independent. I don't know winning. And son all we need 2 times. I'm about 2004. 2008. I'm saying
number 2016.
2008. And I'm saying this in a buy. 2008. And this in a buy. MPP in about 2008. It's me moment my expectations and they say me no. Me want to say Chroma no all the time behind you talk about the free baby before floor. Say MP free takra say MP free wenchi. Bodu ha no yenya candidate free hada. This is the time I was saying social support them my idea say. Yes we e born chidom e piano because you said you food you pan e piano. You be piano so ayen e free Chroma na e be piano de na kwosoro. Enti no menso no masa ma me oka no.
Yo, yeah that's Odin is saying.
Medin the Kadri Shaibu.
Okay. All right. So he is waiting to receive some monetary compensation before he goes to the ballot booth to go and cast his ballot. We've been speaking to a lot of the youth here. Unemployment is high on the agenda. They are talking about their roads, which they expect that any person who wins the Akwatia seat should be addressing in the very short term. Over to you in the studio.
Thank you, Morris. Insightful conversations with young voters in Akwatia. Morris Ogbete, our correspondent, getting insights from the young persons there. Late voters explaining their motivations, concerns about jobs and the lack of factories within the Akwatia constituency, diamond mining, the gainstay of the people, increased cost of living, and skyrocketing prices not appearing to be a bother to one gentleman in particular because he thinks he makes enough from the mining activities and he's able to afford quite thought-provoking interviews that we've brought you from the grounds at Akwatia. We'll get the opportunity to interrogate those a bit further, but we understand that a lot is happening at the Achimwenchi area once again, and our correspondent Michael Amate will join us with some details as we head into the hour of news, and my colleague Soyuko Kwakuchere is ready to bring us some details, but Michael will join us for this running coverage of the Akwatia by-election from Achimwenchi once again with some updates. Michael, welcome back to the table. What has happened since we spoke about 20 or so minutes ago?
Well, thank you, Tama. You know, the election was peaceful from the morning to this 12 p.m. That when the minority leader of parliament, Alexander Penyomaki Storm, took a shot of one of these bodybuilding men that we normally call the macho men. These guys were standing at the center monitoring the exercise. So one of Alexander Penyomaki guys took a shot of them and they approached him that he should delete the picture, which he also refused to do that. And they wanted to beat him, but with a swift intervention of the police, they were able to calm the situation from escalating. So this is what is happening currently at the center. So because of that, more security personnel have been dispatched to the center here. As I'm speaking to you now, those guys, they are still standing here. In fact, actually, I don't know what they are looking for, because before this by-election, they've warned both parties that those guys should not storm the area, but I don't know why today we have seen them. They are standing with Collins Dauda. That is one of these NDC gurus, Mr. Collins Dauda. They are standing with him now as I'm reporting. They are standing on the park. I don't know what they are discussing now. So the police people have done very well. Had it not be the presence of the police guys, in fact, we don't know what will happen at the center as at 12:30 p.m. So they are still. I'm still here monitoring the exercise as to when and how the exercise end, I will tell our viewers and listeners. But so far, I've visited some of the centers with some updates, and that's at 11:23 at New Wenchi Police Station B. We've recorded 114 vote turnout at Center A. Out of the 445, 111 have turned out to vote as at 11:25 a.m. New Wenchi Palace Square A, 484 eligible voters are expected, and as at 11:07, 124 have turned out so far. Palace Square B, 484, and as at 11:11 a.m., 138 have turned out to vote. New Wenchi Amankrado Center, 394 voters, 706, and as at 11:30, 242 have exercised their franchise so far. New Wenchi Salvation Army, 488, and as at 12:30 p.m., 200, where the process nearly turned into different things altogether. We are expecting 656 eligible voters, and as at where we are having 699 voters, and as at 12:43, 241 have exercised their franchise. So calm has been restored at the center, and the process is going on peacefully.
Thank you. Just to go over once again, you claim that the heavily built men were standing there not engaging in any disturbances when the incident with the minority leader happened. Is that still the case? Are they still maintaining the peace? Even though you've mentioned the presence of Mr. Collins Dauda, are these heavily built men causing any disturbances at all?
No. They are not causing any disturbance at all. They are just standing peacefully with Mr. Collins Dauda. They are not causing any disturbance.
We saw the policemen at the park. You talked about them being at the park and the policemen averting what could have been.
But I must say that one of the guys of the he just took a shot of them. He just took a shot. So I don't know if because the shot they don't like, that is why they confronted him. Actually, I can't tell. So it's just a shot. I was standing right there when he took the shot. So it's because of the shot that they don't want to come into his shot. That's why they confronted him.
Hey, Michael, thank you for those details. Michael Amate is our correspondent reporting to us from Achimwenchi. Do keep safe, we say to all our correspondents. Our boots on the ground, ensuring that we bring you extensive coverage of this Akwatia by-election live on GBC News and also on GTV. This is our coverage of the by-election. Every single news item worthy of mention will be here. Right now, we'll hand over to our news team as we get into News Hour 2. So you will bring us all the details. Welcome to the table.
Thank you very much, Thelma. And I think I can describe the whole process so far so good. In spite of those pockets of incidents that occurred in some areas, I think it's going on generally well, and our reporters are on the ground with the beat, and that's good for us here at GBC that we have our correspondents in the various locations where the news is really at and bringing us the kind of information that our viewers would love to know for this by-election. And so I've got a news package for our viewers.
So over to you then, take it away.
Thanks so much. And you're still live on GBC News. It's time for News Hour on a special edition of the Akwatia by-election. We'll be joined by our correspondent in the Eastern region, Gloria Atiasi, who is also on the ground in Akwatia. She's visited a couple of polling stations and she's standing by to tell us what she's found out so far. Good afternoon, Gloria. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, Sayoko.
Gloria, can you describe the atmosphere at some of the polling stations that you visited?
Yes, so currently I am at the Beauty of Nature polling station, where it says 539 eligible voters are expected to cast their ballot, but as at 1:54 p.m., 270 people had cast their ballot. I was also at the Obiniwa Preparatory School at Bodua. 484 registered voters are expected to vote, and as at 1 p.m., 210 people had voted. Earlier, I was at the Akwatia Lorry station, a polling station, and we heard that there was some misunderstanding at the station. We were told that the second vice chairperson for the NPP was alleging that he had been assaulted by the second vice chairperson for the NDC. And so that was it. But we were also told that some sort of fight ensued between something small that happened at the Akwatia Lorry Station police station.
As you can describe, there's not been any major incidents so far at the various polling stations that you visited. But can you tell us, have there been some challenges or delays affecting voters to cast their ballots?
Oh, no. So your call, with all the polling stations I have visited, there was only one polling station. That was the Obiniwa Preparatory School polling station, where one voter came and she was told that was not her, where she was supposed. No other incidents had been recorded that had marred the process so far.
So, Gloria, can you describe the security arrangements? How has the police been able to maintain peace and order in the various polling stations that you visited?
So, it looks like because of their presence, the people are behaving themselves. Because the police are there, there's not much for them to do. Their presence alone speaks volume. They're seated, you see, like their presence is strong. And so no incidents have been recorded for them to intervene or anything. They are there. Even they're been very good since morning. And we are also hoping that just as the people have comported themselves since morning and the voting process is still ongoing, they will do so until the process ends and continue when results are being collated, because that is the most important thing, or that is where a lot of issues come up during coalition.
Akwatia, thank you so much. With few hours for the voting process to end, we urge you to keep safe and try to bring us more reports at the various polling stations that you continue to visit. But now, our correspondent, more in Akwatia
Constituency, that I can assure you. We have done a lot of work. The rank and file of the party has done a lot of work. The Green Army especially has done a lot of work here, and we continue to protect the ballot till the last ballot is counted and declared. That you can trust the Green Army to do that.
Incidents we recorded in the morning where allegedly some MPP faithful went to your party headquarters to pull down some posters. Has that come to your notice? And
their recordings and reports. But be that as it may, as I keep on saying that we still remain a very peaceful party. We haven't attacked anybody. We haven't gone anywhere to attack anybody. And I think for now, whatever may have happened, we should just concentrate on finishing the elections, and whatever investigations or whatever issues that may come up, I'm sure the appropriate bodies will take care of that. We are interested in winning our elections. We continue to work, and we continue to make sure our strategy works. And that is the best strategy, and we'll surely make it happen.
Then also was that friction between your vice chair and the third vice chair of the MPP, between Sofo Azoka and,
I haven't gotten wind of that. I've only seen some videos. And clearly from the angle with which I watched those videos, I am more than certain that Sofo Azoka was defending himself. So there's nothing wrong if Sofo Azoka is defending himself from someone he believes may want to attack him. So
that's not what we saw in the video.
Well,
really.
That is what I saw. So I'm sure when it comes to interpretation of videos, everyone, depending on the angle, that's why I said the angle I saw the video, I saw him defending himself. I'm sure if there may be further interrogations or investigations into the video, we'll all wait for that appropriate response or report. But from what I saw, so far Zoka was defending himself.
Any moment from now, counting, sorting will begin. We'll go to the Collation Center. Really, that's when the friction really begins. You want to assure us there will be peace?
I continue to assure you, the NDC is a peaceful party, and we need peace to win this election. We don't need violence to win this by-election. And for peace, we can assure you, the rank and file of the NDC, and especially the Green Army, will assure you that there will surely be peace from now to the end of the elections. That we can show you.
We speak to the many young men in this constituency. They talk about unemployment. Unemployment cuts across. It's a national concern. You are the CEO of the National Youth Authority. What's the way forward? What's the
there
next?
Has been so many programs to help young people get jobs for themselves. Key amongst them, which was inaugurated or launched by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is a national apprenticeship program to help many young people get jobs. So many people learn a skill and learn a trade to be able to fend for themselves. In addition to that, too, we also have the Ejimera project to help many young people start their own businesses. We also have the 1 million coders. We also have the Akukon Kitenkite. We also have the youth work abroad. We have the community protection assistant, that's the YEA police, whether you are educated or not educated, to get jobs. And that is why the young people continue to rally themselves behind the NDC. And that is why I'm more than convinced that, inshallah, by 5 p.m. today, Akwatia will be declared green for the NDC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Of the National Youth Authority. So next we have our correspondent Stephen Ampemdaku. Hello, Stephen. Tell us now.
Thank you very much. I am just done with RC Primary School, which is also at Buedua, because for Buedua there are a lot of polling stations around. So currently I just finished with the RC Primary School. Earlier I visited. When I went there, the presiding officer, Mr. Ampon Sambenan, said since 7 o'clock that they started, they've not encountered any incident. Everything is moving on smoothly. The registered voters that they're expecting them to come and vote, they have 339. And as at the time that I visited them, around 1:30, 136 have come to cast their votes. And then from there, I moved to RC Primary School, Woodra. And according to presiding officer Franco Mensa, he says they are expecting 670 voters to come and cast their vote. And as at 1:50 p.m., 345 have already come to cast their vote. Upon all the stations visited so far since morning, there's never been any incident. There's just one place that the verification machine couldn't verify the voter. When I asked, they told me that during the 2024 elections, general elections, she was not around, so she allowed somebody to vote for her as proxy. So she didn't come to vote herself. And for this by-election, the instructions given by EC is that no verification, no vote. So if anybody comes and the person is not verified, the person will not be able to vote. So what they told her was that the person who did the proxy for her during the 2024 election, she should go and then contact him to come and then do the verification for her so she can cast her vote. So for Akwatia, then it's moving on smoothly.
So how has the turnout been generally?
Every place is calm. And when you know in Ghana, when we are voting, people decide to come last hour. So at this time, any police station you go, the place is quiet. You're not even seeing a single person there trying to cast his or her vote. Every place is just quiet. So when we asked them, they said, oh, for these areas, that is what they do. When they come, they rush in the morning, come and do it. Those who will be left in the afternoon, they won't come. But around 3:34, you see them rushing in to come and then cast their vote. So everywhere is calm now.
Have you had some interactions with the EC officials? What have they been telling you?
According to EC officials, they are saying they are happy with this by-election because, one, talking about security. When they look at the number of security around them, those who sometimes decide to come and cause commotion because of the presence of the security, they are afraid to come. So they think this style is okay for them. And also the way the party agents are comporting themselves. When somebody comes and maybe the name is difficult to find, they all come together and then they work together to find a name for the person to be able to cast his or her vote. So they are all saying that this Akwatia constituency by-election, it is going to end very peacefully because of the nature of how things are.
So let's get back to the voters' issues. And indeed, your colleague Morris spoke to some of them who say they are waiting till 3:30, 4:30 before they go and cast their ballots. Have you spoken to some of them? And what are they looking out for the person they want to vote for?
I spoke to a cross-section of people, and we have divided people because other people, they will also tell you they are voting for Solomon. So it is divided. When you ask them why, they say the seat is not for any political party because it is a swing seat. Anybody can win. So they are all ready for the victory.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Stephen Ampemdako. As we always say, please try and keep safe so that you can give us the news and information that we need till the election is over. Maurice Ogbete is joining us soon with information about the polling station is and other information about the by-election in general. Hello, Maurice. Hello, Maurice.
Good afternoon, Sir. So we are here at the Akwatia Lorry Park. It has two polling stations, Station 1 and Station 2. Both stations have some 600 plus people who have on the road to vote. The last time I checked, both sides, 300 plus had cast their ballot. The police is very much alert, on hand to ensure that any friction, some of the few issues that would have been, large-scale conflicts, they have intervened and they have killed same. Quickly, we'll speak to the General Secretary of the GJA, Mr. Dominic Logic. He has been monitoring the whole process on behalf of the GJA and also looking out for the safety of the many journalists who are covering the by-elections here in Akwatia. Good afternoon to you, boss,
Morris.
and welcome to GBC News. Really.
Thank you very
right,
much.
so yesterday the IGP was telling his men to be coordinating with us, with the media, to be friendly. Yeah. That should be the result of that crucial meeting you had with him, really.
Yes. So, even before the crucial meeting, there has been engagement to work with us in a friendly manner. We were happy. And so today, having come here, I've been to a number of polling stations. The police presence is amazing. We are happy that they are at the various polling stations to ensure law heckled by the police or manhandled by the police, ensuring that there is law and order. There have been a few incidences, and they quickly went in to stop that and to bring sanity. So everything is going on well, and we pray that by the end of the day, we'll all be happy that we had an incident-free election in Akwatia.
I mean, there were some analysts who thought that the police numbers were just too high. But with the benefit of hindsight, we had a lot of police personnel here.
Yes, so apart from the fact that those who came from outside saw the need for the police to be present, when I came, I interacted with some residents who were happy that the police came in time to fraternize with them, and they were friendly. They didn't feel any intimidation that the police were in town, so they wouldn't come out to vote. Just imagine, you were talking about the figures. Around this time, almost all the polling stations we visited, almost half of the people on the register have voted. That should tell you that people are coming in to vote. I was told that a particular police, but when it comes to the police, the work they are doing here, we are happy that they are doing what they've been tasked to do.
Finally, before I let you go, the Ghana Police Service is concerned about thuggery. And I've been struggling to really point to someone and say, this is a thug. Yeah. Even though you see a lot of them dressed in a certain way, you know, all over the place, you're unable to say, okay, this is a thug. You shouldn't bring these people to the place. I mean, you have been a journalist for a very long time. How do you sort this one out?
So it's a difficult task because I definitely say these people should not be allowed to come close. But this time, you don't really see that. You will see one or two people that are well built, and you feel like they follow the politicians, and you think that these people, if you don't take time, they would maybe do something to you. But nothing of that sort is happening. But for us as journalists, it is important that we do not exaggerate things, so that we do not exaggerate things for people to take it in bad faith. Everything here is happening peacefully. Right. Despite all that has happened regarding Azoka and the other issues, everything is happening here in the studios.
Kudos, Maurice, and we hope that you'll bring us more. Michael Tay Amati, who is at Wenchi in Akwatia. Michael, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us in News Hour.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Soyoko.
And afternoon, what can you tell us now? Where are you specifically, and what?
Where we started the process peacefully from the morning, only that this 12:30 p.m. that tension nearly made the whole process at that particular center that I'm standing right now. It all happened when the minority leader of parliament visited the center to observe with his people to observe the process. So when he came, one of his guys took a shot of these heavy bodybuilding men that we normally call them macho men. They were standing at the center also monitoring the event. So them that he should delete the picture, which he refused. So they wanted to fight the guy before the police people swift intervention have destroyed their intentions. So for now, calm has been restored, and the process is ongoing at New Wenchi Presby GHS Center. At that particular center, we are expecting 656 eligible voters to exercise their franchise. As at 12:41, that I visited the police center, 264 have exercised their franchise so far. At New Wenchi Presby Church Center, 699. We are expecting 699 to exercise their franchise. As at 12:43, 241 have turned out to vote. At New Wenchi Deba Ground, they are expecting 706 eligible voters to exercise their franchise. As at 11:30, 242 have turned out to vote. New Wenchi Salvation Army, 488 eligible voters. And as at 12:30 p.m. that have visited the center, 204 have turned out to vote. The story is no different at New Wenchi Police Station B, where they are expecting 444 voters to exercise their franchise. And as at 11:23, 114. Center A is also accommodating 445 voters. And as at 11:25 a.m. that have visited the center, 111 have exercised their franchise so far. You know, Achi Wenchi is one of the hot spots in the Akwatia Constituency. And it's also a stronghold of the opposition New Patriotic Party. So the process, as I'm speaking to you now, is going on successfully. And we hope that the atmosphere, the peaceful atmosphere that we are experiencing now will continue to collate the result. Because normally for this town, people don't do any bad thing. They will wait when the collation center, normally the tension that we normally experience during elections normally happen during, they will be able to curtail any mayhem that people may cause at the collation center. Madam Soyo.
So, Michael, so far, I think the figures you gave for the voter turnout is quite encouraging. We spoke to Maurice, who has been speaking with some potential voters, and they say they are waiting until after 3 p.m. to cast their ballots. What have the people that you've been speaking to been telling you? Do you have the same scenario at Achimwenchi?
Yes. I'm experiencing the same scenario here. Some of them, they are saying that unless they give them money, they will not vote. So, as the party officials, as I'm speaking to you, I hope, since they said that they need money before they vote, in fact, if they don't give them the money, I don't think they'll do that. So, what they are using motorbike to carry them to the centers to vote. So, they are saying that though the Asimedu,
I'll cut you. Michael, I'm not cutting through, but if you say party officials, do you mean all the three parties? It's three people contested.
MPP and NDC. Both MPP and NDC.
What about LPG?
Oh, LPG, they are out of contest. So I don't see them at all. They are out of the game. So even some of the polling stations that I visited, it's only
on some of the polling stations when they have their candidates on the ballot papers.
You know, when the thing is clear, there's no need for you to waste money. So I think they know very well that it will not go in their favor. That's what I have seen. That they know very well that it will not go in their favor. That is why they don't want to spend any money and to employ any polling agents to mount the centers.
About Esumedu, can you please continue for us? Whilst we wind up. You were talking about Esumedu. Can you please continue to wind up this interview?
Yes. Mr. Solomon Kwame Esumedu is a candidate for the MPP. But some of the people are saying that he is from Budia. That is his hometown. But because of what happened to Ernest Yakume, most of them say they'll vote for him. But this man of blessed memory, Sir John said fear delegate. Though I am hearing them saying that they'll vote for him, the fear delegate at the end of the poll, before we know that.
Consulting then the final declaration. But until then, Michael will be getting back to you for more information. You're still watching GBC News, and is a special coverage of the Akwatia by-election. The Akwatia by-election is underway with heavy communication. Team member Roger T.D. Wills said the polling materials arrived on time, voting began on schedule, and the Inspector General of Police is personally on the ground to ensure calm. He believes the measures reflect the government's commitment to a transparent process, giving residents the confidence to cast their votes based on conviction rather than sentiment.
With Parliament, it has to do with lobbying. It's not about the physical look of the individual or his ability to run business. It's about relationships. It's about how the person would argue his case out. So the people of Akwatia are going to vote for a representation that would drive transformational leadership, not a representation that says that vote for me on sentiments. If you listen to the campaign messages that they are preaching around, the MPP is preaching around, they are either preaching a jangdam kind of politics where you have to induce people's emotion or bribe their emotion to vote for someone's parochial political gains. No. Now, the people of Akwatia or the Ghanaian community is enlightened every day. And you'll be surprised to know that Akwatia has the youths there have gone through secondary schools. Most of them have gone through the university. So, education is one thing that fuels and propels electoral decisions. And once people of Akwatia are well enlightened, they are going to make rational decisions that will bring transformation to their land. And I believe today's election is going to be a classical example of people deciding development.
Chief Imam Sheikh Rimiyao Shaibu and a board member of the National Peace Council. He called on voters, political parties, and security personnel to maintain peace and ensure an orderly process. Sheikh Shaibu emphasized that a peaceful environment is essential for a free and fair by-election to fill a parliamentary seat left vacant by the late MP Ernest Kumi.
For me, I would put on record, I mean, the police arrangement for me has been the couple of polling stations we've been to, in anticipation of any untoward thing that could happen. The arrangement has been perfect. In fact, consistent with the word that was given to us by the police. We are very keen as Peace Council about the safety of electorates, the safety of election staff, safety of the process, safety of election materials, and in the safety of the polling station itself. So we don't see a situation where the police becomes overpowered by over-enthusiastic, party supporters. And learning from the lessons before, I think the arrangement has been very perfect. We've spoken to the POs. All of them have given us that things are very calm, hoping that we see a build-up of the voters coming up so that we will see. So we only want to encourage voters and party supporters alike that there's no need for violence. I want to emphasize that. In this election, there's no need for violence. We will be able to complete this election and this constituency without a single person being beaten, without a single person being shot. By the time when we are finishing, as a nation, we are all confident that we've learned our lessons and we are improving our electoral processes. And come the next even election season, the lessons of the by-elections will lead us to improving all the other processes. And there will be no constituency, and it comes with cost and all those things. I mean, why we should improve and go beyond this.
Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Christian Tete Yonu, has commended the National Peace Council for its active role in monitoring the electoral process. The IGP praised the council's efforts in promoting security agencies and civic bodies is key to a smooth election.
People of the Peace Council walking through. We met in Accra. You gave us assurance. You also make sure that you talk to the people, both all the political parties, and you did. And you didn't stay in Accra, but you have also come to the ground. You were there, you had meetings with them again on the ground over here, and today you are on the ground. I'm so surprised seeing you. And this is one of the wonderful terms of this new management, and we shall meet there to continue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support. This is really a wonderful Peace Council, and I'm happy working with you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
How is the process so far from your monitoring?
So far, so good. Everything is going well. The people are comporting themselves, and then the electoral officials are also working without any fear. Police, the protection they have to give. The day is still young. We hope that just as we start, it will go through the process like that to the end. At the end of the day, we all smile, having a peaceful election. The presence of police is for peace. Our issue is that anywhere people don't have police, they say, bring police, we need police, we need police. Now we have brought police. So be peaceful and come out and vote.
The Deputy National Communication Officer of the NDC, Akogan, says the party is confident of winning the ongoing by-election in Akwatia. He was optimistic that political parties support the process.
Speak to Mr. Akogan. He is a Deputy Communications Officer of the NDC. He is here himself monitoring the whole process. Welcome to GTV. What have you picked up so far?
So far, it's been peaceful, and this is my third electoral area, and people are just going about their business. Those who are interested in voting are in the queues. And unlike previous predictions, people thought that Akwatia is not going to be safe and all that. But it's almost 10. And we've not heard of any incident anywhere. So I know that this is the pattern that is going to follow. And the one who is able to mobilize more, pull their people out, is going to have the day, you know.
Are you okay with the turnout
rate at which people are coming out? And you see, when it comes to by-elections, it's not like the normal elections where you see people standing even throughout the night at dawn, people even place stones there and all that. You wouldn't get that in a by-election. People will take their time. Yesterday's discussions with the Peace Council and all that, you can see that agents and people who are backing or protecting the agent and all those things have all been decent. And there are places that, as at 8 o'clock, we recorded I think 85 votes as within just an hour. So you realize that it's beyond some expectations of many. Yes, obviously there are some places too that you go and you see that the place is very quiet and people, like 30 people or less. It's also because of the community, how their setup is and all that. So I know that by 5 o'clock, we'll see one of the highest percentage in by-election. For me, I don't deal with margins. It is the seat that we want. Even if we win with even a difference of 500.
Will it be a judgment on the government of the NDC?
We are not losing this seat. We are winning. Yes, we are winning.
The MPP is also confident of winning this seat.
It's a mirage for them. Yes. Everybody can say what he wants, but if you get to the ground, and I know you have gone around, and you definitely know what plans we have put in place and how it is working perfectly, how people are voluntarily coming out to vote amongst others, we'll tell you.
I've been speaking to some of the constituents. It does appear they are becoming disappointed in the whole political process. They feel both political parties have not really served them well. What will your party, do for the people of Akwatia in the very short term in case you win this seat?
You see, it's not just about winning this seat. It is the responsibility of the NDC, the responsibility of the government to do stuff for everybody, not just because of the parliamentary seat. Even now, maybe you say because of the campaign or because of the by-elections, a lot of things have been done. Some roads that have not seen facelift for years are seeing the same. The person is likely to vote against the MPP. And let me explain to you. 8 months of the NDC's administration, Ghanaians have appreciated our 8 months. 8 years of the MPP, Ghanaians have not spoken kindly towards them. So that one alone should tell you that they indirectly are referring to somebody. But it's just fair to say that both NDC and MPP, so that you don't tag the person, either they are just against the MPP.
You're live on DBC News, watching our live coverage of the Akwatia by-election. Let's head to the telephone lines now. Are we going to speak to a lecturer at the Department of Political Science of the University of Ghana, Legon, Dr. Abdul.
Right, thank you. Good security tensions and all that, right? Because already we know Akwatia itself in the past. We lead up to this election, we saw the police putting up, certain arrangements in order to address issues of violence. So I think that so far, everything is okay, except that there were some pockets of misunderstanding tensions, especially between the national experiencing that largely, in elections, I want us to get to a point where elections, whether it is by-elections or general elections, will not have this experience of the police moving about 5,000 just because of the tensions, attacks that we have witnessed in the past. So that voters will go into the polling station, vote, and then they leave, they come back, counting is done in a very civil, peaceful manner. So I think that is the point where we, in my view, when we get to that point, then I want to see where we have elections very free, fair, and then there wouldn't be any need for police moving because we fear that people will come from somewhere to snatch ballot boxes or to stuff ballot boxes. But we are still growing. But so far, I think that things are okay. We are hoping that by the close of the day, we'll have, there will be peace during the declaration and even after the declaration, so that Akwatia will have a new MP who will represent their interests in Parliament.
Right, so far so good, but there have been pockets of incidents, and you've just mentioned one, the altercation between the NDC vice chair and the third vice chair of the NPP. Let's
look at the number of police officers that we have on the ground, and in particular, the Ablekuma runoff, our experience in that particular election. We saw police, officers were there, and yet, the police officers were right there, right? So I think that these are some of the things that the police will have to look at, and then arrest whoever, because, we're expecting that the campaign and everything should have ended, yesterday, so that today will just be elections. And those people, work staff, the EC officials that are accredited, the polling stations, and other people that are accredited, right? So, and you find a whole lot of political party activities still moving around, asking people to come and vote. I do not think that these are things that we need. So some things like this, the police, I'm sure that if it had been, just ordinary people, the police would have acted, right, in arresting, the one who was, you can see, I think the Azokwa man, if the NDC third vice chair had also reacted the way the NDC first vice did, I'm sure that things would have been different. So I think that the police should not just listen. It should be some kind of arrest, right, so that it will send a signal that the police will not countenance or tolerate some of those things, right? Because those pockets of violence, if you allow them to go, then it means that during the counting, we'll be experiencing some nasty incidents which we do not want to experience, right? So I think that in my view, some of those things should not be tolerated. And in another video, I saw the national chairman and Bandi, Mustafa Bandi, in a very hearty, friendly manner, peaceful manner, engaging each other, very friendly type of behavior. I do not think that it is a good thing. And moving forward, I think in my view, political parties, the NDC and MPP, should be interested in the type of people they elect as their leaders, right? So I think that these are some of the things, because we have implications or consequences on whether we have buga politics. It should be a thing of the past. So when they are electing their leaders, they should look at the character of the type of people that they put forward, right, to lead. Mustafa and then Nanabi could be, engaging each other in a very peaceful, friendly manner. Then what election, the environment in which they were. So moving forward, I think that they need to look at some of these things, so that we should not just leave everything to the fact that the police are there. We must behave ourselves first, do things that are right, and not just say that maybe because the police are there, we can do anything, the police will come. That shouldn't be the case. Other than that, it means that we are going to be having police at all the character of people before, electing them to lead political parties.
Akwatia is described as a swing constituency. What are your views on this assertion?
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I have researched, collected data in Akwatia. All the Toprase, Takrase, Okumenin, Chimwenchi, and so many other places. If you look at the pattern of elections, right? MPP occupied, I think, 5 times before this MP suddenly passed away. NDC also had it about 4 times. Even though the first one, the MPP did not contest the 1992 parliamentary elections. So in that sense, we say that it is a swing constituency. So today's election, it can go polls that I have read, I think in Global Info Analytics, I think they are projecting the NDC to win. If they win, it will not be surprising if any political parties,
Well, saying that it can go to any. What effects will it have on Parliament, given the state that the NDC already holds a majority stake?
Yeah, in fact, in terms of the numbers already MPP, they had 88, and then the MP, they lost 1. So if they win, that number will still be 88. It will not significantly change anything in Parliament, right? But the fact is that at least they will tell the government side that, we were able to, despite the fact, even though we are 88, we are in opposition, we have been able to retain our seat, right? They can also tell the people either the people may not be happy about how the government is addressing the challenges that they face in the constituency. So for the MPP, they may look at it from that perspective, right? And for the NDC, it's like Von Clausewitz, he said that you should always be strong. You should have the ability to be strong in general and even specific. So it doesn't matter MPP having 184 seats. If they add now they also have 183. If they have 184, they win this Akwatia seat. It also shows that they will also, they from their perspective, they will say that because the government is doing well, and that is why the Akwatia people have voted for them. But in terms of the changing the numbers will change, but it will not be, it will not significantly affect any of them, right? Because if the MP should win it, what is it going? The numbers will still be 88, right? So in my view, it's not about the numbers, but it's about whatever is within that for the MPP to be able to tell everyone that Akwatia is our seat, we won it, right, and we have retained it.
Aspects, and we have 3 candidates on the ballot sheet, but since morning or from morning, reporters have been talking about these 2 major political parties, the NDC, the NPP, and a little bit, nothing at all being said about the LPG candidate. So as a political parties, even though it is a swing constituency, and there is no regard for any new party that will try to push through?
Yeah, well, Ghana, we have established a duopoly, right? It's not that we have illegal parties, right? And Keshima said that if you establish a duopoly, one of the features is that it leads to the disintegration of the smaller parties. So virtually that's what we are seeing, because Akwatia is a swing constituency between the MPP, which is one of the big 10 parties, and the NDC, which is also another big 10 parties, right? So that's why the focus has always been on these 2, as if some
voters, as our correspondents are on the ground, we have some of the voters saying that they are not going to vote until after 3 p.m., 4:30 p.m., and as they put it in quotes, because they want to see something. In politics, what does it mean for voters to say we want to see something?
Our elections have become monetized. That is a fact, right? Money in our elections. Voters are always looking for money. You give them money, then they will go and vote for you. And we've experienced that in even intra-party elections, NDC, MPP, right? And that has always been the situation. When they are even going to elect their own leadership, we saw people carrying televisions, fridges, and what have you. So it's something. So basically, when they tell you that we are waiting for something, they are in effect telling you they are waiting for money or anything, something material thing to come and influence them to go and vote. And that's one of the challenges. And that is why, the Afrobarometer CDD conducted some study about some 2 years ago or so, and they said that to contest as $100 million or something like that. So you can just imagine, right? It's because voters, it has become, it's a serious plot on our, elections, right? It affects the quality of the elections. It also affects the quality of the leaders, of the leadership, the type of people that we elect, right? So when they tell you that they are waiting for something until 3 p.m. before they go and vote, it means that they are waiting for, political parties to come and give them money or anything that will influence them to go and vote.
This is something we need to check. So finally, before you take leave of us, as the clock counts down, tick-tock, we get into the time that counting, sorting, and declaration will take place. What are your expectations? And
the voting will continue in a very peaceful manner, right? Now we have police officers there, right? So, and this is the point normally where you find people, hefty men trying to select ballot boxes and whatnot in the past. So I think that from this time on, the police will have to be on the look, and then so that they'll be able to address some of those issues, so that by the end of the day, the one who has actually been voted for will be declared as the winner, right? So basically, I'm expecting that we should have peaceful environment, right, during the counting, and then the member of parliament elect for Akwatia Constituency.
Thank you very much for your time. Dr. Abdul Jalilu Atiku, lecturer, Department of Political Science at the University of Ghana, Legon. We'll go to the phone lines once again because we have the Deputy CEO of the Forestry Commission, and he's also the Deputy National Organizer of the NDC, Mr. Elikem Kotoko. Good afternoon, Elikem. Thank you so much for joining us on GBC News.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Okay, so where are you at the moment, Elikem?
Presently, I am in Akwatia. I have just returned from a few rounds through Wenchi. And
that's so far.
It has been a successful process so far, except for early in the morning when we spotted Alpenio Markings vehicle in front of our party office at Akwatia, where some thugs from his vehicle came off to peel off posters on NDC branded vehicles in front of our own office. Very irritating, very provocative, but our people remain calm because our focus is not on posters at this point in time, rather on the polling stations. And so if they want to take it upon themselves to go all around the constituency to peel off all NDC posters, we'll grant them the green light to still do so. Our focus is on the victory we want to secure.
On video, as an evidence.
A lot of media personnel were there. As much as it is very provocative, we have remained calm and believe that we have crossed that hurdle, moved further and focused on
between the NDC's first, the vice chairperson, and then the MPP's third vice chairperson. What can you report on that? Were you at that scene, and what can you tell us?
Unfortunately, I was not there. I can only report authoritatively that the NDC will not provoke anybody, but if pushed to the wall, will bounce back and respond appropriately. That is just in equal measure to any force that is aimed at trying to get at us.
What are your expectations for today's by-election?
I am very convinced that and this I am saying because, having listened to your earlier speaker, if elections were all about vote buying, then the NDC didn't stand a chance in winning the 2024 elections, because the very people we saw in power they were so saturated with money and used it abundantly all over. But the people of Ghana may take money from you, but it is not to influence them. It is because you are showing off that you have money. So they will take it from you, and they will even still vote against you. They've got their minds made up.
Thank you very much. Alikem Kotoko, Deputy CEO, Forestry Commission, Deputy National Organizer of the NDC, is also in Akwatia Constituency to observe the voting process as there's a candidate from the NDC on the ballot sheets. You're still watching our live coverage of the Akwatia by-election. We'll bring you more. We'll join me on the set soon to continue with today's coverage.
What is very commendable for me, I would put on record, I mean, the police arrangement for me has been a couple of polling stations we've been to, in anticipation of any untoward thing that could happen. The arrangement has been perfect. In fact, consistent with the word that was given to us by the police. We are very keen as Peace Council about the safety, and in the safety of the polling station itself. So we don't see a situation where the police becomes overpowered by enthusiastic. I think the arrangement has been very perfect. We've spoken to the POs. All of them have given us that things are very calm, hoping that we see a build-up of the voters coming up so that we will see. So we only want to encourage voters and party supporters alike that there's no need for violence. I want to emphasize that. In this election, there's no need for violence. Without a single person being beaten, without a single person being shot. By the time when we are finishing, as a nation, we are all confident that we've learned our lessons and we are improving our situation, our electoral processes. And come the next even election season, the lessons of the by-elections will lead us to improving all the other processes, and there will be no need for, I will quickly add that when you tell me that you bring 5,000, strong police, in one constituency, and it comes with cost and all those things. Why we should improve and go beyond this.
The big people of the Peace Council walking through. Yes. We met in Accra. You gave us assurance. You also make sure that you talk to the people, yes. Both all the political parties, and you did. And you didn't stay in Accra, but you have also come to the ground. You were there, you had meetings with them again on the ground over here, and today you are on the ground. I'm so surprised seeing you. And this is one of the wonderful terms of this new management of the Peace Council. I think we'll continue to work. And when we work together, I think from here, I'm sure Tamale will come. And we shall meet there to continue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support. This is really a wonderful Peace Council, and I'm happy working with you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
How is the process so far from your monitoring?
So far, so good. Everything is going well. The people are comporting themselves. And then the electoral officials are also working without any fear. Police, the protection they have to give. The day is still young. We hope that just as we start, it will go through the process like that to the end. At the end of the day, we also have police. They say, bring police, we need police, we need police. Now we have brought police. So be peaceful and come out and vote.
Let me speak to Mr. Akogan. He is a Deputy Communications Officer of the NDC. He is here himself monitoring the whole process. Welcome to GTV. What have you picked up so far?
So far, it's been peaceful, and this is my third electoral area in the queues. And unlike previous predictions, people thought that Akwatia is not going to be safe and all that, but it's almost 10, and we've not heard of any incident anywhere. So I know that this is the pattern that is going to follow, and the one who is able to mobilize more, pull their people out, is going to have the day,
Are you okay with the turnout so far? Yes. What I've monitored really is not encouraging. Of course, it's early days yet, but are you satisfied with the turnout?
I'm satisfied with the rate at which people are coming out. And you see, when it comes to by-elections, it's not like the normal elections where you see people standing even throughout. People will take their time, others will go to the farm, come back and come and vote. But all the places I've been to, proud to people who are backing or protecting the agent and all those things, have all been decent. And there are places that, as at 8 o'clock, we recorded, I think, 85 votes as within just an hour. So you realize that it's beyond some expectations of many. Yes, obviously there are some places too that you will go and you see that the place is very quiet and people, like 30 people or less. It's also because of the community, how their setup is and all that. So I know that by 5 o'clock, we'll see one of the highest percentage in by-election. For me, I don't deal with margins. It is the city that we want. Even if we win with even a difference of 500, I don't mind. But we'll go beyond 1,000. That will definitely come.
If you lose this particular seat, will it be a judgment on the government of the NDC?
We are not losing this seat. We are winning. Yes, we are winning.
The MPP is also confident of winning this seat.
It's a mirage for them. Yes. Everybody can say what he wants. But if you get to the ground, and I know you have gone around, and you definitely know what plans we have put in place and how it is working perfectly, how people are voluntarily coming out to vote amongst others, we'll tell you.
I've been speaking to some of the constituents. It does appear they are becoming disappointed in the whole political process. They feel both political parties have not really served them well. What will your party, do for the people of Akwatia in the very short term in case you win this seat?
You see, it's not just about winning this seat. It is the responsibility of the NDC, the responsibility of the government to do stuff for everybody, not just because of the parliamentary seat. Even now, maybe you say because of the campaign or because of the by-elections, a lot of things have been done. Some road. My main thing is, if somebody tells you that, we've compared two parties, the same, the person is likely to vote against the MPP. And let me explain to you. 8 months of the NDC's administration, Ghanaians have appreciated our 8 months. 8 years of the MPP, Ghanaians have not spoken kindly towards them. So that one alone should tell you that, saying either to your left or to your right, you understand. So anytime they say, both parties, they are just against the MPP.
With Parliament, it has to do with lobbying. It's not about the physical look of the individual or his ability to run business. It's about relationships. It's about how the person would argue his case out. So the people of Akwatia are going to vote for a representation that would drive transformational leadership, not a representation that says that vote for me on sentiments. If you listen to On is Dead, vote for us, vote based on sentiment. And society is driving away from that jandam kind of politics where you have to induce people's emotion or bribe their emotion to vote for someone. You'll be surprised to know that Akwatia has a well-class or a well-number of educated people. As a matter of fact, education is one thing that fuels and propels electoral decisions. And once people of Akwatia are well enlightened, they are going to make rational decisions that will bring transformation to their land. And I believe today's election is going to be a classical example of people deciding developments against propaganda.
tour of the water treatment plants at Kwenyako and Winneba was offered to the MD and his entourage.
Meet Kwame. He's not just any Kwame. He's Kwame the TV license legend, making a real difference. Kwame's contribution helps bring our communities closer together. Because of Kwame and others like him, we will all have access to amazing TV programs, educational content, plus broadcasting infrastructures are maintained and our culture is beautifully promoted. So GBC is asking all to respond to this civic obligation and pay your TV license fee. For individuals, it's 3 CDs per month or 36 CDs per year. If you have multiple sets, meaning 2 or more in your household, it's 60 CDs per year. For commercial institutions, it's your number of TV sets by 36 CDs per year, and you pay the invoiced amount directly to GBC. So let's all take a moment to appreciate Kwame, the TV license legend. Wherever you are, just dial *447 *333# and follow the prompt. It's your civic duty, so pay your TV license today. GBC, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
We shall tell our own stories, narrate our own details, watch the continent with our own spectacles and through our own lenses. We shall tell our stories better, the ups and downs, the pleasant and unpleasant without a slant. Stories from Africa, by Africans, told by Africans, understood by the world. All this and more within Africa on Tuesdays and Fridays at 4:05 p.m. on GBC News. Within Africa with Maltiti.
Some individuals and pantry.
This is Agona Yakrum, and behind me is a bridge, of course, on the river Accra, which is one of the major rivers within this area.
We'll be in the Savannah region, we'll go to the northeast region, and we will be telling you a lot more about the people's expectation ahead of election 2024.
Get to know more about Puno and Ahafo regions.
Residents of Kambali and Dobile can now heave a sigh of relief following the construction of this culvert, even during the raining season. Reporting for Real Time, Salah Abdul Wahab. Wow.
With or without gold mining activities.
These children are looking up to God, they are looking up to central government, they are looking up to you and I to have a convenient learning environment for them to be able to rise up to be responsible citizens in this country.
Real Time, your eyes to the regions. Showing on your screens from Monday to Thursday at 11 a.m. and on Fridays at 1 p.m.
Welcome to the highly anticipated second edition of Spectacle. This is the pressure we're talking about.
The scope of the producer's work.
From there, we just jumped on the train.
Chapter 2, Chapter 3 to 6. Your ultimate destination to an unparalleled entertainment experience. Get ready for the hottest vibes, the juiciest gossip, and unfiltered interviews featuring top-notch pundits. We will dive into the latest buzz from Parliament.
The micro minority.
Showcasing the best-dressed MPs and highlighting the funniest quotes of the day. We will explore the intriguing, ugly moments in entertainment. Join me, your fabulous big sister Higa, as we uncover this and many more other captivating stories in the thrilling journey through the entertainment landscape.
This man is an angel in Africa.
As we always say, Spectacle, it's all about the entertainment.
Thanks for staying on. It's GBC's running coverage of the Etiwa by-elections happening across 119 polling stations in the constituency. Polls opened on time or almost on time in most of those polling stations, with voting materials arriving and the process setting off to a smooth start. In the beginning, turnout was a bit slow. It later picked up, and seen a few people queuing to exercise their franchise. Many more polling stations seeing no queues in a few more minutes to the close of polls, and the Electoral Commission has not reported any incidents or shortages across the activity which is happening today. What remains to be seen from the EC is the new tech they are rolling out, which is the tablet collation. The results start being counted and collated. A few security incidents have happened. We saw one person being arrested after he was seen to be removing some campaign posters of one of the candidates, and he has been taken into police custody and is answering some questions from the police. One incident that has threatened to mar the widely smooth sailing election that we've had today is to do with what happened between the Azoka boys and the NPP's national vice chairman, and the altercation that we saw there. Police have given an assurance that that situation has also been brought under control, and that their men are at the ready to be deployed should any untoward thing happen. Remember that this contest, of course, was sparked by the sudden demise of the former MP who hailed from the NPP side, Honorable Ernest Kumi. We continue to remember his family at this time. No doubt it will be a difficult day, but two main contenders are in the race for a replacement to Parliament for Akwatia, and it is the NPP's Solomon Kwame Asumedu and the NDC's Bernard Bediako Beidu, a minor and a lawyer, both 40-year-olds, hoping to get the nod into Parliament. Of course, there is a third candidate, a little being said about him from the LPG, but Akwatia is a swing seat, and so it remains to be seen what this particular election will produce in terms of results. The tally is now at 5-4 against the NPP, and it's hoping that it will secure a victory to bring. It will be 6 against 4, and we'll see if that happens or not. I'll bring you some more details about some of the demographics and some statistics that have happened in previous elections on the historical side. But let me introduce my guests quickly and pick their thoughts on what we've witnessed so far. Issa Hussaini is the Western Regional Director of Communications for the New Patriotic Party, NPP. Issa, good afternoon to you and welcome to the panel. His good friend here is from the other side. Roger Willis is a member of the NDC's communication team, and he's also joined us. Roger, good afternoon to you. I hope you've done well. So none of you, since you're both here, it means none of you are in Akwatia, but no doubt that your boots are there and your ears are on the ground. Our reporters are telling us what they are hearing, what they are seeing, and what they are witnessing from the commentary position, from the reporting position. When you look in your ball, I'll start with you, Issa. What do you see? What's happening in Akwatia right now? And is it going in favor of the NPP?
Well, elections, as you know, when the process starts, you won't be able to know who is voting for you. Only you can identify one or two people who you know they are affiliated to your party. But those who are not affiliated to your party, it's very difficult for you to identify whether the person voted for you or not. So the process is ongoing. What we want to do is we reflect on the ballot. Okay, so you're thinking message. Yes. Roger, what do you think?
I think the message of the NDC is very clear out there. And the people of Akwatia want to see transformational leadership. And as it stands now, the community are rooting for the NDC because they believe when it comes to competence, expertise, and then the technical know-how, and who can also lobby for them to see the kind of development reasonable doubt, that NDC has had significant influence and impact when it comes to the infrastructural development of Akwatia. health-wise, social amenities, education, name it.
The young people in the constituency told us a very different story, and it's quite different from what you're telling us. They've complained about a lack of jobs. They've said that there's not a single factory within the constituency. There used to be a matchsticks factory there, from what they told our reporter Maurice Ogbete. That has since closed down. The Consolidated Diamond Company is also, you know, going through its own changes and upheavals, and it remains to be seen whether that can be brought on board fully for the teeming youth who are into illegal mining. They didn't say illegal mining, they said galamsey. Many of them are into galamsey. This is a diamond hub in Ghana, pretty much like Obuasi. That is a gold hub that sees very little of the proceeds of the jewel that it continues to contribute into the national kitty. So when you say that they've benefited from the good, you know, stuff that the NDC government has produced, specifically, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mentioned the health sector, the health facility. Even when we were in government before we left, we started a hospital that was abandoned. And I believe we coming back into power and we having an MP that represents the NDC government, they are going to get a fair share of. Then their report said they have built about 13,600 kilometers of road, of which I was personally at Akwatia. I didn't see a kilometer of road that was constructed. You know, the whole place, they don't have mutual road of the NPP and a president on the ticket of the NPP. But with the factories that you've mentioned, these are issues that were far, has happened previously. But when it comes to the NDC, we are saying that we are going to open up for the people of Akwatia, the youth of Akwatia, to get easy access to jobs, as well as opening up opportunity for them to have that kind of development. You know,
what jobs?
The programs that we have launched, or how should I put it? The programs that the various organizations, the Youth Employment Agency is putting out there, the NAPE, the other programs that would empower people to create jobs for themselves and also train them to be tech, gurus or tech entrepreneurs. All these things are things that we are going to open up to the people of Akwatia for them to have a fair share of the national cake.
Okay, Issa, the message, you said the NPP had a message that you hope will sink or go.
Confidence in our candidate. The candidate is an indigene of Akwatia, and then he, even before coming to contest as a parliamentary candidate, has provided a lot of help, has provided a lot of youth, some kind of facilitated them to also get some jobs to do, which has been, the people there also testify that he has been of help to them. He's a philanthropist, somebody who has provided a lot for the people of Akwatia. So based on that, they see some kind of prospect in him, that when they vote him into office, he would rather, no matter if his government or his party is not in government, he has a way of bringing development into Akwatia line. And I believe that Akwatia people want development, not sit here to boast of even a single person being employed, or youth in Akwatia seeing the employment promise that were made to them. So they are very disappointed. And today, even the galamsey fight that the president promised them. You remember in 2024, the president was there. He promised them a lot in the galamsey, asking them, he told them that he was going to engage the youth to make sure that they recover the land. The land that has been degraded will be recovered, and they start planting, trees. And these were the jobs that the president promised them to. Anything to show that the president is living up to the promise that he made to the youth of the Akwatia. So they are very disappointed, and they want somebody who can take care of the constituency by way of lobbying to bring development into the constituency. So our candidate stands tall. So for him, he's a well-known guy, and he's also a miner, as this man was saying. He's also a miner. So he has been there with the youth all this while. He helped them secure some jobs in various ways. And I believe they want jobs to do. Today's youth, if you promise them job, that will be where they will have, interest in voting for you. And that was what President Muhammad did to persuade them to vote for the government in 2024. So if nothing is happening, why should they go back and vote for you?
Okay,
so I believe that our candidate stands tall in terms of this.
So the dynamic does seem to tilt slightly in favor of the NPP when you look at the historical data, considering the number of wins, counting the Honorable Ernest Kumi's win in 2024 of last year. But if you should, you know, step down 2024 and 1992, for obvious reasons, in 92, the NPP pulled out of the contest.
Yes.
And this one, let's call it perhaps a replacement for 2024.
Yeah.
The two parties have largely the same number of years in charge of the Akwatia seat. Would that be a fair assessment for both of you?
Yes.
Roger, do you think that Honorable Ernest was unable to complete the term?
We didn't participate.
Yes. So then we have four apiece. Is that a good basis to start?
No.
You can't historical antecedent.
And I'm not discounting the fact that in 1992 the NDCs did not hold the Akwatia seat. I'm saying that 24 is what we are now going to replace. Would that be a fair assessment?
No, the 2024 still counts.
But not the 92. Okay, that's interesting. Go first.
I'm saying 2024 still counts. There was a contest in 2024. What does that mean? What does that mean? Boycotting means you didn't participate. You understand? So 1992, MPP didn't participate. So if you set the 92 aside, it means NDC has 3. They have won 3.
I'm asking you a question.
We are talking of winning. You are talking of winning. You understand? So if, let's say, we are having a program here and I said I'm not going to participate, and I walk out of this studio, will you count that as MPP participating in this program?
Okay, so let's go over the figures, if I may, and we'll project that some of those ones now from the year 1992 up until 2024, which was just December of last year. So in 92, we saw the NDC's Mr. Gilbert Kwesi going obviously unopposed, and we saw him being elected, you know, MP for Akwatia in that election. 1996, Alhaji M.E. Siam of the NDC polling 17,900 votes, as against Dr. K.K. Bafo of the NPP polling some 8,000 there. In the year 2000, we saw Mr. Kingston Kisi of the NPP coming to snatch the seat for the NPP, and he polled 15,483 as against the NDC's Alhaji Y.A. Amankwa, who polled 12,803. So winning that seat with a margin of 2,000. In Kisi once again polling 17,159 votes to Mr. Baba Jamal, who became the runner-up in that election, 16,087 with a difference of 1,072 votes. In 2008, again, Mr. Baba Jamal of the NDC came back strongly to just 617 votes. 2012, Baba Jamal again coming in at 19,811. That's against the NPP's Kofi Asare, who polled 19,507. Note how the number keeps reducing significantly. This time in 2012, the difference was only 294 votes in that contest. 2016, we saw Madame Mercy Edu Jemfi of the NPP coming to snatch that seat right back for the NPP, 22,981, as against Baba Jamal, 17,453. And that contest will remain the one that produced the most number of difference in votes this time, 5,528. So quite a decisive win there for the NPP in 2016 for the party. And we saw in 2020, Mr. Henry Boachi of the NDC coming to poll 19,899 against Ernest Kumi, who contested then and was runner-up for the NPP, 18,742, a difference of 1,100. Now came to beat Henry Boachi Yadom again. This time it was 19,200 and Kumi Henry Boachi Yadom of the NDC polling 17,206, and the difference was 2,063. Note that the 2024 elections collation process was marred in Akwatia, and the center had to be moved to Accra for the collation process to finish. The challenge was the results were contested in court. The court upheld the initial ruling of the EC that the NPP had won that election. Also note, as my panelists have said, that in '92 the results for the NPP were unavailable because the party boycotted that particular election, and so the NDC won unopposed. So it's been 5 wins in total for the NPP and 4 wins for the NDC. The NDC hoping to make it 5-all if it's able to win the seat back this time round, and the NPP not willing to let go of that crucial seat, and they want to make it 6-4 against the ruling party. And because Akwatia is a swing constituency, it remains to be seen which side the ball will swing to. As at close of polls today, the counting process will begin, and then we'll begin to have an idea, perhaps, of how things are likely to turn out. And so the candidates who are contesting, the top candidates, the NPP Solomon Kwame Asumedi is a licensed small-scale miner, and the NDC's Bernard Bediako votes. Over 5,000 police officers have been deployed. Over 100 checkpoints have been mounted within the Akwatia constituency, and these are a lawyer by profession. He has been a constituency secretary before. He won the NDC parliamentary primary, and he was a former MP. Mr. Wachi Yadom was also in there, but he managed to only place 3rd in that contest. So this was the man the ruling party elected to go into this battleground with. And so here is the NDC's Bernard Baidu, who is contesting. Now let's meet the NPP's candidate, and his profile will come on your screen pretty shortly. He is the legal licensed miner that won for them by the late Ernest Kumi. He's a CEO of a mining company and has long served the NPP at the constituency. We're told he has community connections. He was born and raised in Boedria within the Akwatia constituency, and we are told, enjoys the strong local bond with that community. We've seen 3 communities within the Akwatia constituency coming strongly to play here. Akwatia itself and then Wenchi pitch themselves as the lover of all these other areas that have come to play here. So your colleague made the point about the NPP's message and what it hopes will transcend your track record as a 4-time holder of the seat against their 5 times. And then we'll come back to...
I have been to Akwatia, and with the message they are preaching there, the NPP does not have any message for the people of Akwatia. They are not communicating with the youth. They are just moving around and ranting on sentiments, asking that the people of Akwatia vote because one of their own is dead. Vote because they have to compensate them. Or the order of the day is, what does the community stand to benefit? What is the transformation that would hit them? You see, she made an accusation of unemployment under 8 months of government. I ask, under the 8 years of Bawumia Akufo-Addo government, what was the level of employment you were able to send to Akwatia?
How many youth in Akwatia have been employed in the last 8 months by the Mahama administration?
Good. That is what I can't give a statistical reference or inference on that. But I'm asking, when they were in power for 8 solid years, how many youths did you employ in Akwatia? How many factories? I was even thinking under the 1D1F, they would have revamped or revived the matches factory. Under the 1D1F that they claim was their mantra, what did you do in Akwatia? Nothing. So they don't have any moral locus to come and compare the 8 months of His Excellency the President to the wasted, reckless 8 years of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration that wastes the state's resources and our time. Now, with the Ghana is what they want in Akwatia. Because there's going to be jobs. When it comes to the big push and the road construction, Akwatia will get its fair share and its part of MPP representation. They didn't get anything. And with development in your constituency, you need to get access to resources, which comes out of lobbying.
I'd like to go quickly to the grounds and get from morning and the incidents that have been reported, and I'll get your take on some of those incidents. For now, let's go. We talked to my colleague Michael earlier. He was within the Achimwenchi area, if my memory serves me correctly, and he brought us the report about some macho men who were at a polling station where the minority leader, the Honorable Osahin Afenyo-Markin, had come to monitor proceedings, and one member of his team had taken a photograph of these macho men, so-called, and that had almost derailed the calmness within that polling station. I wonder where he is now. Michael, where are you now? What can you report? What's the latest there?
Well, thank you very much. I am so at Wenchi Presby JHS Center, where the confusion nearly made the process. I am still there monitoring the process, and I must say that yes, the turnout is quiet. It's now coming up. The people are coming out to vote. But
interesting, Michael, because
that will say that there will be a long queue where people will be waiting for their turn to go through the other side with tension and things. I think this by-election is quite different from the previous election. So they are still coming 1-1, and some of them are saying that unless they give them money, they will not come and vote.
So I believe that one of our correspondents engaged a number of young people in a conversation, and all of them were talking about waiting. From what they were telling Morris was that they were waiting for some monies to come in from the candidates or their agents before they go out there and vote. So this was in one area of the constituency. Are you saying it's the same at Achimwenchi?
Yes, the same thing is happening here at Achimwenchi. You remember the boys, they are plenty at the boys, they are plenty at the police station officials before they go to the center to vote.
Talking about the candidates?
To go to the center. The story is the same here. The story is the same here. So that's what we are experiencing now. They are standing here in their numbers, but they said they are waiting for the candidate or the officer for both 1 hour for us to go. But still, they are standing here plenty. They are standing in their numbers, but they refuse to vote. That's what we are experiencing.
So it's vote for sale at the moment at Achimwenchi, isn't it, from what you're saying?
Pardon?
Is it vote for sale?
Yes. That's what we are experiencing now. Vote for sale. You give me money, I will vote for you. That's what we are experiencing now. Why others too are also saying that they will vote to honor the late NSC Alkume. Others too are also saying that without money they will not vote. So
Michael,
that's what we are experiencing now.
And who specifically they are expecting these monies from? So when they say that they want the politicians to come and give them money, people.
From them, what they refuse. Why they don't want to speak to me? Some of them they refuse. Because they don't want to go live.
No problem, Michael. I trust you. I'll take your word for it. But what else can you report? So the people are waiting. They're actually there at the polling stations, but they are not voting. They are waiting for money.
That's what we are experiencing now. They are not voting at all. They are there in their numbers. But they refuse to vote. They are saying that unless you give us money, we will not vote.
How do we know that they are registered to vote at that center where they've masked up? In observer capacity.
Okay, that they are not below 18. Most of them that they are standing, they are from their president. They are about 80 years after they are eligible to vote. And that's what we are experiencing now.
Michael, thank you. Keep safe. I believe that we'll connect with you once again shortly because it's fast approaching 0 hour, and at 5 p.m. the polls will close and counting will begin. Michael, my brothers, so this is where we are. Young people have massed up at polling stations even before 2 p.m. when we took the news break for News Hour 2, and they explicitly told our reporters that they are waiting for 3 3:30, 4, 4:30, for some monies to come from you and your people before they vote. Is this how things work?
Well, I have chanced a video of our former youth organizer, Samia Oku, reporting a case of similar to a police, those who were closer to that place, that there is a vote buying going on. And the people came to complain to him that they are buying votes. And he went to do the complaint and to the police so that they can go and check up whether it's true. So what he said,
he went there and he saw people sharing money?
No, he said they approached him. And
the people approached him asking him for money?
No, they told him that there is a vote buying going on somewhere.
Okay.
That he has reported to the police to go and check.
Okay.
So they asked him whether he has seen somebody.
Yes, because it's hearsay. In a court of law, they will say, did you see it yourself?
No, that's why he reported to the police for them to go and check where they located that there was a vote buying going on.
And the police went to check?
So I don't know the final,
I think you need to get me a final
final answer. But I saw
maybe message him and say,
yeah, I saw the video. I saw the video.
money that they share for where?
So it's obvious that people just want to get the seat, or the NDC want to get the seat by all means.
Oh, so you've concluded, even though Samia Uku wasn't there, you've concluded that it's the NDC that were sharing the money.
But if you know who will be sharing money at this particular
because
time.
Presumably, okay, then since you're playing that card, presumably if it was the NPP, Mr. Iwuku would have been quiet about it. So he would have been quiet about it.
If we were in government, the NDC would have pushed it to us.
So you're not sharing money in Akwatia?
How do we get the money? We are in opposition. We don't have money to share.
After being in power for 8 years?
Yes, we are drawn. You know the money is that we were not anticipating that we were going to opposition. So all the monies have been given to the NDC. So now they are utilizing the funds that we left for them. So today, if you see them sharing money over there, it's not anybody than...
As someone, you forget that the remaining 4 points to your chest. And that is what the MPP is doing. They are noted for buying votes. Even in their internal election, Brian Achampon stood on air and then spoke and mentioned that even in their own primaries at the Eastern region, he paid $1,500 per delegate, times about 570 delegates. Multiply it. So it is their culture, it is their lifestyle.
Times what?
570. Go and check. Eastern region. Brian Achampon gave each and every one. I have the video when he made that pronouncement.
There's a lot of things that circulate on social media. That's exactly what I'm saying. So there's a lot of information on the internet.
That's why I don't want him to go there.
Because who went there?
When your delegates were carrying cement bags and then what do you call it, roofing sheets together with what do you call it, iron rods in your delegates conference. You are now pointing
a few isn't that a general culture among
exactly, so that is
what you should be talking about. So we should be talking about...
And you are now talking about our
incentivizing.
Yes, you look at you. You painted a picture, and I'm trying to let you know that the picture you are painting or the cloth you are sewing, it best fits on you. Are you getting me?
Because then it best fits on both parties.
No,
because
you see,
the assumption is that
the issue is that in the African political context, now we are getting into a state that if we do not correct it, monetization of our votes or buying of votes is becoming something paramount in our political environment. But then what we need to do is to educate the people on what they stand to achieve when they vote on the right purpose, or when they go to cast their vote based on the message that is brought out there, or what the government is able to do, or what the government will be able to do, or the person you are voting for should be able to deliver. But if we are buying votes, then anybody, or excuse me, to
the reality on the ground is both parties have been accused of paying these monies. And we've seen this in previous elections, where towards the end of the day, depending on which areas are experiencing or seeing a low turnout, a certain push, I'm not saying big push, a certain push is made to get last minute voters into
Fair enough. We were in this country, and we campaigned and said to the people of Asin North that take the money and vote against them because it is government money.
So you are now admitting that you are sharing because you are also in government.
No. You see the narrative you want to drive?
That is it.
Did they bring any video showing that NDC is sharing money there? No. You said you couldn't give us any empirical evidence or facts. This is
he also says he has videos, so Roger.
Bring it out.
Issa says he has videos.
He said, they said, Samia Oku should go there and check.
Everybody should send their videos to my producer. While I speak to my colleague on the grounds, let's connect with Stephen Ampem Darko and find out where he is, and then we'll get a sense of what's happening there. Stephen, great work so far. Tell us where you are now and what the updates from there is.
Thank you very much. Currently, I am at the Constituency Collation Center, and preparations are underway, waiting for the collation. When you come to the collation center, everything is set where the media will be. They've given a number of media personnel who can enter the collation center, the number of party reps who can also enter. So when you come to the collation center, everything is set now, just waiting for 5 o'clock. Then everything will be brought to the collation center for declaration and onwards announcement.
Which categories of media persons will be allowed at the center, Stephen?
Per the list that has been given to us, about 16 media personalities. When you look at the media houses, we have GBC in it, we have Adum, UTV, GH1, and just a few, totaling 16.
Okay. And for the others that will also be allowed in, what's the security arrangements to ensure that things are kept sanitized?
Everybody enters with a tag. So they go according to the tag given. So if you're a party rep and your party gives you the tag that allows you, looking at the accreditation, one is giving you access to the polling center. And one other accreditation also gives you the opportunity to go to the collation center. So it is when you have the two that you can enter the collation center.
Need both accreditations, the one that gets you into the polling station and the one that gets you into the collation center. You need the two at the same time to enter?
Yes, please. When you want to go to the election center, that is the polling center, you need accreditation that allows you access to the polling center. And after the elections around 5 o'clock, that one ceases to work. The next one will be the one that gives you access to the collation center.
Stephen, we know that the EC is rolling out a new technology with this election, introducing the new tablet system. Have you got a sense of how specifically that...
The coalition is about to start. They will give us the opportunity to take us through to know how it works. So for now, we have not been
close to where you have been, the places and his entourage who have been crisscrossing the...
I am even General DJ Chairman, and our brother Dominic Moji, who is the General Secretary, concerning the accreditation to the Collation Center. So we are about to meet him to talk to him concerning the accreditation.
All right. Are there any until polls close?
Currently, those who couldn't make it in the morning and also in the afternoon, they are now, more people are coming in to come and cast their vote before the time is up.
All right.
So actually, everything is calm as we started up to now.
Head down, and now the other side of the work is about to begin. 5 p.m. is when counting starts, and we want you all to keep safe and to, bring us the reports as and when you receive them for our running coverage. GBC's correspondents across the eastern region, specifically in Akwatia, one of them, Stephen Ampem Darko, reporting to us from the Constituency Collation Center, where all the action will be happening much later in the evening when the figures from the polling stations are brought to that center to be tallied into a final, number or numbers that can be shared with the media, and perhaps a declaration will be made much later in the evening. At the table, Issa and Roger are still here. We are talking now vote buying and the attempts by both political parties allegedly in times past and even now today at the Akwatia by-election, allegedly, and I say allegedly again, giving monies to people, especially at the last minute, hoping to get them into the queues before 5, because the law says that if you're in the queue before it's 5 p.m., you will be allowed to stations hoping to get their ballots in the box to get their votes counted in this by-election. So Roger thinks that you are not making a fair point if you say that the NDC is the one that is paying people and is buying people's votes, and that you, on the other hand, are the ones who, with 8 years of governance in your pockets, have the muscle to pay people for their votes, and not them who have spent 8 months in office.
I want us to move away from who pays and who doesn't pay. You see?
Because you all pay?
The reason is
because
that if we
you
are
all
to
pay?
cite examples, both of us will be guilty of it. You understand?
That's an admission that
yes,
you pay to.
That is what I'm saying, that
okay.
both of us will be very guilty of what vote buying in terms of internal elections and other elections related to distance. So, to me, I don't want us to move in there. But you see, it's an admission that if you are paying somebody to go and vote for you in the last minute, it's an admission that you are failing, or you've seen that your results are not improving. So you rather want to adjust it by buying vote to make sure that at the end of the polls you win. That is the reason why you go in to buy a vote. But if you are confident of winning the election, you are confident of your message, you know that the people have belief in you. They have vowed to vote for you just because of your competence, the way you relate with them. You wouldn't go in giving them money to go and vote. You understand? So for me, any political party that is engaged, today you can maybe sitting here, if I make an allegation that is uneasy that is going in, the only thing that I said that my brother took offense of it is the video I saw. Because the video I saw was from Samia Oku. And Samia Oku making the allegation didn't say whether the MPP was paying or the NDC was paying.
But would he say to the police to go?
Didn't say that those who are paying for them to go and vote were the NDC people or not. He is just reporting to the people.
And I'm asking, would he ask the police to intervene?
Yes.
If he knew for a fact, that's conditional, if he knew for a fact that it was the NPP that supposedly, allegedly was buying votes, would he go in?
That would be a question.
Would he go in?
That would be a question for Samia.
You know him more intimately.
That would be a question for Samia to answer.
Good evening to you, wherever you are today.
So what I mean is that what he said is that they've positioned themselves in a way that when somebody is going to the polling station, they approach the person and they say, "Why are you going? You are going to vote. If you are going to vote, then take this one and go and vote for this particular candidate." That is how they position them. So you will not see them in a group that, oh, go here and take money before you go and vote. That one will be an alarm or something that maybe easily identifiable. You understand?
The man knows the techniques. You see how he has explained it so nicely. So when you are going, then somebody will approach you. Listen, hold on. Let me explain.
If I don't know this, that means I'm not a politician.
Okay.
Let me tell you.
So they will approach you and they'll say,
I'm giving you something. Being a coalition officer, not today. I've been a polling station officer, not today. I've been involved in internal election or this internal elections for so many years.
Okay, I'll pick some more thoughts on you on what we should expect in this leg of the by-election. But let's go to the grounds once again because we want to touch base. I hope you've kept well. Specifically, where are you and what can you report?
Good evening, Thelma. Yes, we are okay. We are doing okay.
Go on. Where are you? What can you report?
All right. Thelma, I'm currently at the Midday lorry station. At this particular station, there are two polling stations. We have the Midday lorry station police station and the Midday bus terminal police station. As reported earlier, or in the morning, we told you that people were coming in as and when. They were just trickling in to come and vote. And even though some of them who we spoke to told us that they would be coming later in the afternoon to come and vote, the situation is just the same. As I speak to you now at the Midday lorry station, the officials are just sitting idle and they're waiting their turn to cast their ballot. And so nothing much is happening here. We're just waiting, counting down to 5.
So altercation happened between the NDC's and the NPP's vice chairman. Is there an indication of an update on that situation with PP's Alhaji Masoud?
That situation was alleged to have happened at the Akwatia lorry station. I was not there when the problem happened, but what we picked up from the situation was that the police intervened. They calmed the situation down, but as of now, I've not heard anything about.
Okay, so that happened at the Etiwa lorry station and not at the Boedia lorry station where you are?
No, that happened at the Akwatia lorry station.
Okay. That was their vote. Have you spoken to any of them? Are they giving you any indications as to what may be happening?
We've spoken to a number of them, and some of them just told us that they prefer to do their job. Today is Tuesday, and they need to make some money, and so they will be coming later. They promised that they will be coming later, but it's 4 already, and they are just coming in one after the other, just as they started in the morning. And
Gloria, thank you. I'm sure that once the polls close and the numbers start trickling in, we will get a sense of what the Boedia lorry station, polling stations, she said that there are 2 there, currently very quiet, and she thinks that even though the young people had earlier indicated to her that they would come out a bit later on to vote in this election, it appears from where she is right now that the numbers are still quite slow in coming in together. So we're continuing to touch base with all our reporters who are moving from polling station to polling station, hoping to get us updates on all that has happened so far. So Issa and Roger are still at the table with me. We've been talking about vote buying for a while, and Issa, you just made the point about both parties could very well be found guilty if we were to go into it. And Roger was almost shaking his head, thinking to disagree perhaps. But
oh no, you see, when we started the whole conversation, when he mentioned that he has seen the video, I was thinking he would address it as a systemic issue, especially when it comes to our political landscape. But then wanting to paint a picture and then hang it on the NDC's neck is what I disagree. Because when it comes to vote buying, it is in their DNA.
So, but you admit that NDC also engages in vote buying?
Oh, you wouldn't say...
Because the Open Sheets video to which we saw it.
That is what I'm saying. You wouldn't say that there haven't been any Samia who has seen some video or has seen some people sharing money,
people
and
he
called.
To tell him
yeah,
that
people came
to and he
called.
In that corner.
He called police people to go and investigate
because
it.
He can't
and then
just
with the narrative he gave, explaining how they stand and how they approach the people, they are masters of that game. Aside that, we had reporters giving us information that people were seated there saying that they needed money. If that was the act that NDC was sharing money there, you think we wouldn't identify the people who have gone calling for money to give them to vote? No. The thing is that they are masters of buying votes, masters of the game, and they have the money, chunk of money with them.
Well, we'll come back and you prove to me where you got the basis to say they have chunks of money. Yeah, but let's get the situation on the ground in Achimwinchi right now. Maurice Ogbete is standing by. Earlier on time, you can say 3:34, kwata 4:30. Now you know that the butter chop hot. Let's see what, as we approach 4:30, are you seeing the numbers coming up towards the end of the day today?
Let's listen to exactly what he's been saying.
Resilience of the people, as they've masked up also around. So let's not put Akwatia on an edge. Let's not put Wenchi on an edge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly, you should be confident of a win by close of poll.
Well, we are working hard to make sure we win.
The massive support we see here from the people. Why are they supporting?
They believe that they voted for an MP who was doing well, due to the intimidation, the harassment, and all, reward the NDC that disturbed this MP, harassed this MP, and took the MP to his early grave with an opportunity again to lead them. If Asumedu wins, he'll carry on with the good work of Eneskumi, and we will assist and guide him to also drive safely to the destination that NS Kumi envisaged and dreamt of.
The process has been very peaceful. You want to commend the Ghana Police?
It's been largely peaceful. I want to wait till close of polls, counting is done, and declaration. Then we can do a holistic assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Samir Oku, former CEO of the whole process himself here. Let's quickly speak to this gentleman who has also been on the ground since morning, trying to understand exactly how the whole process is. Good afternoon to you. My name is Morris. What's your name?
I'm Prince Sadat, the National Youth Wing Administrator.
What will you say the process has been so far from the youth wing perspective?
And so far, as you can see, the youth has mobilized in their numbers and they are heading to Akwatia. It has been good so far and it has been peaceful so far with a few issues that we encountered.
So here in Wenchi is your stronghold. You go to Buedua, you also see massive support for the NDC candidate. Are you still optimistic that you're going to win this election?
I don't think that Buedua is even massive for the candidate. Our candidate also comes from Buedua. And Wenchi, as you rightly said, is our stronghold. So far, we are doing about 62% in the polling station A and about 57% in the B. We are hopeful that by close of poll, our candidate will carry the day and MPP would be the
employment. It's becoming a national security threat to our country. What do you think should be done? You think your candidate is able to provide job opportunities for these many young ones?
In fact, it has been one of his major campaign messages. Before he's become an MP, he's already provided jobs for the youth. That cannot be said of the NDC candidate. So we are hopeful that when they finally give their mandate to him, just like how NS Kumi, may his soul rest in peace.
Which should suggest that the current government is trying to do something for the people of Wenchi.
I don't see it as development. I see it as desperation. They've been in power for the past 7 or 8 months. 3 months ago, were they doing this? How will they start when an MP is late? So it's desperation, not development. And we are much aware that it's not just at the local level, it's from their top hierarchy down. And we are hopeful that the people development is desperation rather, and that is not going to work. I can assure you that by close of poll, Asumadu will be declared as the MP for Akwatia.
And if that doesn't happen, are you going to assure us that you will still subscribe to the peace process?
So yesterday I was part of the delegation with the national organizer that met with the Peace Council. Our party has been committed from day one. We've met with them in Accra on 2 occasions, and here we've met with them. In fact, at the meeting, that the General Secretary and the Regional Chairman was there as well. So for peace, we are committed to peace, but they shouldn't take our resolve as weakness. When push comes to shove, we'll show our power.
Well, showing your power means what?
Well, showing our power means protecting ourselves and protecting the ballots.
And self-protection means what in this context?
Self-protection is legal under our laws. And if the police and the NDC tax, you can see them. They are at the back there and they are waiting to disrupt the process. We are ready and we are prepared to take it to them if they bring it on.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It is only about an hour more to close the poll. And what we are telling the teeming youth of Akwatia constituency is that they should not vote. It is their right. And we are going to ensure that we protect each and every voter in this constituency. We don't fear the police. We don't fear teeming youth in Akwatia constituency. What we are telling you, all the various electoral areas, come out. We have just about an hour to close the polls. Come out in your numbers and come and vote massively for Solomon. In Solomon, we trust. Thank you.
So when you talk about thugs, how are you able to identify who a thug is? I mean, you have your men around you. So if you also have men from the other side, coming around, how do you say these are thugs?
You can see it for yourself. If you look at behind me, you see the police in their black uniform. And you could see the NDC macho men too, where they are in mufti and any apparel that covers our face. We don't have any apparel that covers any part of our body. We are just like the normal human beings. But what we are trying to say is that under our constitution, we have the mandate to protect ourselves. So at worst scenario,
we are going to protect ourselves, we are going to protect every voter that matters, and we are going to protect the ballot box.
Will you say that the police has done a good job thus far? I mean, some on the ground are commending them already.
Well, for now, we have seen almost about 5,000, a little about 5,000 police people, which means that the security presence here is good. But what we are saying is that we are not going to depend solely on the police for protection. We are going to protect ourselves because we've had those intelligence that just after the polls, there can be chaos, and we are prepared for that. My men, my people, my guys, my youth, my commanders, we are all prepared for that. And so at West, just as I told you, under the Constitution, we have the mandate to protect ourselves and then our lives.
It looks like you're sending signals of friction across, and that's not too good, especially as we enter the last leg of this election. That's not too good if you say you are ready to also face off when the NDC comes.
Well, we have nothing than to protect ourselves, and if we see that there are some threats coming, we cannot sit down or stand aloof. We are going to protect ourselves, and I want to assure the teaming youth in this constituency that they should not fear. They shouldn't harbor any fear in them at all, because we are here and we are going to assist them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are still here in Wenchi. Security very much tight. The Ghana Police Service has left no stone unturned to ensure that areas that must be cordoned off are cordoned off appropriately. So if you do not have accreditation, you will not be allowed to cross beyond a certain threshold around the polling centers. We have two separate polling centers in this particular area where I am located in Wenchi. The Ghana Police Service is doing all they can to ensure that those who do not have business at the polling centers do not infiltrate and cause any form of friction or any form of conflict here at the Wenchi area. We're still speaking to some of the many youth who are on the ground. Let's understand. Have you cast your ballot already?
All right, yeah, sure. Since we have stuck in this, it interests us to be here and observe what is happening.
Some of your guys have not voted yet. What really is the problem? I hear some of them chant, "No money, no vote." Yeah. Is that the situation?
So, exactly as we all know, incumbency advantage. The government of the day has the resources, has the machinery to their side. So the government of the day who has all the resources. So they brought in a couple of money to share to some of people. And unfortunately, not everybody has been able to.
These are guys who are likely to vote for your party, the MP.
We can't, it's a secret ballot. We can't decide who, or you can't determine who wants to vote for party A or party B by their face or whatever it is. But then what I'm saying is that the government of the day has the resources, has the machineries, and then they try to influence the process. At certain points, some tax came in, trying to distract and distort the place. But this is a stronghold of the MPP, so ordinarily nobody will want to. And we are grateful for what is happening. But we hope that the process will continue like this to the end, and then obviously victory will be ours.
Thank you very much. End of area. Trying to go in there. It's an open space really, but the Ghana Police Service is trying to put some control mechanisms in place to ensure that suspected thugs and those who do not have anything doing in the polling station area do not find their way there. In another process which in many elections will be trigger some level of friction and conflict. But the Ghana Police Service has assured that they will do everything they can to ensure that this particular election is one of the best by-elections that the country has ever organized. We are still here at the Akwatia, the new patriotic party here at Wenchi.
Hello.
Welcome back from Achim Winchi, where our correspondent Maurice Ogbete has just given us a feel of what's happening there, just about 30 minutes to the close of polls in the Akwatia by-election. Two front-runners expected to be the winners, or one of them in other major elections. Akwatia reporting sometimes within 70 to 72% turnout, 69% at the last election held in 2024, which was won by late MP Ernest Kumi, whose demise has sparked this by-election that is being run today in Akwatia, a time that it will win a seat in that with that constituency in Parliament. And the NPP is hoping to make it 6 times, having won it 5 other times in the past, including the one that the Honorable Kumi won. Conversations about persons who appear to look a certain way and so have been branded as potentially ready they are, specifically the NPP's youth wing leader, who spoke to Maurice, saying that they are ready to defend themselves. I think that now is a time for all of us to remain calm and comply with the directives that will be issued by the Ghana Police Service to ensure that this election is brought to a very peaceful and calm conclusion with the election of a winner. Do not put yourself in harm's way in any way. Follow all the directives that are being issued on the ground. If you have no business being there, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation or GTV Ghana will bring you all the happenings, and you won't miss a thing if you take a front seat with us. Do not go anywhere if you don't have to be there, so that we don't have to Isa when your youth wing official is speaking to our correspondent. Then he's making all these, statements, and my colleague is trying to get a sense of why he feels that way and say, on what basis do you call some people thugs, and how do you know that these people that you are calling thugs are not just regular citizens? And he goes into his own explanation. But that's also why the police is there, so that if you do not understand anything in terms of any breaches, that you will call the legally mandated authority minutes to close of polls.
Yeah. That is why the police service need to build confidence, so that, but you see, there are some precedents that has been set, and that is the reason why the gentleman is speaking the way he's speaking. That the recent by-election, or the recent rerun election that we went at Ablekuma, and not, just in front of the police people, somebody was maimed. I'm talking of a former MP and then former minister in front of the police people. They weren't able to protect the person. So that when something happened, the police people will be at your protection. So the guy was speaking based on what has happened. That is what I interpret what he said. But if it's me speaking, maybe what he said, I wouldn't be speaking that way. But that is the way he speaks. And I see the sense of his sentiment, because certain things that has happened in the body, you can't go to court and win any case. Then when they say they are investigating, at the end of the day, the one who perpetrated that particular crime the only thing or only punishment that will matter to him is for him to be fined, to go home and sleep with it. So the money that he is going to be fined cannot even compensate you. So the best thing to do is get somebody to protect you so that you'll be safe. So the youth are not having much confidence in the police. Today, the police people that my brother is talking about, in the past, they didn't have the confidence in NDC and in the police. They decided to build their own vigilante group, which the law.
Both political parties have been accused of having
the vigilante group.
So when we talk about Delta and the and the Azoka Boys and all that, both parties have been accused of having groups that protect them.
Of course, but there was a statute that has banned the vigilante group. You know that. And any form of vigilante. Yes. So any form of vigilante group is an illegal thing that you are forming. You understand? But we went to the rerun election with a fair mind that vigilante group is not going to exist. Even the general election, we went to the election with a fair mind that there is no any vigilante group again. Because I was part of the regional security meeting in Takoradi in the Western region, the regional security meeting. We were told that nobody should bring in vigilante group, nobody should bring in macho men. We were told that military will not participate in this particular election because the police people are capable of protecting us. That was what was told in the meeting. And when we left there, even before the meeting, the NDC regional chairman told the police commander that even though the police people are going to protect us, but for them, he told the police commander in the face that for them, they are preparing themselves because what happened in last 2016 at Takwa or 2020 at Takwa will not repeat itself again because they have men to protect themselves.
Is this the Ghana we want? But you've had
let me see what I'm talking of the reflection.
So the confidence in the system.
What they said, the reflection of this was 2024 election, the general election. You saw it. Macho men forcing the EC, the electoral commissioner, to declare their results in favor of them. So, you saw the videos all around.
I think that just by sight alone.
So going out there would not have that confidence.
If we go to Juloni, somebody might look, you think that if a thief looks like this is a thief, but the person may not be a thief. So saying all this macho men, sorry,
it's reflected.
Because it's like today,
you understand?
Not getting a very good name.
It's reflected.
But
in the general election, you saw the macho men who were forcing the electoral commissioner to declare the results in their favor. You saw those videos.
So let me put the thought.
So it was not just an utterances that the person made, but it reflected in the general election.
A reflection. So the security setup, so that people do not feel intimidated. So I get the point that some people will make and say, let the police give the assurance that we will be safe, and we will be, so that we don't hear political statements about assurances of safety when they are not the constitutionally mandated bodies that should do that. But have you contributed in any way, has the NDC contributed in any way in this perception that the police is perhaps unable to protect the Ghanaian to the full extent?
I think we have not contributed in any way.
In any way?
Yes.
So what happened in Ablekuma North and what Issa is referring to with these heavily built men coming into the Collation Center and causing havoc?
First and foremost, I would want
whom have been found guilty, by the way.
Pardon?
Some have been found guilty.
Yes.
Fines have been paid.
That alone should make you have confidence in the police.
8,000?
Wait, it's not about it. It's a constitutional provision. The law was not carved after the arrest. It is there.
Let him finish.
Constitutional provision in the Constitution.
So if they set an X number of penalty units,
yes,
which translates into
what I'm trying to say is that
hold on, please. When you were making your submission, I kept quiet. Now, you see, when Samia Oku was speaking, the reporter asked the question. He made an assertion that the peace and the way the election has gone, it has gone beyond expectation. The peace he was looking for. And this is one of the peaceful by-elections we have had in the political history.
Even though the Azoka boys almost attempted to
but then
to get into that altercation with Alhaji Masaudu.
We are not, even in research, there's a margin of error.
You are from the NDC. What happened in that situation? So we saw on video, and we'll put it up a bit shortly, what appears to be Alhaji,
video I saw, and then the follow-up comments I've seen. There was an instance, I think Masaudu has mentioned Azoke's name and then made some assertions. He was speaking in their language. And then when they were exchanging pleasantries, he said, no, don't call me your brother. And then he went ahead to touch him. And sometimes when someone touches you, it will irritate you.
No.
Especially, wait, play the video.
Isa,
no.
hold your horses.
No. Play the video.
Don't worry, it's not yet 5.
So,
we have a few minutes, so I'll give you the opportunity to respond.
When you play the video, you will see that he touched his shoulder. And then Azoka retaliated and went to the extent of even holding his shirt, the neck of his shirt or something. And then with that, I would not be in a position to...
As to this, there are lots of phones were out, everybody was filming. So maybe he saw an angle I hadn't seen.
He was trying to...
TV for this, we do not intend any copyright infringement purposes, just for information purposes. We do not intend any copyright infringement by using this video on our stream. So go ahead.
Yeah, so if you can hear the conversation, like what I saw is a little bit different from this, but then this part was also in. Are you getting me? Because I think he touched him, he was trying to communicate on a friendly distant level or something.
Is there any part of this that you condemn?
The violence that we will not entertain.
Why hasn't the NDC come out to condemn if it feels that...
We are still in the election process.
And perhaps people will think that in order not to escalate the situation and in order to prevent this whole thing about I will defend myself,
this is out of where they are voting. This happened out of a space.
Did you hear the alleged comments that Alhaji Azoka made about the Honorable Afenyomakin?
Okay, I heard it. They said Afenyomakin went with tax to the party office.
Oh, so now both people are saying...
Watched. They said Afenyomakin went with tax to go and tear down posters at the party office. The party office is not a voting center.
They said, assuming without admitting, assuming without admitting that is true.
Yeah.
And then that led to what?
To killing him.
No, but wait. How do you enter a man's house to destroy his household?
And then that led to what?
And then they heard it and then they came. If you are, as we are seated here, if you get a call that people have broken into your home, immediately when you go, what will you do?
That's Azoke's house.
No, that's our party office. That is our party office. Literally, it's our home.
Was Azoka assigned to monitor this election in any official capacity?
Azoka is a vice chairman, true or false?
True.
Azoka is a leader in the party. So the question of...
So he doesn't need an invitation or to be assigned?
But he is a leader. Are you getting me? He's part of the decision-making body of the party. And he hears an information that someone is raiding our house. He would have to respond.
Okay, so
and then the issue is that you have to meet them here. If we should. When they went there, they were not there.
Complete the sentence.
Wait, my brother, relax.
You see, we all want to understand. So maybe I'm asking him because he may have had a conversation with his team.
The sentence has been started and he's unable to conclude.
When you were speaking, I kept quiet.
Even the
subject
you didn't keep quiet. Roger, be honest.
Roger, continue. If you may, leave the interrogation to me. I'll give you the opportunity to...
So when Azoka and his team got there, I think they had left. And he made a statement that if we should have come to meet him here...
EC declare a by-election in a constituency.
But if for instance...
Answer that question first. How does the EC declare a seat vacant, a constituency seat vacant?
But let's ask, on what legal grounds?
Answer the question first.
Wait, I want to build.
Answer my question first and then build, okay?
If EC should declare a seat vacant, that means the person is no more.
No more how? Did they travel? So
possibly. So Azoka is telling him that if you meant to come and destroy my office, if I should have gotten here to meet you, you would have been... He didn't say I would have killed you.
But if you're saying that seat would be declared vacant...
Okay, for instance, if he should have entered the office and then it exploded...
It's offensive,
wait.
triggering in any way?
No, what I'm saying is the comments, no one would want to hear comments of that manner.
Okay.
But when issues happen, let's look at the cause, the theory of a first cause. What propelled it?
I'll give Hussaini another grab at this. But first, I want to find out what Morris is getting up to. He has chanced upon a situation. I believe he's given us some live updates now from where he is at Achimwechi. So I'll give Hussaini the opportunity to respond when we return. But let's see what Morris is up to first. Morris.
Nothing can happen within 10 minutes or 15 minutes, so I think that generally you can say the process.
But really, the tipping point is when the counting begins and then we go to the collation center. You want to assure us that
I'm trusting that when it comes to collation, the police will take over. So we are here to support other political parties here.
Hello, the opposition and MPP has accused your party of bringing the flags.
Broad party supporters, we are here for election, and election has been peaceful. So I don't want to get into the accusation, not at all.
We see here open support for the MPP candidates.
Observations are a lot. So at the end of the day, what is in the ballot papers that will count.
This grounds was going to be serving as some arrest point for some.
We are still looking for those people. We haven't seen any of them. The police will have to do their work, isn't it? So.
Right. Thank you very much. Mustafa Gbande is the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Director of Operations at the Jubilee House. Also very much confident that the NDC would win this particular seat here in the Akwatia Constituency. In some 14 minutes from now, the last person will be casting his or her ballot. We don't really have long queues at the polling. The whole process comes to an end, and then we begin another journey into the night, counting and the collation of results, which is going to be done at Akwatia, where the collation center has been mounted by the EC, and for that matter, the Ghana Police Service. We hope and pray that this whole process would be very much keen monitoring the event. Good afternoon to you, sir. My name is Morris with GTV. The process has been very peaceful. You want to agree to that?
Yeah, very peaceful. I mean, judging from the noise, if I'm permitted to use that word, the noise that characterized the elections, where MPP threatening the NDC is trying to intimidate them, use the police, putting uniform on, put on all these things, have been sent a signal that there would be some skirmishes, some whatever. But so far, from morning to now, there hasn't been a single incident that anyone can report about. The police are doing their work. In fact, the police are even being intimidated by the voters at certain points. And we have just about 10 minutes to the end of the polls. To me, I think that the only problem we have is the turnout, which we have recorded some bit of low numbers. For instance, with the polling station at the Deba grounds.
Here at Wenchi.
Yes, here at Wenchi. Has about 700 plus voters on the register. But I'm not sure we've even hit up to 300 out of it, which means that it's running difficult to get even a 50% turnout. In some areas, we are still running below a 50% turnout. That is the only worry as far as elections are concerned, because the kind of work that we have done so far, we will be happy if the turnout was massive but whatever. As long as it's a one vote difference winning the election, we are okay. And we are confident that the NDC will carry the day.
A low turnout will affect the NDC's chances?
Not at all. I mean, whether low or high, we will still be winning the election. But we would have loved to see a lot of people come in there, cast their vote, and give us the nod. But
the real test of the security architecture on the ground would be when the counting and the collation really starts. The opposition has accused you of bringing thugs around. I mean, they've said that repeatedly. You want to assure us that nothing untoward is going to happen?
Create violence. If the people who they provoke do not retaliate, how will there be violence? So, I mean, it's just a matter of creating a storm in a teacup. The point is that everybody you see here is an observer. Are these tax by elections such that it is one constituency that is undertaking the exercise. And so anybody from anywhere is allowed to enter, come and observe. And for that matter, you get a lot of people trooping in, especially when it is a highly contested, competitive like Akwatia. The election itself was a subject of litigation before the untimely death of the voted the MPP or the NDC was cheated in the election. And so it drew attention from all, and I'm sure the whole world is monitoring what is happening here, judging from security, the way the people they conduct themselves, the EC election, the observers and everything. It's okay. As I speak here, I have not gotten closer to it because I'm not holding an accreditation. And so I won't go. Meanwhile, I have what it takes to move in there. I'm observing from afar. And our car, we struggle to get it through here to get to the park. It means that we are adhering to lay down rules and regulations of the elections. So you will also have to comply. And if you are not complying, then the police have every right to minimally use a force to get you to comply. That's all.
Some analysts have said that what will happen here, the result of this election, would be, judgment on the state of Ghana's economy. Your party has been in power for the past 8.
I'm not having any doubts if it should come based on the performance of the government, because all sectors of this country's economy has performed better than the MPP administration. Fuel price has come down, the dollar rate is down. I mean, the nurses and teacher training allowances are being paid. Almost everything, and I speak as a poultry farmer where you used to spend about 9,000 plus cedis to prepare 1 ton. I bought a bag of maize from Techiman for 1,000 Ghana cedis. Today it is 500 Ghana cedis. It used to be 1,400 under the MPP administration. So we've performed better, and I believe that it will play a role. But in any case, our candidate acceptability rate is higher than the MPP, and that is where our confidence is.
Thank you very much. Honorable Joseph Yamin is the national organizer of the ruling NDC. We are still here in Wenchi. We'll hand over to you in the studio whilst we monitor the rest of the voting process.
Morris, thank you so much. And we are continuing to monitor situations there, counting down 5 minutes to the close of polls. At the table, Issa Hussaini, Western Regional Director of Communications for the NPP, and Roger Wales, member of the NDC's communications team, is here. So just before we went to Morris, and he spoke to Mustafa and some NDC officials who are continuing to troop in there, they answered some questions about these thugs. Again, that word that keeps popping up, that one side is alleging that the other side is bringing people in to foment. If no one is provoked, then there will be no need for retaliation. And if there's no retaliation to a provocation, then the matter dies there. I don't like having those kind of conversations, because I would rather there's no provocation or retaliation. I would rather everyone stayed home and watched us on GBC's platforms, listen to us across our radio networks, and just, you know, heard the results as they are being announced. But Issa, you were speaking before we went.
You asked me a question concerning. He spoke about the confidence in the police, and I was about answering when you brought.
You had answered.
No, I haven't answered.
Okay, so I'll give you a few minutes so you finish you round up on that. Confidence in the police and the NDC's, role in all this.
Yes, and when it comes to the police, the IGP this morning, if it's not about, the police is not there to come and intimidate and cause fear, but rather they are there for them because they have called them for them to come. The government has made it possible for the police to get every resource that it will need to make sure that there is peace and order at Akwatia. So with that, the assurance is there. Aside that, the violence or some people were charged. This is a clear indication that that the police are not having anything to do with intimidation or violence. They are doing their job. And as we speak, since we came into power, I ask, has the police recruited? No. If the police has not recruited, they are the same faces they placed there that are working. Because when IGP Dampare was there, the current IGP was assisting. So it's the same clock. Thank you.
Saini.
I've not blamed the police, and I've not said the police belongs to a political party. I've not said that. What I said was that they should build confidence to the extent that Ghanaians get confidence in them. When we get confidence in them, they will start, or political party will stop building macho men around them. You just heard the interview, even though they don't trust the police. So they came with their macho men standing by. They say if somebody is being provoked. I'm asking, the video you just watched with Azoka and then Mr. Masaudu, who was provoked there? Was there any provocation before the chaos started? So when you intend to orchestrate or to execute, you came with. So the only thing that I'm trying to say that we are all afraid of these macho men that they are talking about. Look, in 2024, what happened? You are telling me that the government has punished those who were involved in the Ablekuma not. What of those who were involved in the general election? Who punished them? We don't know. Their videos are not out there. Their pictures are not out there. Can they identify those people? Why is it that we are not punishing those people? So you mean certain things are happening? You see, I had a signal that the NDC people were they made us believe that the vigilante groups that we are all building, let's dissolve them.
Process. It's exactly 5 p.m. and polls have officially closed in the Akwatia by-election. Voting has now ended and the focus will shift to the next critical stage, which is the counting of ballots at all 119 polling stations across the constituency. This part is very transparent. Party agents, observers and electoral officials are on hand to ensure that this is open to the public and the results will be made public. Morris is there now monitoring for us and brings us this report.
This particular polling station, he walked in some few minutes ago. We'll try and speak to him. I'm very much on standby, monitoring how the sorting process will begin. The various polling agents on back counting the ballot boxes, and then when all is said and done, the results will be declared. We'll try and quickly speak to Stan exactly why he walked in that late and what his thoughts are on the whole process. We'll try and get that electorate. But the whole process, very peaceful. I mean, you've been listening to the delegates or the observers from both sides. They both agree that the election process has been peaceful. What we wait to see is whether that peace and tranquility would continue into the evening when the main action, the counting of the ballots will begin. Everybody who matters in Ghana's politics, both the NDC and the MPP, are here in Akwatia. The national executives of the MPP, they are here. The national executives of the NDC are also here. Not too long ago, we spoke to just... yes, the process has come to an end, officially. The Electoral Commission staff, you see, short, will now begin to do the paperwork, and then the counting will begin, and we'll be here to bring you the very latest. And this is Wenchi. It's a battle for Wenchi between the NDC and the MPP. The MPP very much confident of winning this particular area for the MPP. But quickly, let me speak to my colleague, Michael Amate. I mean, he's been here since morning in the Wenchi area. He's been here since morning, monitoring the whole process. I was at the other side. Good afternoon to you, Michael.
Yeah, good afternoon, Maurice.
So you have been stationed here since morning.
Yes.
What would be your observation of how the process has been so far?
Well, for my observation, I must say that the process was peaceful since morning. Just that around 12:30 p.m., this particular center that we are standing, when the minority leader, Alexander Penyomankin, with his guys, stormed here to observe the process. I think one of the guys took a shot of some of the heavy bodybuilding guys, popular, we normally call them macho men. They were standing here also monitoring the proceedings when the guy took a shot of them. So they quickly confronted him to delete the picture. But the guy, so they wanted to give him a slap, and then with the swift intervention of the police, they were able to calm the situation.
So the person who took the picture was part of the Afenyomakin delegation?
Yeah, delegation. In fact, actually, I don't know him. I don't know. So he was part of the delegation. So since then, the whole process was peaceful from morning to this time.
And you've been listening to the electorates here.
Yes.
I mean, it's an open secret that a lot of them here support the MPP. What have they been saying, really?
Yes. You know, this particular area, that is Achinwenchi, is MPP stronghold. I know there's no doubt. So no matter what, MPP will clinch victory here. No matter what NDC do, they will clinch victory. Because since 1992, Achinwenchi, they don't disappoint MPP. So definitely MPP will take the lead, the command. In the afternoon, they've gathered here plenty, and they were asking them, won't you go and vote? They said if the turnout was low here.
I can confirm that there are a lot of them who didn't vote.
Yes.
They were waiting for an opportunity to be paid some money before they go to vote. So I can say that there are a lot of them who were hanging around this place, waiting for money before they go to vote. Even in the Buedua area, there are a lot of young people who are also waiting for the last minute to see if they can cash in. They can show their ID cards and also show their names on the register and then get some money.
Maurice, you know, but other issues that they raised was that, you know, when they are going for a delegate, they said they paid the delegate more than necessary. They don't understand the reason why they are in the same party, and when they are going for primaries, they will pay the delegate, give them even television and then freeze. But for them, they do not give them anything. So they claim that if only they can boycott that delegate something, then, but if not, they will continue to demand money anytime there is election.
So, Michael, the Electoral Commission has moved the tables into that parameter where the sorting will begin in the full glare of the people. The sorting will begin any moment from now. Not too long ago, I saw the former Minister for Interior, Honorable Enrique, exchanging pleasant with the General Secretary of the. And these are guys behind the scene. Honorable Henry Korte, Sevi Amin, and Mustafa Bandit exchanging the sorting process. Taking their stance and monitoring the whole process. I'm here at the Wenchi area. They've going to be, barricading the zone where the sorting and making sure that even the media does not go beyond this particular restricted area. Yeah.